said something
I'm
that's
not even
factually
done
Let him
yet.
ask.
incorrect, and I'm
Oh my
correcting
No,
god.
it.
let him
I
ask
don't
though. Let him
care.
ask
Shut
though.
Yeah, I
up.
wonder.
Don't tell me
Oh,
what to do
come
in my goddamn
on.
chat. You're fucking said
Well,
something that's incorrect. Black men and white women are not the most successful interracial
no,
relationship.
white men and black women.
That's also not correct. Asian women and white men are the most successful interracial relationship. That
Uh,
I think
is
it's
the
because of the
fact.
power imbalance.
Okay,
Asian
what?
women,
There's a
white
power
men.
imbalance
Now,
in
Well,
that
okay, maybe I
anyway,
should.
now
relationship.
continue.
That's the guy
Okay,
that
I
dated
should
Asian.
rephrase. Maybe they're not the most successful, but I think they're more successful than
Close
black
enough.
on black relationships. What I'm asking is, or what I think is going on is with black men, they know that we're raised around a lot of ratchet black single mother women, so they're comfortable being acting like niggas and just fucked up to like black men because they know we're used to it. They can do that. But with white men, they don't want to fit that stereotype of an angry black Negro woman, so they'll
Yeah.
play the part and naturally be more submissive with you guys. And I just was asking,
So I would say that I think a lot of people. So listen, there's a reason I cam up, right? So I point out that visuals affect people. Visuals control people. If you can use this to your advantage, by the way, this is Machiavellian. So what you're asking is actually Machiavellian. So people will think on the surface that in a white male, black female relationship, they're so brainwashed by I don't know, Cardi B, Megan the Stallion, that they're getting pegged. That's not the case at all. Not at all. Not even listen. So do not deny that the male female dynamic is always at play in any situation in any race, okay? So when you have black women that only date white men. This one actually like surprised me. Okay, so most people have heard of this one phrase. There's a label or a saying out there in the weird in the kink community. I think it's fucking cringe, but whatever. It's called the Queen of Spades. The Queen of Spades is a white woman that gets fucked by black men, but she's a whore too, by the way. She's not like a quality woman. She's just a whore. It's like a cuck thing, whatever. But I recently learned there's an opposite phrase that I didn't even know existed. There is actually a phrase for black women that only fuck white men. They're called Queen of Hearts. I I don't have any I don't
but
give it any
well,
weight to it, but it is
uh,
a thing. It exists.
I was gonna say I would agree with the cuck thing in this, unless you can say nigga as a white man to your black woman, and you know like the dynamics of most of them are usually
Yeah.
cuck. I'm not gonna lie because I'm like, dude, you have to watch exactly how you speak, and you can't even use certain words around the person you say you love. If that's the case, and most of the time with the white man black woman thing, they are cucked because like the black woman won't. They'll do certain things like pat their head, and they don't. A white man don't even know what the fuck she's doing. They don't know she's scratching out a quick weave.
If
They don't know nothing about
if
that.
if around the woman you love, if something's forbidden,
Oh, look
is
at
do you
Mark.
really
What
have
is this?
do you
You're in
do you really have an
Japan?
intellectual relationship?
Oh, yeah, in
Like
Yeah,
China.
yeah.
like
But
if you're going to tell me certain things are forbidden, that's kind of absurd. It's not.
Yo,
It's the problem. Like this goes back to what I was saying a moment ago. Like if you're super hooked on the
look
cosmetics,
at Mark's cam.
like hang on, bro. Like if you're super hooked on the cosmetics, like certain things are forbidden. Even look at like jump on YouTube and look at like by the way Dave Chappelle and Seinfeld. There's like an interview and they asked Seinfeld like what kind of like topics are off like you can't talk about in comedy and he's actually dumbfounded by it was Chappelle. They asked Chappelle the question I think and he looked at him like they were retarded. It's like nothing's off topic. It's like you can make any joke you want. If the joke is actually good, it's fine. So, like, if you're gonna tell me, like, if you're in
That's
an
so cool.
interracial relationship and certain words or concepts or topics are off the table, you're just admitting you're intellectually cucked. Literally, intellectually cucked. Like, what do
yeah,
you mean
yeah.
I can't? Like, listen. It's not that I'm trying to say something's right or wrong, but you can't tell me I can't open the door. You can't tell me I can't even open the door to a subject. This is why I have no fears of talking about anything on Discord. I have zero fears. Most people are afraid to talk about subjects. They're scared
Yeah, bro.
about certain doors in this world intellectually. They're scared to open certain doors. Most people are cuck and they're cucking themselves.
I mean, my girlfriend is I mean, she does not call me the N word at all, and I wouldn't really
which
tolerate
is
it in
fine,
long term
totally
either.
fine, bro.
I'm not okay with anyone in my friend group, black or white, calling me that because I
But
just
at the
didn't
same
grow up
It
like
time,
brings up a
that.
good point. It brings up a good
In
point. I
PG
it,
mean,
County, nobody
I call
calls you.
Javon it
Well, no,
all
no,
the
no.
time.
People do call each other that in PG.
yeah. No, I mean, like, I mean, let's be honest. But like, at the same time, if you told me, like, listen, I don't want to know what you and girl do in bed. It's not my business. Don't tell me. Please don't involve me. I don't need to know your girlfriend's favorite position in bed, right? But like, if you were to say like, no, Mo, like we say whatever we want in the bedroom, like it's just not my business. I'd rather not know. That's all
I
I'm
mean, it's
saying.
odd if
It's
you got
not
like
my
by
a
the way,
business.
white
by the way, I'm
girl
about
and
to
she's
download
calling you
Crimson
the N
Desert,
word
so
while you
get
fuck her.
ready
Like,
to
I'm
download.
not gonna lie, that's kind of hot to me.
Downloaded Joram.
I've always pointed out, like, listen, like I said a moment ago, the male female dynamic's always at play. Women want to feel submissive, men prefer to feel dominant. So when it comes to like interracial relationships, it's on the table. I mean, black women that date white men, there's a
Probably like
submissive
me,
and
yeah.
dominant aspect to it. But like, you don't need to like you don't need to like I don't know, exaggerate what it means. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. It's just
Uh,
it's the same thing that a white man and a white girl or a
Javon, do you
black
date
man and a
like
black
ghetto
girl would do.
girls?
well,
Javon
no, I
Javon
think
doesn't believe that. Javon doesn't believe
no,
that.
no. I think
He's
that because
wrong.
no, well, listen, I didn't fully hear what he was saying. I was lagging a little bit, but I think that in the black community, the intellect is so few and far between. That's why, like, you'll see like a black man going. I mean, a white woman. I mean, a black woman going to a white man because if she's an intelligent black woman, she, who these stupid niggas she's talking to are retarded. The same thing for a black man. If he's intelligent black
That's not
man,
what. Hold up. That's not what you normally say. What you
What
normally
does he
say
normally
about the
say?
reason that black women are with white men is because you say that black women can't act a certain way with black men, but they can with white men. That's what you normally say.
right. I do generally believe that. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And that way is you believe that black women can basically submit white men.
For the most part, yeah, because I don't think most white men are alpha male. Most of them are beta cucks, and they get with a woman who acts more like a man than them and can cuck their language, can cuck how they act and shit.
Jesus.
I don't think most
And
white
you
folk.
also believe that black women act differently with white men than they do with black men. I've heard you say that
Yeah, they.
multiple times.
Yeah, they.
Yes,
Yeah, I just
they
said it. Yeah,
do.
they do. They
Depends.
They
do.
It
do.
depends on the black. I agree with that. It depends on the black women, though. Not all black women are like that. Like the one that
Not
Infinite
all. I
was
didn't say
telling
all.
us about. Definitely, I could see that. Like the one where he was like, "Yeah, she only dates like white men. She doesn't date black." I could see that fucking happening. But
Look, I have a
It's
degree in
it's
pimping.
it's
I
just a
have a degree
it's
in
just a
pimping. Dog.
submissive fetish. But keep in mind, all women have some type of
But
submissive fetish.
yeah,
It
this
be it racial or non-racial, you're just arguing semantics. You're
no,
just
this
arguing semantics.
it's the same
No,
thing even for the white women who like
they
black
do.
men when they tell me the oh I really I think they have a fetish for a black man and they're knocking at my front door. I mean, yeah, that's
yeah,
just
of course.
those are the kind of white women that I'm gonna get and I'm gonna interact with them
I'm not
and I
judging
want
the women. It's their kink. It's their kink.
yeah, yeah.
What can I do with it?
Yeah, I used to
And
date a
by the way, with
Vietnamese
them being a
girl, and
majority of women in
she
the
had a.
country, there's a plethora of white women that want to be explored by a black man.
I do agree with you that you are only going to get access to those type of white women, though. That is one thing I do agree with.
What the one that fetishize
But
about
he is. But
a
he
pretty
Yeah,
also
black
is.
woman? Yeah,
exactly. And here's the problem with that.
there's nothing
If
wrong
you're
with
only
that.
getting access to a woman because she fetishizes your race,
She
you're
doesn't
getting
like you as
access
a
to very
person.
low quality women.
No, I mean
So
she might be a dentist that you don't
It's
know.
all over
She
the place.
yeah, you really don't know. Especially with y'all being a
no,
majority in
I
this
definitely
country.
know, son. We can
No, no, I
clearly
mean
see
Infinite,
we
infinite.
can clearly
Let
see
me
the
make it.
quality of mud sharks. We know what they are.
no, there's no fucking mud sharks. It's saying if y'all
it
are the majority in this country, there's gonna be a much more a diverse plethora of white women that fetishize black men.
No, there.
so
Listen, if
so
you're talking
so.
about having a preference, that's one thing. If you're talking about having a resentment towards your own race, that's another thing. And if you're talking about
No, no,
they
no. There's no
fetishize, excuse
resentment.
me, let me
It's
finish.
not resentment.
And if you're talking about they fetishize a particular race, that again is another thing. And what I'm telling you is the latter two categories typically are damaged people. So
So,
Most,
so
there's a
Infinite,
lot of
will you
damaged
admit
people.
that black women who only date white men are also damaged?
I don't know anything
They're
about
very
black women.
likely. Okay.
I
Yeah,
can't
yeah, that
speak
makes
on
sense.
black
Wow.
women. I can only speak on white women.
Yep. So, Tony, I will say that the answer is yes, but here's the thing: most women are damaged.
You really think that most women are damaged?
Well, like, listen, like, what's the percentage by most? I mean,
I
do you mean
agree.
three
Yeah.
out of four? If the
Of
answer is
course,
three out of
Javon
four,
would
then
fucking agree.
Dude,
I
look at
agree.
look.
Most
Look
would
at
be
the amount of
51%.
I didn't say 100%. I
look at
never
the
said
amount of
100%.
look at the amount of women that are on SSRIs, bro. Like they outnumber men crazy.
60%.
Yeah, my girlfriend's
Yeah,
on
yeah.
60%.
SSRI.
They just
And
are.
increasing. So
Yeah.
60% of women are damaged medically. If you will, by the way, Infinite, if you will accept medical science, over 60% of women are damaged
And
medically.
that's worldwide though. This isn't just an American thing. Like worldwide,
Yeah.
Worldwide.
women are diagnosed with more mental health problems than men are worldwide.
So in America, 15% of women are on SSRIs.
No, no, no.
Uh,
No.
the
There's
number I
something
saw,
wrong with that number. That's wrong. That number is wrong. 100% wrong.
the number I saw was more to like 65, 70.
Okay, well,
It's more than 60% now.
I'll put it in the side chat. It's from the Centers for
I
Disease Control.
Hold on, I'm
sure,
driving.
but there's something. I will insist that number is wrong. It does it include like boomers? Something that doesn't count. Like under 30, the number is 60% now. By the way, it's not like I take joy in this. It doesn't make our world better. I don't see shit in the side chat, bro. Oh, there it goes.
No, I'm driving right
Um,
now. But when I get home, I'll find
sure.
it.
Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. I love that Asians are so low. Asians 2.8%.
Yeah, I would probably when I get home, I was just gonna ask like Grok, what percentage of men are on SSRIs versus women? Or
What?
I could,
Why are the Muslims invading the U.S.? Like, looking at these numbers, if the Asians were like invading the U.S., I'd probably fucking cheer it on. I'm like, hell yeah, these motherfuckers, fuck, they're killing it in every demographic. 2% are on crazy pills. That's amazing.
By the way, it's 9% of men. So 15% of women, 9% of men.
I know. I'm
I know.
looking through it.
What
I'm looking
about
through it.
young women and
I
young
haven't, I
men
haven't looked
though?
at this
Does
yet,
it
but
does it
the
change?
statement would be correct that more women are on SSRIs worldwide than men, though. Because I'm
I
still
heard
driving.
the most
Well, yeah, that's
I,
true.
young.
I, I don't know about worldwide. I can only look for the United States. The
Okay, okay.
data
Yeah,
is
no,
not going to be recorded very well in the rest of the
that
world.
Infinite. No, that's always a good point. Like
Oh,
I always want to say, who gives a fuck? Fuck Europe, fuck Africa, fuck China, fuck Russia. We're all American. Talk about America. Just talk about America. Fuck everything else. Fuck the world. What's the?
I like
Why
Europe
aren't?
though.
What? Go fucking move there, you faggot. Like I only care about me and my neighbors. You know who's not my neighbor? Anyone in fucking Wales. Fuck Wales.
They might be our
Fuck
ally
that
though.
country. Fuck that country. No, no, they're not. Are they our ally? We just defunded them. We defunded NATO. America has defunded NATO.
Right, but we don't want to be like.
They're
I thought we were cool
they're
with
no
all.
longer our ally. You're not my ally if I defund you.
It's a good place to go to vacation, by the way, too.
We've also defunded them.
Ah,
Defunded. Just so we're clear. I've said it 3 or 4 times now. Are we good? Can we quit?
Twink, why are you in a
We done-
picture from the neck down flipping off the camera?
Oh, is that the one that I sent to you?
Oh, I thought you just sent it to the
Yeah,
side chat.
I was trying to showcase my physical
No.
ability
Show-
to beat you in an arm wrestle. That's what I
Show
put
your
inside
balls.
there.
Beat me in arm
Show your
wrestle.
balls, bro.
Yeah. Unk.
Son, that's hilarious.
Show balls. Listen, I have bought Manscaped. Shave your
Hold on,
balls.
this guy
Show
talking
'em.
about balls. Like, I They are not in the picture.
I'm talking about your balls, bro. You personally, your balls, and why are your balls unshaved?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, you
How do you know?
specifically.
How do you know that they are
Talking
or
to
are not?
me.
Like, why are you making this
You
weird?
you have not made a stance. Until you make a stance, we have to make assumptions.
Okay, we don't
Defend
have
your
BF, bro,
stance.
so I'm not gonna tell you any of that stuff. That's weird.
Then your balls are unshaved. They're hairy and unloved. No woman
Okay, well,
has
you
loved
show
your
us.
balls.
No. You
My
show us. You
my
show us shoes, and I'll
balls.
believe you.
Yeah, hang on. My
Your balls are
balls has been
shaved.
in a. Hang on. My balls has been in a woman's mouth in the past 24 hours. In the past 24 hours. Where have your balls been?
I get very upset if my balls go into a woman's mouth. It makes me incredibly anxious. No, it does. It makes me anxious because, like,
No.
I think about this. Let's say she's got your balls in her mouth and she has to sneeze,
There's hair.
right? Like, just anything happens,
You shave it off.
and she bites down. You know, like it freaks me the fuck out, dog. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it freaks me out a little bit.
Yeah.
I just, I'm terrified
Yeah,
of
well,
my
anyways,
balls getting pinched.
Infinite.
I actually had my balls get pinched one time sitting down on a seat,
Oof.
and I had them get pinched another time because I was sitting at the front of a seat, and you know how when you sit at the front of the seat and they hang over the front of the seat, and my dog came running over to me. I was like, here, call my dog. It came running over to me, and it like turned around. You know how a dog will like turn its butt to you like a homo. It turned its butt to me, and when it did, it
Like,
smashed
oh.
into, like in between my legs where my balls were hanging down, and it absolutely smashed my balls. I mean, it's just one of the worst ball smashings I've ever had. And so that makes
Jesus
me
Christ.
paranoid of chairs now, to sit on the front of them. Yeah.
Okay,
The
but
other
you
thing
really-
about
you
balls
really
when you
said
get
that you
old,
would
by
beat
the
me in arm
way,
wrestling,
is
though.
they dip in the toilet sometimes. I'm not gonna lie to you. That is just one of the worst things that happens. When your balls, like when you first sit down and they're all loose and hanging, when you first sit down and take a shit, and they dip. They just, for a second, they just dip in the water, and then your ball bag immediately fills the
What?
cold water and it retracts.
That's the best feeling.
That's a
They
you experience.
No,
That's
it's
the
I
best
not.
guess
Let me
feeling.
tell you
trolling us.
why. Because if
No,
you're
That's the
that's
best
you.
clean,
feeling, man.
no. If you're a hygienic person, you immediately have to shower after this event. There's no you
Yeah,
can't
but that
have
doesn't
you can't
happen.
have your ball bag dip in toilet water and now you
Yeah,
don't have to
that
take a
is.
shower. You have to take a shower.
Yeah, it's a
So
one-off
Fuck, bro.
experience.
I
no,
don't
it's
have
a
this
no,
experience.
it's not a one-off experience,
I
but it is a terrible experience, and it doesn't happen until gravity gets a hold of your nuts over time, and it sucks. Yeah,
Infinite. Just for context, how old are you, by the way?
45.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Infinite, you're
I
saying you
got
would beat me
bigger
in arm
Are you just
balls
wrestling,
than
though, or
you,
you're just
son.
gonna say that?
is is that a literal experiment, or are you just like just making some jokes for
No,
fun?
it's happened many times, and it didn't start
Uh,
happening until I was in my late
How
30s.
h- hang
how
on, let
high
me
is the
finish.
water on your
That
toilet?
was
It
only
that
happening when you were in
come
your
on,
late
you know it's reg.
30s. That shit
All
happens to
toilets
me
are
all
the
the
same.
time.
Yeah,
This
it's
never
like
happened to me.
it's
I have
like a
big
one
balls, by the
gallon
way.
flush, low flow, to or half gallon,
That's
whatever
awesome,
the low
Walter.
flows are.
I'm
But
proud of you,
as far
bro.
as the water level goes, it's normal, I guess. But I mean,
That
you
is
sit down,
wild.
you
I've
lean
never had
forward.
this
I mean, your
problem.
ball bag hangs. Most people don't ever look to
So
see how close it is. It's close all the time when it's hanging,
uh,
you know.
yeah.
But then you draw
So
up, right? You go to use the bathroom and you
yeah,
draw up and everything
sure.
contracts, and yeah.
So
That's
you might be a
great.
bit late. So like, by the way, I generally actually think supplements are complete trash. Multivitamins are trash, but a good multi collagen,
Hey,
you
do you
should buy this
piss and
shit.
shit at the same time,
This
or
shit is
like
so good for you.
do you have to
By the
do it
way,
separately?
th- this is what
You know
keeps
what I mean?
like all your skin fucking like like this is okay. So you ever seen how like vegans, you know how vegans have that weird skeleton face where their eyes get sunken and dark. By the way, there's a reason for that. It's called collagen. So there is no collagen. So collagen is the thing that connects your skin and your ligaments together, all that kind of shit. There is nothing in the plant world that fuels that, right? You so one of the things. Hang on a second, babe. I'll be right there. So you talked about like plants having certain things. I didn't debate you on that, right? I'm not trying to, at this point. We can talk about that later. But when it comes to skin elasticity, wrinkles, ligaments, there's nothing in the plant world that builds that. It's
Yeah.
only from animal sources. That's why
Look
vegans have
in
that
the side
fucking
chat. Look in the
eyes.
side chat, dog.
Sure.
Yeah.
Awesome, bro. Collagen peptides are actually like the only supplement worth. Don't waste your money on like multivitamins. That's trash. The only the only things worth eating when it comes to supplements are things you can't literally get from your diet, maybe, or at least not in the proper amounts. Calcium is a great example. Calcium is a mineral. It's basically a rock. You need a lot of it. You need a lot of calcium. It's actually really hard to get from eating things. Take a calcium pill. Collagen's the second one. Second one worthwhile. Collagen's that's why all the fucking vegans look like shit. Like look at me. My skin's good, no wrinkles. Like, bro, jump on
Oh
the
yeah, you're
collagen.
smoking,
You're
dude.
missing
Good
out.
God.
You're not a
It's
vegan
not
though,
by
right?
accident. It's by design. Collagen, like you want collagen from beef. That container I had was basically different parts of a cow ground up. Look it up, bro. It's like it's what your body needs to build. We do have to eat meat. We can like I'm
You
not
have to
saying
eat
like
fruits and vegetables too, retard.
probably
shit's
not
good for you.
retard. I
Shit's
get it.
good for you.
You heard dates in
No,
the Bible.
retard.
You're a
You
Bible
heard
faggot.
from
You're a
fucking what's
Bible
his name,
fag that heard
Liver
about
King.
dates.
That
Hey, hold
And
on.
you
don't need
I've
that.
never
You need to
seen
eat
that word-
primitive.
I
You need to eat
I have
raw
never
shit. You're a
seen a
fucking
Liver
Liver
King
King
video
son
in
of
my
a bitch.
life. I
You're a
have
fucking
never seen a Liver
Hey,
King video in my life.
wannabe Liver
I
King
swear to God,
primitive
I swear
motherfucker.
on my dick, I swear on
Motherfucker.
my dead grandmother,
You
I
know
swear
Liver
on my
King.
son,
You just
I have
mentioned him.
never seen a Liver
Yeah,
King
you do.
video
Yeah, you
in
have.
my life. I
Yes, you
swear I
have.
have not.
Okay, Walter,
There's
that
not a
word is offensive to my community, by the way.
Yeah, fuck your community, bro. Your community's fucking fags and weak ass bitches that read shitty Bible
Wait.
verses to each other and jerk each other off. Who gives a fuck?
All right. Well, thank you for your apology.
You're welcome. You're welcome for that shit.
Thank
You're
you.
gay.
Why would I lie? I've never seen a Liver King video in my life. I don't know. Like I've seen of him
So
because I
Walter
scroll
is
Twitter.
fucking carrying right
Exactly.
now.
You've seen of him, motherfucker.
He
There you
actually
go.
has a pistol on his hip and in his own.
Dude, it's so badass. I'm telling you. Oh my
If you
God.
ask me
That's
what Liver King like
insane.
thought about vitamins, I wouldn't even know if he's pro vitamins or anti vitamins. I don't even fucking know, bro. Fuck him.
That's not the
Oh my
point.
God.
You're a fucking washed out wannabe.
Wait, how am I
Ooh.
washed out if I'm killing it?
You're not killing shit.
What am I not killing?
Listen, you're not eating 6,000 calories a day.
Dude, clock it
Do it right now. Eat 6,000 calories right now. Go.
in front of the
I don't
camera.
know if he's making an actual joke about what we talked about earlier today or
No,
not.
he's about as serious as a donut, motherfucker.
I wish he was serious because that's actually
I'm
legit a good
serious as
joke.
shit.
That is straight up a good joke. But I don't think
Dude, you're
that's the
talking to
joke
the
he's making.
peacock dude right now. Like, he's serious.
See what's going on. Dude, Muck fucking sucks, dude. It's actually kind
See,
of
he's
annoying
scared.
to work with.
Shut
Good
the
lord.
fuck up, asshole.
Dude, this dude's in the
Shit,
corner
dude.
just going like, I'm hearing some like
Stop being an
annoying,
asshole.
agitating little voice, and he's going,
You're a fucking asshole.
You know, you two
in
got
the
beef,
corner.
and I don't know why, because you two remind me a lot of each other. I feel like you two should
Oh
be
my
friends.
God.
Hey, don't compare
What
me to
the
Google shits
fuck,
over here.
No, no, I'm not. I'm being serious. I feel like you two should be friends.
It's like, all right,
This
bro,
guy's an
wrap it
asshole. I
up.
couldn't be his
I
friend.
thought you were
Y'all
attacking.
Yeah, that's what it
y'all
sounds
should
like. That
relax
little
each
sound
other.
piece that Mark
Aren't
just
y'all
played.
both
That's what you
gay?
sound like.
Big Fat Tony,
Y'all
why are you
both-
tits out?
Tony, yo, what the fuck?
I mean, sometimes you just gotta let him hang, man. Get some air.
Dude, that's crazy, bro.
It's
you need
an
a bra.
everyday thing when he lets his tits hang.
Tony,
Yeah.
I was wondering, like, why are you molesting people visually?
It's actually assaulting me.
Hey,
yeah, on a
Javon,
visual level.
I was
make
just,
Javon, make
I was showing him
AI.
off to Kopi.
Javon, make AI remake everyday thing from letting your nuts hang to letting your tits hang. Make it do that. That'd be great.
Don't encourage him, bro.
I should put. I would put Tony. Well, I was gonna do one of Tony breastfeeding Mike, but
Oh no.
Which one?
Because God damn it, Tony.
Stop
it's
making
crazy.
fun of my laugh.
What's,
piece of shit.
what's
Make fun of
crazy about that
Tony's
is I
laugh.
put you in AI multiple times, Tony, and it thinks that you're a female when I just use your body.
Oh my
as
god,
a-
giggle shit. I wasn't even talking about you just now. Like you just
Oh,
made
there
it
you go,
about you.
dude.
Don't
know
call me
what?
giggle shits.
Just stop acting
That's
like that.
fucking soy.
Your prompt should be something along validate this female, put him in an herbal essence commercial, and go.
All right, would you like me to call you Fruit Cup instead or something? Like what's the
No,
alternative
that's
here?
even worse.
What I'm gonna
Yeah,
say,
y'all-
Tony, is I believe you should
Y'all
sign up.
gay.
I believe you should
This
get
guy likes me.
insurance, Tony, and you should try
This
to
gay
get
guy
I don't
gender.
likes
even know I don't even know what you look like.
And
dude.
you should try to
think
get
you're
gender affirming care.
Cover
I'm
your tits,
funny.
bro.
Dude, Tony, like, there's no reason to have boobs. Like, I mean, I got titties, right? I come on camera.
Javon, you're one to
titties.
talk, bro. You're so
Dude,
one to talk.
they're muscles. I have muscles.
No, but it's not that
Muscles.
it's not that Tony has
Muscles.
titties. It's that Tony has legit female mammary glands.
Yeah, that is
That's
true.
what I said. He's got some developed traps.
Lactate,
That's
bitch.
about it.
Lactate.
His traps are developed. Yeah. Get a weight.
Give it a good
And-
squeeze.
You
Yeah, do
also
some
need to-
push-ups for us right now.
You also
I
need
don't
to
want
choose
to give it a good
No,
squeeze.
listen, Tony, take my advice, dog. 100% just get the surgery done, dude.
Because ain't no
No,
fixing it.
he's
Even
not
if he was
bad
to
for a
lose
guy,
weight,
is he?
even if he was to lose weight, bro, his tits would still hang.
Get the gender affirming care. It's the new rage.
And by the way,
Outrage.
I have gyno, and his shit looks
I'm losing
way
these
worse
bitches
than-
right now.
Yeah, I was
Nice.
just
Good
thinking
job.
about
That's the
that.
way to
Wouldn't
do it,
that be
man.
a good like weight loss treatment, like going on the trans thing,
One
whatever
rep
it's
at
called?
a time.
Becoming trans? What?
Yeah, Fallen,
Yeah.
you should totally do it, dude.
Trans?
Well, no, I'm saying like, what if you were to take that T blocker stuff, then you could like lose a bunch of weight,
You know, it's
right?
supposed to have like it's supposed to look like this, brother, this.
Am I not tripping? It might have
Motherfucker,
other
why are you
adverse
acting
stuff.
Oh,
like
that
we
shit
can
is
see
gay, bro.
anything
You-
but
you
fat
should
on
actually
you? All
have
we can
real
see is
titties.
fat.
Supposed
We don't see
Why'd you-
any
why'd you put a white
definition. We don't
t-shirt
see
on?
any
Hold on.
veins. Show me one vein on your black ass. One
Okay,
vein.
are you look at those muscles? Are you telling me that he doesn't have muscles, bro? What?
Yes, that's what I'm telling you.
This isn't muscle, bro. What do you mean? This is big.
Dog,
this is
that's
way
it.
bigger.
At bet, I tell you
This
what,
is
get your
big,
tape
big.
out, and I'll bet you anything
I
you
mean,
don't
he's a
have more
big
than
back
that.
for
That
sure,
at
but he
most
has-
is an 18-inch arm. At most.
That's a 22-inch.
It is not. That's a
You
goddamn
do
lie.
not have 22-inch
Oh, it
pythons,
isn't.
That is
motherfucker.
Yes,
not
I
a
do.
22. Get the
You
tape
do not
out.
have
Get the tape out.
22-inch
What do you
pythons,
mean, bro? What do
motherfucker.
you mean? This
Get
is
the tape
22,
out.
bro. That's a.
You know what? 20, dude. That's
At
literally Hulk
most, that's
Hogan
an
arms.
18-inch arm, dog, and that's with all that fat on it.
No, that's a.
If you're saying that's 22
Okay,
inches,
get
you
the
literally
tape.
a sl-
No.
Okay, I got
I
it.
have
Just
to-
get it. Just get a string and wrap it around, and then
Tony
lay it
over
out
here
on a ruler.
jiggling, Javon getting all butt hurt over a couple
the-
inches.
The eye test alone would tell you it's
Get
above
it?
20.
Butt hurt over a
Hold on,
couple
now check the side
inches.
check. Is that a W physique though?
Nah, best physique in the chat is gonna be best physique in the
Javon.
chat's gonna be
Javon.
no,
It's
no,
me.
no, no, he's not in
Buddy.
here. But it's gonna be Sue, just so y'all know. It's gonna
It's
be
me.
Sue.
Yeah,
No,
but
it's
okay, is it a
it's
functional
Sue.
physique or is it a sexy physique? Because it
Yeah,
looks sexy.
Sue
It
is. Yeah,
isn't.
Sue's in better shape than everybody here. Yeah.
Yeah, but is he
Put
functional
it
though?
in the
That's
Yeah.
the
side chat.
question.
Side
Yeah.
chat.
Is he
Listen,
functional?
I'm just telling you, dog. Sue's in better shape than everybody here.
I'd like to see him on a long run or a bench press.
Wow.
Or,
Son, look, listen.
You're
Let
you're a
me tell you
twink.
like this. I've never even seen Sue, and I know that what I'm telling you is true.
Oh, get out of here! No, I have the best physique because I can
I'd
run more
like to
than
see
all of you
Sue. I'd like
people.
to see Sue go
I
heads up. Look,
Okay,
here's the
You are
look.
question.
gayer than
I can do more
Christmas
pull-ups.
and Easter
I could
combined.
do more of this. Who's talking
No,
shit now?
look. If
Hello?
you can't go heads up with another
What kind of
man,
what kind of bracelets are those?
there's
Who the fuck
yeah,
are you? Mike Escape.
Are
I
those
don't know
Livestrong
what's happening
bracelets?
to my fucking
like
shoulders.
okay, Tony.
Don't
For
worry
Falling.
about
example,
the bracelet, bro.
Tony looks
That's
pretty
Way
unhealthy,
strong.
right? But I'm willing to say that if he went heads up with any of you libtards, he'd run you guys over. So that means he's out more alpha than you because he's literally physically stronger. In that
Fucking
sense.
hackers, dude.
Dude, no, I can bench press like 90, 95, so that's
That's
good enough, right?
horrible.
No, it's
That's
Not
No,
for
actually
not
Javon,
for
look at
his
his
size. Not
Javon.
for his
Yeah,
size.
not
for
for
my
his
weight.
side. He's a
Wait,
break on
what is it?
impact. That's just
I
a
don't know
little
what Tony
boy.
is.
I'm like 125, 130.
What?
Yeah, he's a small dude, man.
Well,
He
you're
is absolutely gay. Look at that picture.
wait, I don't know how tall he is either. So I'm like, maybe if it's like height proportional, then.
I don't
Oh,
know
I
if
think
he's
like
gay, but I know that
5'10",
pose he's doing right there
5'11".
is.
Mhm.
Oh, so
How?
this is him.
How?
This is him. Oh well,
It says,
if that's
"Hey
him,
sister, are
he's
you
not
on
gay.
Because
Grinder? Are
it's
you
not
within
because your
25
hand is
meters?"
on your hip. Okay, I'm gonna tell you what makes it gay, and I'm being dead serious. It's not because your hand's on your hip. It's because your hip is shifted to the side that your
Oh,
hand's
shut
on.
I didn't mean to do
I
that.
mean, that's what
I didn't
I'm
mean
Yeah.
to
just
do
telling you.
that.
That's what it is, dog.
Well, if that's
That's
him,
what
he's not
it
in bad
is.
shape. You're not fat at all. I mean, yeah, you're not fat.
Exactly, bro.
Nah,
That's
you ain't got no fat on you.
exactly.
Yeah. He could probably
But
run.
you
do
know what? You
pull-ups
could
for
make some real
days.
gains if you just start working out, though. Like you'd really.
I go to the gym at least once or twice a week, but I don't make like serious gains though.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
the
well,
skinny people
you
have
know
it the
how
best.
that retard was in here talking about having 6,000 calories a day earlier. You
The
don't need
fucking
that
old
many,
dude,
but you probably should start with like,
the old
3,
dude that was up here
4,
screaming and yelling.
3,500. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Like if you could
In
knock
front of
down
his own
3,500
child.
calories a day with a lot of protein and hit that gym 5-6 days a week. As young as you are, you should be hitting it 5 or 6 days a week because you're just gonna
5
leave
or 6.
nothing.
No, I got like a job and stuff I gotta do, bro. Like I
Yeah,
can't
you
be going
an
that.
hour before you
You
go
can
into
still.
work.
Everyone
you know?
has a job, man.
Yeah.
Not
You can still go to
Javon.
the gym.
Not
Not
That's
everybody.
Javon.
your job.
Oh yeah,
Not
good point.
Javon.
Good point.
Yeah, no, I don't have no fucking job. My
And
job is
is he
talking
going
shit.
to the gym? He like goes to Prize Picks events and stuff. That's like the only activity he gets is playing golf at the fucking Prize Pick event.
Mark,
No,
you
that
know
my
you
whole
told on yourself
yeah, but
tonight,
I had a
right?
whole
Mark,
had a
I
whole
already knew you
section.
were Asian, but you told on yourself tonight, just so you know.
And
No, I'm
I
just
mean,
telling you.
Mark was just in China,
Did you
dude.
find
No,
out that
Aren't you in
Mark's
No,
China?
but I'm saying Mark
pensioner?
revealed his identity tonight, but he didn't
I'm
know
gonna
he
post a
did.
picture
Oh
of
yeah,
myself. All
when
right.
he was on.
Oh, is he a pensioner?
Hey, this is actually me. All right.
You can tell if someone's Asian just by
That
their
actually
voice.
looks like you. Your mouth looks like exactly the way you sound. That's funny.
Huh.
why does the picture look kind of older though?
It was from like 2 years ago.
There's no HDR in that
It's
picture.
just bad
at all.
quality is all it is.
Yeah, there's no high dynamic range or nothing.
Well, that's good because then Javon can't make it AI fucking gay shit about me.
The white balance or the gamma or whatever, it's like it's kind of flooded.
Well, in the background, there's no HDR, so his clouds aren't visible in the sky or nothing.
It's flooded and there's low resolution both.
Yeah, I don't have
Oh.
that bike anymore. It's a GZ250 Suzuki.
You took that photo on a potato.
Yeah, it's a good looking bike.
That photo's on a potato, dog.
It was
What was that, a HTC One that you captured that on?
no, just
HTC
Obama phone,
One.
just welfare phone.
Nice.
That Huawei.
No, that is a nice car. It's just it would be weird to see you get out of it, but yeah.
Oh,
I'm just saying, like,
What kind of
muscle
like
car
kid,
for
like
muscle
dude, like
man.
dude, kind of looks like he
What?
belongs on that motorcycle, but you don't really look like you belong in that car.
I personally
what kind
think
of what kind
anybody
of
that
car
wants-
is it?
like if they don't want to die.
It's
Like,
a 68.
Javon's witness looks like he should be
Oh,
getting out of
okay.
like a smart car. You know,
I'll send you my
Absolutely
old car.
not.
Or
I
like
don't
or
have
like a
truck
like a
yet.
Geo
I get-
Metro if they still made them.
This game is
No,
so
he would fit in
stupid.
a Kia K5. Kia K5 would fit him.
No, if anything, those older cars like that are like they are very small on the inside. Like you big fat people, you big fat motherfuckers would not be able to fit in that
I got
green
a
car.
truck. I got an SUV.
I used to have a
I
car
have
like
a mini
that.
sedan and
my-
I fit in it.
I have a Chevy
my-
now, Chevy
Or at least not
1500.
in the back seat. The back seat is even small for me. I'm
I
like,
got all
damn, I
big
can't sit
cars.
back here.
All big cars.
I don't have a picture of my truck.
Well, SUVs and
Back
black people
seats
don't
ain't
have
made for
SUVs
sitting.
kinda
You
like
know what I'm
trucks.
saying? You know what I mean?
But yeah, I'm a real guy. See,
But motorcycles, no, is a guaranteed way to get fucked up. I don't know why anybody fucking does it, but
Oh yeah, yeah. It's
that's
yeah.
just the number one way to
Oh,
get road
look who
rash.
showed up. Super Gay Sandwich. Super Gay Sandwich, how you
What's
doing?
up, brother?
Dude,
Yeah,
I've
we're
been
trying to
trying to. I
log each other
messaged
in
you
the,
all day. You're
side
playing
chat.
fucking Roblox and didn't answer me, dude.
Oh, there's
So gay.
I
Gyro.
posted a
Oh,
picture of
wait
myself in
a
the
minute.
side chat.
Look,
Go ahead and jerk off to
I
it.
had
Hold
a
on,
friend
Tony.
in
If you're gonna
here.
call me, hold
Hold
on,
up,
Tony. If
hold
you're
up.
gonna call me a pedo,
Listen,
listen what
y'all
I
gotta
want.
y'all gotta put
The
aside.
reason
Listen,
I didn't answer, the
y'all
reason I
gotta
didn't
put
answer
aside
all
y'all's
the
petty
reason,
differences. I got something going on here.
the
Look,
reason I didn't answer is because I
no,
was at
it's
my
fine.
birthday party today.
No, it's fine. Congratulations, happy birthday.
Grown
Look,
ass man, by the way.
Happy birthday.
I have a friend in here named the Dude. I don't know if he's still awake or not, but if he is here, I'll be very interested in hearing you two talk about Zionism.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Sure,
so
no,
why don't you love
Well,
Israel?
Gyro, you know I'm the real Jew anyway. You're not even a fucking Jew, Gyro.
No, these two
They're
are very
black
calm.
people.
These
These
two
are
are,
White.
listen,
Be
this will be a
quiet.
totally chill conversation. These two are very calm, normal people.
no, yeah, I'm also pretty sloshed. So if I'm, so like
Well,
you know,
can you tell me how do you get the
Oh,
how do
well,
you get the how
perfect,
do you get the
because I'm
kosher out of your
also very slosh.
Oh,
how do you
this will
get the
be great.
kosher
This will
what?
be two
out of
intelligent Jews talking about Zionism from the perspective of the left, one opposing and one
Sure.
supporting. Let's go.
While
It
being
depends on
sloshed.
what you mean by. It depends on what you mean by why don't I love Israel? Because I
I feel
love
like
my people. Wait. Let me finish. I love my people. Even when they do things that I disagree with, I still love my people. I love all. I have I have a great love for people, but like of course, like I don't think it's sustainable to have like a love for the people you share a common heritage and culture with. I've never claimed that that is something that you can escape. Um, if you're talking about the government of Israel, I think it's because I don't think that our salvation comes at the expense of the safety of another people.
Would you support
No,
Israel
no, no,
Mashallah
Javon, let
over
them go, dude. Let them go. This ain't this is
No,
Jew
I'm.
this is Jew on Jew shit. Let's let them talk.
Oh no!
Except
If the dude wants to respond first, sure. Like I get why he would get first in line. But if Javon has a question, I'll answer a question.
No,
Yeah,
no,
but
I
I'm
was
more
just
interested in
wasn't
hearing
serious.
y'all's conversation rather than Javon's intelligent, non-intelligent fucking input. Like, yeah.
Well, no,
what
Javon might
was
have an.
this?
Look, Javon might have an intelligent question. I am
He
curious
won't.
to hear what
He
it is.
won't.
Well, you never know. You never know. That's the thing. You never know.
Javon, if you want to send it in side chat, I'll answer it in side
No,
chat.
no, no. It wasn't
But yeah, that
intelligent. I
is
was just
my
joking.
I think
that
that
is my answer.
Zionism is going to be worse for Jewish people ultimately
Okay, cool. Let the
than
let
Nazism
the
was.
dude I about called him the Jew. Jesus Christ.
Zionism
Let
is
the dude
anti-Semitism.
respond. I don't care.
No,
Listen,
she did call him
no
the dude, we
offense
just
to
heard
any of
you
you,
and
but I don't
everything.
care what non-Jews have to say about this topic. I really don't. Like, I care less.
Not you.
This
Well,
is pretty woke of Infinite woke identitarian shit right now.
Yeah, I want to
So
hear the
what I'm hearing
conversation
is
because
that,
you're both on the left, so that's why I want to hear it.
Sure.
well, essentially
But
what I'm
dude,
hearing is
yeah.
that you don't have a principal opposition to the existence of Israel, and therefore, by liberal
If
definition, would
somehow,
be a Zionist.
I mean, I have no principled opposition to Jews living in that region. Sure. My problem is with the idea of Israel as a Jewish state, because there are people who've lived in that region for very long who are not Jewish, who deserve just as much representation as we do.
Is right.
Okay, yeah, but you recognize that there's over 20 Arab, you know, Arab supremacist states in the region who have subjugated our people as dhimmis and who would not allow our
Yeah,
people to
and I
live.
don't think, and yes, my grandmother was actually expelled from Libya. I'm fully aware, and I don't think that the way we should treat people within our nations should be a response to the failings of other nations. Their failings are their failings.
Well, sure, but our people still need to have like their own um, self-governance of their own region, simply for the reason that they
But why
would
is
be
self?
subjected as dhimmis otherwise.
I don't think us not being subjected as dhimmis has to come at the consequence of us basically doing the dhimmi shit to Palestinians. You can argue if whether or not their resistance has earned it. If I was in their shoes, I'd resist just as hard. And unfortunately, if I was in their position, I don't know if I'd be able to resist the sway of a theocracy like Hamas, as much as I find it disgusting to me. As much as I find theocracy disgusting, I understand why people in a hopeless situation would turn to theocracy, especially when there are governmental forces, there are geopolitical governmental forces that want those people to turn to theocracy because it's an easier boogeyman to fight rather than a principled fight between one nationalist group versus another nationalist group.
Um, I mean, in terms of the Palestinian region specifically, there's kind of a history of like a collaboration with the Nazi Party and collaboration with like outright anti-Semitic forces. Um,
There's an
whereas,
educational asymmetry here. This is unfair,
Let
in my opinion.
no, let them talk, man. God damn, why do y'all always got to interfere? Let them talk.
Wait, what did bitch say? I just want to hear what he said. What do you mean by asymmetry? Are you
Dude,
saying one of
who
us is more educated
cares? It's
than the
just
other?
going to derail the. Listen, if
I'm
anybody else
saying
interrupts this
Gyro is too
conversation, I
educated,
will
dude.
mute them. It's
I
just
just
that
want to
simple.
know. I just want to know,
I
bitch.
don't want to know.
I
Listen, I don't. So keep
I want to
talking.
know. I want to know. I want to know if
Well,
Tony thinks
he's
that I
muted,
am.
so it doesn't matter. And this is exactly why I didn't want him to talk, because this is derailing. Who gives a shit what Tony thinks? Just keep having the conversation. God damn. Why does it? Who gives a fuck what he thinks?
yeah, I mean, I think that frankly, like if you look at early Israel, towards the end of the British Mandate of Palestine,
If
you would
Jews,
see like a Jewish majority population in a certain um, province, I guess you would say, of Palestine, in which those people were given dominion over their land, and they were given freedom from subjugation from, like, frankly, anti-Semitic Nazi collaborators, and like that is what Israel is, and like the sequence of events thereafter has been primarily like the
if
collaborators of
Jews
that
are
Nazi
not,
party.
if Jews are not responsible for the horrific atrocities that have been committed in our name, neither are Palestinian Muslims, and that is a thing that I believe vehemently. I do not believe that it, like, regardless of how I feel about the way people should be treated, and based on the material conditions that have come from atrocities, that is not me saying that I believe that people are responsible for the crimes of their ancestors. I think those two things can coexist. That's for infinite listening, because I'm sure that was a contradiction that he would have pointed out if I didn't mention it, and I respect him for that. Palestinian children are no more responsible for the actions of either the Nazi collaborative Palestinians of the time, the actions of the PLO that you may disagree with, the scant actions of the PFLP, which generally were more principled and are generally the people I agree with in regards to philosophy in the region. and certainly the actions of Hamas, which is an organization I find deeply detrimental to the Palestinian struggle. Regardless of how of the fight they've put up, it doesn't matter, because the fight they're putting up is to just reverse the roles of power, not to set the balance of justice straight, which is all I care about. I understand why Jews feel they need Israel, but I think that's a concession. I think the idea that we need Israel is a concession that we will never be accepted as we are, as human beings. There will never be that there will never be a society that understands that people who are different can coexist and care for one another and love one another and still have their own identity as who they are. I think it's a concession. I think it's sad that is what we believe it has to be. I understand why Israel came about at the time, even though there were atrocities that were committed in Israel's name. I say the same thing for the Palestinian Liberation Movement. My grandmother, there's an argument to be made that if Israel didn't form, I wouldn't be alive today. I don't know if that was true. I don't have access to the multiversal record of the different ways things could have gone. But Israel was the haven that opened up for my grandmother, who was held in a camp that actually is very much not known about, in Benghazi, Libya. It's not very well known that there were camps in Libya, because it's like third degree. It's like the Germans were like, yo, Italy, join us in the Holocaust. And they're like, fuck, whatever. Yo, Libya, Germany's telling us to do a Holocaust. And the Libyan Arabs, of course, because they're quite theocratic and Islamist extremists, were like, yeah, fucking, I'm down to fucking lock up some Jews, fucking point them out. That was absolutely what led to the salvation of my grandmother, or at least that was the salvation she found. And I don't judge her. My grandfather likely took act in those initial wars that I disagree with. He actually fought under the British men during that time. There's a brick in Haifa, I believe that's what it is, in Haifa, that he painted, that's still painted with his paint, that I saw when I went there, because he was a part of the process of building that nation. And I have a lot of very complicated feelings for that man. I feel close to this. The ethical complications of Israel feel close to me because, you know, as gay as it sounds, it feels familial, because that's how the way I feel about Israel is the way I feel about my own grandfather, because there are actions he took in his life, interpersonal and political, that I find abhorrent. But I knew the man. I was a child, but like, I knew the man, and I know him through my family, who's spoken to me about him in deep reverence, regardless of the things he's done to them. It's hard for us to extricate what is justified and what is understandable from what is not. But I don't think that stops us from the fact that we can try to choose a better path, regardless of whether or not that means the dissolution of the Israeli state. Like, sure, we can talk about how we feel about the Israeli state all we want, but what power do me and you have? What are we really able to do? What we can do is admit that
Yeah, you and I can
there are ways
do like next to nothing other than like taking Aliyah and joining the IDF and like trying to change Israeli politics from the inside, which is
or you know, being a pro-Palestine advocate in the United States and advocating for divesting from the Israeli state as it is and the way it treats people. The
But the
paths
thing
that we
is that
the
the
path
Palestinians within the Israeli state, I mean, you have Palestinian Supreme Court justices who have sent Israeli prime ministers to prison. You would never see the same thing happening in the reverse if the Palestinians controlled what is currently Israel. You would
this is
see the
inherently what
Jews in
about
the region.
Okay, well let him
this
Well,
is
it's
talk. He just lets you go through your whole family history. Let him talk.
you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right.
well, like it's a simple fact that it is a matter of law that you cannot be a Jew if you live in Palestine. Like that is not the case in the reverse. There are no Jews who live in Gaza because if you live in Gaza and you're a Jew, you would be immediately legally persecuted. Like the reverse is not the case. So the subjugation, I think, is not necessarily the case as it's been presented generally in public. Um, whereas in pretty much, as you perfectly well know, in pretty much every other region in the area, there is not this presumption of equality which is put forward. Like it is very clearly the case that if you are a Jew, you are a second or third class citizen. You are a lesser. And that is the fate that befalls all of the Jews in the region if we divest from Palestine and allow those people to control that region. And I don't want Israeli Jews to face the same fate that befell the Mizrahi, who were thrown from their countries. I think that's horrific. And I think that's exactly what the Israeli Jews have to look forward to if we do divest from Palestine, or if we divest from Israel, rather, in favor of a Palestine.
There's no one who understands that impetus more than me. I just think what we're saying by resigning ourselves to that is better them than us. And I'm not
Well, if it's gonna
willing
be either them or us, I'll choose us every time.
that's your perspective. I understand that. I prefer to look for the option where we don't have to make a choice between them or us. Peace has been made before, it can be made again. No historical conflict has lasted forever.
Well, sure,
This
I
won't.
agree. And I think that's exactly what Israel represents. When Israel, in its Declaration of Independence, specifically says, like, look, you people from Palestine, you Arabs, you Muslims, you are welcome to be free citizens of Israel,
I think
equal
I
in
think
every
that
capacity.
I think that's absolute. Sorry, let me finish. Let me let you finish. I'm sorry.
Well, I think that the way that Israel presents it in their Declaration of Independence, that they welcome these people in to be free and equal members of the Israeli state insofar as they commit themselves not to violently oppose the existence of the state of Israel. Um, like that is exactly what we would look for in a fair, liberal, equal project in the region. And I think it's the only hope that we have in the entire Middle East of anything even close to like a liberal equal state.
I'm sorry. That's hella myopic. That entirely discounts the many times in which Israel's foreign policy has absolutely betrayed the idea of that sentiment. And you could say who started it. Oh, they started it. They'll say we started it, and we'll say they started it. But at every turn, the closest we got to a real peace, like to a two-state solution, was the Oslo Accords, and we deliberately tried to extricate as much value as. Let me not say we. The Israeli government, because the idea that like all Jews are responsible for the actions of the Israeli government, I think is disgusting. It's as disgusting as the idea that all Americans are responsible for the actions of the American government, or all Palestinians are responsible for the actions of the Palestinian government, all Iranians, so on and so forth. The Israeli government at every turn absolutely tried to make that agreement for peace, that olive branch extended, as difficult to take as possible, with the areas, with the continuously extended timelines, and eventually with the assassination from within of Rabin, and eventually the declaration that like it was basically none. I don't remember the exact details of the event, but like the event where that one Israeli leader went to Bethlehem and basically declared that like it was all bullshit, and that sparked the Second Intifada. Regardless of what you feel about the Second Intifada, the idea that what the Israeli government wants is peace in the Middle East is myopic and is too trusting of any power. No power should be given that much trust, especially when there's so much documentation about the betrayals they've made. Hell, but look, as much as I believe in Palestinian liberation, I feel like direct support to Hamas is a betrayal. And there are absolutely several points in Israeli history where Israel absolutely supported the proliferation of Hamas for its own purposes. Because the theocratic regime against a theoretically liberal government, liberal democratic government, of course, has different optics than just one national group versus another national group fighting for their place in the land. There's documentation on this. Even Zionist Israeli scholars agree with a lot of these points. Haaretz is not an anti-Zionist newspaper, and Haaretz broke a lot of the stories in regards to what the Likud and the Netanyahu government have done to bolster Hamas for specific political gain. And if we talk about like what's going on right now, regardless of how we feel about where the future should go, there's no point for the continued war that has gone on for 2 years to this point. There's no point anymore to destroy Hamas. There's no way to destroy a guerrilla warfare movement. There's no way to. America found that out in Vietnam, in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Syria. These are not these are deliberately unattainable goals to justify continued incursion. And this is not me saying that the Jewish people are manufacturing some kind of thing to hurt people. This is me saying that there are powerful people who want to remain in power, which I believe is the condition of power inherently.
But what would the alternative look like, right? Like, can you point
We
out? Well,
haven't. Sorry, I'll let you finish. I'm a little impulsive, and I'm also drunk, so I'll let you finish. My bad.
yeah, I'm also a little tipsy. I've been drinking sake all day.
I had a
If
birthday
we're
party and I wasn't that drunk earlier on. My friend made what he called alcoholic Sunny D. He basically made like fresh squeezed orange juice, put agave syrup in there, and a whole bunch of tequila. And that shit was good, bro. And also I
Mazel
heard,
tov.
and then while I was like, very yes, and then what happened was my friend Jordan told me some like fucked up news about someone I've known for a few years. It turned out they were not the person I believed they were, and so yeah, no, I'm in a weird place right now.
Are they in the Epstein
Yeah.
files?
Well,
Uh,
well,
no, but they were a rapist, yeah.
All right,
well,
let's
Right.
not
I'm sorry
derail.
to hear
Let's go
that.
back to the conversation. No more rape talk.
But specifically, if you look at the surrounding governments in the region, is there an example of one that you would outline, just bordering Israel, that has a more moral government than the Likud? Because if we can't like look at even a single example of a bordering nation that has a more moral government than the Likud, then it seems obviously the case that for this region, these people are the best option.
The problem with that is that the state of the Middle East is absolutely manufactured by imperialism. I won't drop that point. Um, the idea that this is just the way they are, this is the way Arabs are, they just tend towards theocratic dictatorship. I will not concede that point. The
Well, their
wait, I'm not.
flags literally do display the
I,
colors.
I,
Just for one point, the flags literally do display the colors of historic Arab families that they hold as like
no,
founding.
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
But that doesn't change the fact that like I don't think that that's just like the natural resting state of the Arab people. That that's irrelevant to my. I understand why you brought that up, but like it doesn't change my point. If it weren't for all of the times where we tried to replace leadership in the Middle East and all of our incursions, I don't think the Arab population would have stopped modernizing in the 20th century because they were modernizing, they were liberalizing, they were, for lack of a better term, westernizing, and that stopped. It stopped due
Yeah,
to
I don't
and that didn't
disagree with that.
and that didn't stop for like just because they decided, oh, I'm tired of women and showing more skin. I'm tired of dresses. I want fucking hijabs. I don't ever want to see a titty ever again. it was. It all started with the. It all started with the Shah of Iran, and it didn't fucking stop. Uh, the West couldn't leave well enough alone. Do I think that the governments, as of right now, are any of them are more moral than the Likud? No, sure, no. But I think that like neoconservative geopolitics, like that of the Likud, are the reason why those governments are the way they are. I think it's I don't think if you don't have that movement in the 20th century, if you don't have Red Scare shit, if you don't have the Cold War, you don't get that shit.
Well, I hear you pointing out Western hegemony and Western imperialism and Western colonialism. But if it weren't for Arab colonialism, that region would be Levantine, not Arab. Like, period.
Sure. I'm not saying white people have a fucking I'm not saying white people have a fucking monopoly on that shit. But I would you agree that like Western imperialism is far more recent than like Arab imperialism
Well, it
over the
depends on what you
Levantines?
mean, because if we look at Arab imperialism in, for example, Iran, where they had a Persian state, which was thereafter taken over by Arabs and then forcibly pushed into Islamicism, that is much more recent than any major examples of Western colonialism that I can think of.
Is there something I'm missing about like geopolitical history that I just never learned about? Like when did Iran Islamize?
Well, there was an Islamic revolution in 1979.
Was that Islamic revolution coming from the outside, or was it the people
Yeah,
having an
it
Islamic?
was a foreign invasive force that overthrew the government that was in place. That was a familial, like a monarchy, and they overthrew it and replaced it with their own familial representatives in the form of the Ayatollah, who's been replaced now by his son. Like
I
this
didn't
is
hear
an
that.
invading.
I didn't hear that. I haven't been following the Iran shit. But I could have told you that killing the Ayatollah wouldn't do anything uh, massive for that region. As much as I'm glad he's dead, fuck that motherfucker.
Yeah, the point being that this
Not to
is
say not to say that I think the war is necessarily um, justifiable is the wrong word, because it's hard to justify war. It's hard to justify peace. Yada yada. Uh, uh, Effectual is the word I'd probably use. I could have told you I could have told you the war wouldn't be that all that effectual, and killing him wouldn't be all that effectual. Um,
Well, my
but
central point being that we have like very modern examples of Arab colonialism, like forcibly changing the religious and racial demographics of nations in the region, while at the same time, the Jewish colonialism, if you want to put it that way, in terms of the Aliyah, the return to Israel has been, like, frankly, the most substantial land back movement returning lands to their historical peoples in modern history. Like this is the most anti-colonial example of a nation that we can really point to
I
in
don't,
modern times.
I don't see it that way. Mainly because, like, let's say we kicked out the natives for like 1,000, 2,000 years, and they lived in, let's say Mexico, let's say Brazil, whatever. If in 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 10,000 years they came
We
back
still
and kicked
have
us.
natives in Brazil.
No, I know we still. No, I'm saying Native Americans. I'm saying let's say we kicked out Native Americans and put them in Brazil or throughout Central, South, and Central America, and there was no or very tiny native population. Um, I would not agree with the movement where, in so far that the people who had lived in America for so long, the white people, the black people, the other South and Central American people who lived in that region were then like ousted and made second class citizens in the land they'd lived in for thousands of years. That wouldn't be land back to me. That's revenge. I have this problem with I understand why. I understand why you would consider this a hypocrisy on the left, because there are people who believe that that is what land back looks like, and that is not how I view land back, because there's no way
Well,
you can trace the.
well, my question is then what would land back look like for the Jewish people, right? If we can't live near the bones of our ancestors without being subjugated to being second, third class citizens as dhimmis, then like what other
We
option
have
for
to
land back is
find.
there?
This is a new problem. This is a 70-year-old problem with which, by historical standards, is new. We have to find a way to protect the Jews who live in the region without ostracizing the people who've lived in the region for so long, but also without tolerating the idea that we should be expelled. I
Are
don't
you
know what that looks
familiar with
like.
the Hebron massacre?
Vaguely, yeah.
So you know that it was before there was any formalization of a state of Israel. It was
Yes,
before.
yes, yes. So yes, that Hebron massacre. Yep, absolutely. Yeah. No, again, this is not me saying I hate the archetype of the noble savage. It takes the humanity out of the um the fight of indigeneity. There is no noble savage. We are all modern and savage in our own ways. We all pick the things that we are prissy about and the things that we are willing to let slide, um, for our own purposes. Um, but again, that doesn't change my view on this. We have to find a way to keep Jews in the region safe and Jews globally safe without making another group of people the outcast the way we have been made outcast, because we
Well,
know what that's.
if we offer these people positions throughout Israeli society, if they're occupying positions as entrepreneurs and Supreme Court justices, politicians, and holding positions throughout every single level of society, it doesn't appear to me as if we are imposing upon these people the same kind of
You're talking about Palestinians within Israel. That doesn't do anything for the Palestinians of the West Bank or the Palestinians within Gaza. Let's leave Gaza aside for now. How do you feel about the West Bank settlements?
um, it's a complicated issue because there are literally West Bank Palestinians who are barred by law from selling their property to Jews, um, which is very clearly anti-liberal. Uh, and where Jews do legally purchase property, they are painted as colonial settlers, quite
Yeah,
unfairly.
but a lot of the people who lead these settlements are blatantly saying they want to push the Palestinians out. There was a report recently by CNN, and look, you can say whatever you want about the left bent of CNN. CNN is not reported against Israel much. Israel's. God, 1 second. My dog is trying to fucking get my attention. I'm sorry you dropped your ball in between the couch, Jamie, but I'm sorry. I'm too drunk to fucking get the ball for you. You're gonna have to find another one of a million ways around this house to entertain yourself. There's a million different fucking. No, bro. Y'all know any Chinese food places I can donate my dog to? Um, Stop, bro. 1 second. I don't know why you expected like a straightforward conversation, Infinite. Like we're both a little too drunk for this. I'm gonna do my best because I feel called to this. Like feels. Oh fucking Jesus! Where the fuck is the ball? I found it, and I lost it again. Oh,
Or
found
you,
it.
or you guys could talk
There
to
it
an
is.
actual biblical Jew. It's part of the 12 tribes of Judah, which is Javon.
Hell yeah, Javon.
You guys are interlopers. You're white. You're not the real Jews.
Look,
Do you
we
actually
don't
believe
care. I
that,
don't
Javon?
care
Do you
about
actually
your
believe that?
LARPing.
Are
I
you
care
actually like
much
a Black
more
Hebrew
about the
Israelite?
conversation.
Listen. The Bible ain't meant for everybody. And
Oh, he's trolling.
if you know what the original Jews look like, they didn't look like you. You know that historically. You
They
know
look
it.
no, they didn't look like me. They looked like my mom. My mom is an
Look, we
Arab.
don't care about the trolling. Nobody cares.
Infinite, like all the history that we've just that's being discussed right now, I feel like at least half of everyone in here knows every single like piece of history that was discussed here. I
Let
don't
me tell you
understand
something. The
what
vast
benefit is there to be
majority
had.
of people here don't know anything. I said to one of you retards the other day, we were talking about this, we were talking about Israel, and one of you brought up the Balfour Declaration and pretended as if Britain is the one that mandated Israel exist, and you didn't even know that I'm pretty sure it was you, by the way. You didn't even know that the Jews fought Britain. You didn't even know that.
No, I knew that. What are you
No,
talking about?
you learned that
I actually
since we
made the
talked
case that
about
they
it.
were terrorists
You learned
because
that
they
since.
did that.
Shut up. You learned that since we talked about it, and then you started talking about, well, actually they were terrorists. But when we first had the conversation, no, you didn't know it.
No,
So
I
but
definitely knew it, dude.
no, but he is
I
right about.
have a very good case. Like I could probably make a case better than fucking the dude for Israel. Like I read whole fucking books about. I understand that, like, you know, there is
yeah, cool.
definitely a
Listen,
point of
that's
view
not why
being
I'm
Jewish.
interested in the conversation. I could make a case too. In fact, I do all the time on here and regularly shut down the people who fucking disagree with me. They typically can't even keep up. That's not why the conversation is interesting. It's interesting because they're both Jewish and they're both on the left, which you are not Jewish. So that's why I'm interested in hearing the conversation from the perspective of two Jewish people. Yes, I realize that as a black person who knows how to fucking read, you can say words. I got it. It's cool. I can too. And I could have all this time. I'm choosing not to. Thanks. Anyway.
But at a certain point, me and the dude are just gonna go in circles. Like,
Okay, well, listen, if you're concluded with the conversation, that's fine. I was interested in hearing both of your perspectives superimposed against each other. So
I'm willing to.
Yeah, look,
to answer.
I'm not gonna like accuse you of being a race traitor or anything like
I
that.
know that I assume that from like the tone of the conversation. I don't know how you feel at heart, but I assume that this is not the direction you're gonna go in this conversation. Actually, you know, fuck it, I'm curious. Do you think I'm a fucking race traitor?
Um, I think that your position could be used by people who have malevolent feelings towards Jews in order to further their gains, but I don't think that's your aim.
That's fair. I could say the same for you. People have used the positions of Jews against Jews for all of Jewish history. You know, I can point to when Curtis Lee was like, you know, y'all need Israel. Fucking the people outside of Israel of there will never accept you. Sometimes I have to stop myself from. I don't know. I'm talking like Ronald Reagan when it's Curtis Lee. It's more like it's more like this. It's more like you know, people. I'm sorry, I'm really drunk. He was like, you
Well,
know,
I do
I have
want
to
to
stop
say, like,
myself
on
from
that
being
point,
like,
that like, you and I should be concerned about anti-Semitism in the West. It's becoming an increasing problem in the United States,
trust
and
me,
the
I am.
existence of a state like Israel might be absolutely necessary.
Much of my
Dude,
pro
why do you
Palestine.
think?
One second, I'm not done yet. Trust me, I am. Much of my pro-Palestinian activism in real life has been kind of derailed by me trying to make sure that the people who I'm standing with are there for the right reasons and calling out the people who aren't. It's why a lot of the pro-Palestinian, well, not the pro-Palestinian leftists, more like the pro-Palestinian Muslims, because a lot of it was on my college campus. A lot of the pro-Palestinian Muslims I have worked with have also gotten into conflict with me because I'll hold their fucking feet to the fire on this shit. I'll hold their feet to the fire on this, not just geopolitically, because, you know, that's conceptual and we're just a bunch of faggots. Sorry. Oh, wait, I can say faggot here. Faggot. All right, I'm back. We're all a bunch of fucking faggots on a college campus. You know, we don't have much sway geopolitically. We have maybe a little bit of sway over the way our college campus diverts its funds. That's about it. I've been derailed in pro-Palestinian activism for the sake of interpersonal issues. There was an instance on my campus where a bunch of pro-Palestinian activists were making false accusations of this Jewish dude. He was a Zionist, but, like, you know, he was a respectful Zionist.
saying he was like harassing Muslim women, all because he filmed one protest we did, which is like, I mean, I have a problem when they're doing it to try to dox people and get people's scholarships removed or whatever. I think that's gross when people do that. But I know Ben Zaitlin. He wasn't doing that. I have no shame in the way I behave and the things I believe. I don't care if I get filmed by my friend Ben Zaitlin. The fact that the way they tried to shut him down was by saying that he was harassing women. Funnily enough, I had very intimate details of the way he treated women because basically all the women I was intimate with, he would have been intimate with before me because he was kind of a slut. um, and
Yeah. So, well, what I'm saying is
no
basically
one had
that
anything but nice things to say about him. So I spoke up for him and I made sure that he wasn't that couldn't stand, that kind of like false accusation wouldn't stand.
well, that's good, and I think that's important that's happening within the Palestinian movement. But I do think it's a very distinct possibility that within our lifetimes, you and I and our families could be very lucky that there is a Jewish state of Israel to go to if it comes to that. And it has come to that in many places.
In the
Yeah,
Western world, you're
and
saying?
that exact line of thinking is the exact line of thinking that's been used against us to justify ostracizing us. So we shouldn't fall for it. With the time we have until that becomes a reality, we should try to find solutions that don't involve subjugating other people and also keep us safe.
Look, I just want to say
Well, that's the
something as
thing.
y'all close out this conversation. Um, to just to touch on the end of what the dude is saying. Um, it's almost guaranteed that you'll absolutely be glad that the nation of Israel exists. Uh, Anti-Semitism will rise again. We see it echoed in the whispers of the left when they demonize people with financial wealth. Um, we see it as a supplement for demonizing Jews directly by doing so indirectly. Um, we see it rising on the right at a rate that is far exceeded anything that we've seen in my lifetime. And it's becoming mainstream. It's being justified um, by saying things like, "Oh, I don't mean all Jews. I just mean Zionists." And this is how the extreme right now couches their anti-Semitism. The left can't object because they've spent the past 15 years demonizing people based on immutable characteristics, and they also demonize Jews through the lens of pretending it's about Zion or, in their case, about money or people with wealth or whatever the proxy is. Um, and so they absolutely will bring about their own demise in this nation. There's no question about that from my perspective, especially when you combine that with their seemingly insatiable appetite for Muslims to be protected, in spite of the fact that they outright tell them to their face that they want to kill or conquer them. Um, and the biggest threat to Jews are other Jews. And I wanted to have this conversation because, in spite of the fact that you're both on the left, one of you has an instinct for danger, and the other one has had that instinct completely bred out of them.
Oh
And
God.
Gyro is just the type of person who believes if you're nice to the bear won't eat you. And he has no instincts for self preservation, and that's couched in an inability to defend yourself, even if he thought the need did arise. And this is what most of these leftist modern Jews are simply suffering from. Uh, there's a huge demonization on the right. You'll hear people like Tony, Fat Titty Tony. You'll hear people like him echo this. Um, it'll be hid in some
On the
intellectual
right,
nonsense.
I'm a left leaning
I
guy.
said the left. If I didn't, I meant to. It'll be hid in some intellectual nonsense about things like international law and shit like that. And all the while, they'll just completely ignore the fact that the enemies of the Jews just never, never adhere to international law. It doesn't even matter. Um, and they'll say, "Oh no, but it does matter." But in reality, in practice, it just doesn't. So the Jews who can should, and those who can't will simply be, the witness to their own destruction. Frankly, uh, yeah.
You say this the same thing about white Americans, those who can't, who can will,
I didn't say will. I said should.
should, yeah.
Yeah, I'm making a prescriptive statement. So,
But yeah, I could have fucking. I mean, I think that Gyro is pretty. Obviously, he's going to be knowledgeable on the topic, very knowledgeable. Even though he's drunk, he fucking, in my opinion, he decimated the dude. But
Yeah.
I feel like that's what the asymmetry I was talking about. Like the dude was just raised to be a Zionist. You know, you
I
remember when I said
I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far. I'm just saying this is June. I think the one thing that I would say, like, of like people like you, Fat Tony. Look, you don't have to hear me say I disagree with everything Infinite says. I say that every time I enter a VC with Infinite. Oh, gyro sandwich disagrees with Infinite. Fucking stop the presses. I think there needs to be more empathy for Zionist Jews and why Jews are Zionists.
I don't know about that.
Why is Zionism
Dude, there
wrong?
shouldn't be
If you're
empathy for
pro,
any nationalist. I don't care if you're a black nationalist. I don't care if you're a fucking Persian nationalist. There shouldn't be any fucking sympathy for nationalism.
I didn't say sympathy. I
so
said
what do you,
empathy.
okay, what do you mean by sympathy for nationalism?
And also, even also,
There's nothing wrong
also
with
the
nationalism.
one sec.
There's
The
nothing wrong. He
Palestinian
said there's
movement,
nothing
the
wrong with
Palestinian
nationalism.
movement, the
Absolutely, yeah.
Palestinian movement
What
is
was your question?
inherent. The Palestinian movement is inherently nationalistic, and as much as I find the way it's been carried out, of course I have sympathy for them. You can have sympathy for a movement that you find abhorrent. Um, I find Hamas an abhorrent movement, but I understand why it happened. It makes sense to me, and you have to have that same level of understanding for the Jews in your country,
All right,
because
yeah, I see what
that
you mean.
is the way most Jews feel, and it's not coming from fucking nowhere. It's coming from a giant history of being kicked out of every nation. It's coming from the kernel of truth in what Infinite says, and that, you know, the only solution the Jews have ever had is by playing the white man's game of nation states. Um, my argument is that we should move on from that. That we should find something better, where we can keep ourselves safe and also not trample on the safety of Palestinian people, because I don't see them as lesser than me. I don't see them as less deserving of safety and comfort, even when I disagree with them. Because there are many Jews who I disagree with vehemently on a great many things, who are near and dear to me. My mother, my uncle, one of my great friends in my life, Rabbi Bakir, who is a Zionist, who I disagree with vehemently, but I know him. I know his heart. It's not. It's not in favor of the demise of Palestinian people. I saw him struggle in his own way in the face of October 7th, because he wasn't gung ho in the way everybody else was, and he didn't want to. He didn't like sloganeering. He didn't like easy answers. And as much as I disagree with him on the outcome, I know he's searching for the same thing.
Why are you talking so weird?
Because I'm fucking shit canned, bro.
No,
The
he's
fuck?
talking like he's a prophet. He's being weird.
Yeah, he's
Being
doing this
prophetic with his
weird.
words.
It's not upspeak at the end, but it's. I don't know. It's.
Pretending like he's talking to an audience. That's all.
I don't know what it is.
I mean, I'm drunk. I'm drunk as hell. And sometimes when I'm drunk as hell, I get all prophetic and shit. Like, fuck. Look, man. Like, look past it. Tell me how stupid. Tomorrow morning, tell me how gay I sounded yesterday. But like,
No,
you know,
listen.
fucking,
I
like,
don't know
before
what
the
Tony heard that made him think that you wiped the floor with the dude. Most of what I heard was just a bunch of personal anecdotes. In a debate, those would score absolutely 0 points.
I mean, I didn't just use
personal
personal
anecdotes.
anecdotes.
No,
We were talking. We were
said,
talking about.
I said mostly. I didn't say it's all you used. But there's a bunch of shit about grandfathers and bricks and fucking all. Like, who cares about all that shit? Like, that's cool stories and all, but not in a debate. So I don't know what the fuck Big Tony heard that I didn't hear. But let me tell you something that's an absolute irrefutable fact. Most of you here have some contention about Jews, and that is a fact. It's becoming more acceptable to hate them on the right and to hate them on the left. Most of you here believe in some conspiracy nonsense or some bullshit about they have this overrepresented influence or APAC or whatever. Hell, we got a retard in here named APAC Twink. So
Okay.
it just is the case that most of you in here are responsible for heralding the exact destruction that I'm predicting. And so your opinions are pretty much invalid. And also,
I mean, so you're just saying they're anti-Semitic. Well, I mean, I think there are anti-Semites in there, yeah.
And so,
all hail Israel.
and
There are
so,
definitely anti-Semites in there, but
and so also, the other irrefutable fact is there's just no separating Zion from Jews. You can try to do it. You can state out loud that you see a difference or some nonsense Narnia shit like that. But in reality, you know it's not true. And the way you know it's not true is because if you're a European descendant and you look at the destruction of the European people under the invasion of the Muslims, which, by the way, the leftists in here, primarily in the form of Gyro, won't agree, but many of you who feel some kind of way about the Jews in here will agree, if you're white. And you know it instinctively. Even people like Big Fat Tony know it because he believes it's true for the Native American Indian. He believes that the Native American Indian has been absolutely decimated. He believes the Native American Indian has been genocided. He believes that these things came from the destruction of their homeland. So he believes something in practice when it comes to another race of people. When he looks at things through this critical lens, this postmodernist lens, this bullshit ideology of oppressor-oppressed narrative. And he just can't comprehend because Israel's been so good at kicking the ass of these 85 IQ fucking Browns. He can't comprehend that Israel is the oppressed because they're literally surrounded by people who would just assume wipe them off the fucking map as look at them. He can't understand that it's just because they're so good at war. But if the Cherokee Indian and the Apache Indian, East and West, if they had managed to merge together and fight the Europeans when they first landed on their shores, well, maybe they would have something other than a fucking casino and an alcoholic addiction right now. And so he can understand that when it comes to these groups, but he has all this fucking nuance and shit when it comes to these goddamn Muslim, these Muslim fucking Muppets. And it's not even considering the fact that these people absolutely have an ideology that is the most destructive ideology on the fucking planet. It is the most abhorrent ideology on the planet. This Muslim fucking belief system, you can call it whatever the fuck you want. It wants to wipe out Muslims. It wants to wipe out other Muslims. It wants to wipe out fucking Jews. It wants to kill or convert every one of you motherfuckers on this planet, and you will pay the jizya, bitch. And so you can believe whatever you want to, but certain things are forced. Certain things are unavoidable, and you will come to contend with these realities.
So my closing argument on the topic would basically be, you and I have agreed that the Likud is a morally superior.
I didn't say they were morally superior. So I don't agree with that.
I
a
just didn't
superior
say
government
I
to
didn't
the
say that I
surrounding
didn't
Arab supremacist governments that are in the region.
I would say I literally told you, like literally my response to that was like governments like the Likud,
Well, let him finish his closing thing. Let him finish it, and then you can disagree.
I just don't want to be fucking like misrepresented. But I understand. I'm sorry, the dude. You're right. I'm drunk and impulsive. Continue what you're saying.
So, and we see the examples of Palestinian leadership that have popped up with the PLO and with Hamas. And so I think that it is very naive to assume that the disbandment of Israel and the implementation of something like From the River to the Sea, a Palestinian state, would be superior, because I think that it would very much so follow course with the inferior governments and philosophies of the region. And so I think it is preferable in any case that Israel continues to exist. And in that sense, Zionism would be therefore preferable.
My closing argument is simple. Something being hypothetically preferable doesn't mean we can't do better, especially when the powers that be, and it's not Jews. To some extent, it's capitalists, but really, it really is just it's anybody about anybody in like Western power. They wanted it this way. They wanted it to be this way, where this is the best we can do. It is a good argument, that's why they shaped the geopolitical landscape this way, because it's a good argument. Sure, the Likud party does fucked up things and believes some fucked up things, but at least they're not the Ayatollah. At least they're not. I literally was talking about this earlier. Who's the fucking Palestinian guy who got drone struck like a year ago? The dude, you gotta know. Help me out.
Not
The
enough of
Palestinian
them.
leader. Sure, the Palestinian leader that got like drone struck like a year ago.
Yeah, you're not talking about Mahmoud Abbas, are you?
I think not Abbas. But
Oh,
honestly,
you're
that actually
talking
looks
about the guy in the Hezbollah dude. In
maybe fuck it. Fuck it.
yeah.
Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it.
It
fuck
wasn't
it.
a year ago, but yeah, that's who you're talking
Sinwar?
about.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
using drones now.
Yeah,
Sinwar.
That
So,
wasn't
like,
Gaza. That wasn't Gaza, dude.
that
That was
just
another. That was the country that actually attacked Israel on October 8th, which you all also
Use
never
better
talk
music,
about, by the
faggot.
way. That was Hezbollah, another Iranian proxy that attacked on October 8th, which y'all forget to ever talk about. But anyway, keep going.
right.
Most
So,
of you don't.
yeah,
most of
sure.
you don't even know that, by the way. But you're
What's
welcome.
this guy talking about? What are you
That's
really
It's-
talking about, brother? Can you just tell me in like simple language what you're talking about, brother?
No, he's drunk.
Gyro.
Sick player.
Well,
The-
the last
the-
things he
look,
said sounded like double speak to me, so I'm just trying to really understand.
Look, the idea that like Likud is better than the Muslim governments in the region discounts the fact that like neoconservative geopolitics like the Likud party is the reason why those regimes exist. The
Yeah, that's
geopolitical
what
landscape
I
was
was
shaped.
arguing.
The geopolitical landscape was shaped in that way because it made wars easy to sell.
Well, let
it
me
made
just
power
pose.
easy to sell. It being
Let me just pose one theoretical to you. Suppose that tomorrow the pro-Palestine anti-Zionist movement got its way perfectly, and the state of Israel, as we know it, ceased to exist and was taken over by the Palestinian people. What do you think realistically is the result that we would see from that? And do you think that would be good?
I here. What the fuck? What do you think anti-Zionism is? Just so
I swear to God, if Dr. Toxic gets us on another semantic argument,
no,
I'm going to
no.
shit
What
my
he
own
just
dick.
said made absolutely zero sense.
No, it did. Let him answer the question. Let him answer the question.
No, it was a perfectly enough question. I swear, if Dr. Toxic gets into another semantic argument like last time,
dude, it's not semantic. You guys don't even know the fucking history of it. Go ahead.
I'm gonna shit my own
You guys
dick,
are
bro.
fucking literally mental IQ of zero.
No,
please be
the
please
dude is
tell
a
me
fucking
anything
formally
stupid.
educated individual who has studied
That's
history.
great. Then they know that the propaganda of Zionism starting back in like 1910 was about a terrorist group.
Listen,
it was about God giving the land.
You're
to
not
Jews.
going. Listen,
Really,
I've
it's
had
about
this.
something
Listen,
else
listen,
completely.
listen. Stop. I've had this conversation with him, Bear. Okay, and I like Bear. He's a good guy, but there's no point in doing this because he doesn't agree with what everybody else agrees is the definition.
No,
of
I do.
Zionism.
I do. See, I
No,
actually
you
have
and I've had
rabbis that tell me
I'm
this.
not going through it with you. I'm not going through it with
You
you.
guys are just low IQ. Okay, I'll just.
Okay,
keep
let
trying to
them
walk slow.
finish.
All
Let
right,
them
go
finish
ahead,
their
go ahead.
conversation. I've had the conversation with you. You and I disagree on what Zionism even is, and you are disagreeing with the majority of people. That's a fact. So let them finish, and then you can interject and completely destroy the conversation with some other nonsense.
Well, yeah, no. If it weren't for governments like the Likud, we wouldn't have people like the Ayatollah, Mahmoud Abbas, Yahya
That's not the
Sinwar.
question he asked you.
No. I answered
He's
it
just
like,
going
yeah,
off
sure,
of what he said.
yeah,
He's
sure,
going off
it
what he
wouldn't
said
good.
earlier.
Sure, it wouldn't be good if like literally all that happened was that the Israeli state dissolved and the new power was the current power instead be at the West Bank and Gaza. If it was as simple as that, yeah, it would be a fucking terrible thing to happen. What do you think would happen if the international powers that be were like Israel? You can do whatever the fuck you want with Gaza and the West Bank.
I
What do you
think we
mean?
would
They
see something
can
much
now.
like, yeah, I agree. I think we would see much like we see right now. I think that what we see in Gaza and the West Bank is, frankly, the extent of what Israel can do there right now.
No, it's not.
That's
Absolutely
insane.
not.
That's
They can get a lot worse than that, dude.
Yeah,
So they are using restraint then.
Yes.
Only
okay.
only because in a certain sense they have to.
Why would they
have
to? Why would they have? The accusation is they've already committed a genocide. The accusation is that they've already violated international law. The accusation is, in spite of the fact that they've not signed on to the Rome Statutes have authority over them under the United Nations to where they can now arrest their president if he sets foot in certain countries. So what would be the consequence beyond what's already being said? And then you just admitted that they are using restraint. So why, if they're intending to commit a genocide? You're just it's just a contradiction, just all over.
Because they would lose all support. They would lose
all support from who?
What, from the U.S.? That's the only major supporter.
Yeah,
there are plenty of other countries that give support to Israel.
Okay, name one that hasn't accused Israel of committing a genocide that's supporting them militarily. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Name it.
I'm gonna look it up.
No, look it up. Okay, yeah.
You look shit up all the time. There's no fucking shit looking shit up.
He actually uses ChatGPT while he's having debates, by the way.
So, yes, retard. Let me tell you something, Tony.
Dude,
I have forgotten more about. Shut up. I have forgotten.
No, I'm literally agreeing with you, Infinite. The fuck, bro.
I know. I have forgotten more about this fucking topic than you will ever know. And the fact that I use ChatGPT to search for sources of information, that's just another Google, retard. The only thing I disagree with on ChatGPT,
I just think it's dishonest.
It's not dishonest. What's dishonest is if you're using AI to formulate your argument. You're accusing me of using ChatGPT because I smash your big dumb hanging titty black ass in fucking arguments, and the reason I do is because I do on a regular basis, And I
Hell yeah.
regularly
You
put
asked
things in
for-
the
yeah.
chat. I regularly put things in the chat that show you in front of everyone to be completely wrong about the things you say. And the reason is because you're a TikTok fucking clown that gets your fucking news from nowhere. And I actually consult the sources of information. And that's why you're wrong literally all the time. In fact, you're wrong more than anybody in my chat. So what you should actually do is take your fat fucking mouth, put a dick in it like you normally do, and shut the fuck up so you can learn something. That's what you should do. Now that's
Dude,
that's a
Do
prescriptive
you really
statement.
think that you know more about this conflict than I do?
I
will
know
shit
way
on
more
you.
about this conflict than you do. You didn't
fucking pathetic.
even know that they fought
I
Britain.
will demolish
Infinite
you.
2
asked me
weeks
a
ago, you
question.
didn't
Is it
even know
okay
they
if I
fought
answer
Britain,
him?
I
retard.
knew. I already knew that. I
No,
was
you're
making the
literally
argument
quoting.
that
Listen,
the
you're
IDF
literally
was
quoting talking
created by three
points from the
separate terrorist
media.
organizations.
I've heard you. You're just
Bro,
quoting
every
talking
time I
points from
just
the
beat
media.
you in an argument, you mute me.
No, I don't mute you when you. I
Every
mute you
time I
when
shit
you're
on you.
trolling. I mute you when you're trolling because nobody wants to hear it. And by
Alright,
nobody, I
so,
mean me.
Infinite, you asked me a question. I have a list of
Yeah,
countries.
Tony, you do be trolling a lot. I mean, we were trolling in a separate chat. Now
One
I know you're
second.
trolling.
Why does nobody want Israel to be the good guys? Like I don't get it.
Because they're
As-
not. United
They
States
are.
isn't either.
They are. They're
So
not
as
committing
I-
a genocide.
Israel didn't
Okay.
attack
They're not the
first.
good
Israel
guys
didn't
They're
either.
not
attack
committing
first.
a genocide.
So
So
Gyro,
does anybody want the answer to
No, just put
Infinite's
the list
question?
in the side chat. I'll look through it because I guarantee
If
you're
they want
wrong.
to commit a genocide, they shut down the water supply.
One second.
And some
No, I'm
They
gonna
did.
say it out loud. Germany.
I don't want to hear
United-
the list of countries. I just want you to put the list in the side chat, and I will go through them one by one and prove that you're wrong or their contributions are insignificant. So, because I happen to know that Israel is not getting anywhere near the bulk of its military aid or weapons platforms from any country other than the United States. So that's why I know you're wrong.
I'm not saying that they will just fucking stop giving them like aid. They will also stop supporting them in fucking like UN resolutions and shit like
Who
that.
cares?
Like
We have veto power. We're literally the only nation that vetoed the fucking shit that they tried to pass against them once before.
And there are also restraints that we put on them. Like there are times where even like even Trump put restraint on Israel and like tried to get them to fucking stop at times. Like remember that one time where this is my favorite fucking Trump quote. I fucking loved it when it happened. Like there was a news reporter caught him after like a meeting between like the Palestinian and Israel side. He's like, neither of them know what the fuck they're doing. Like, he just straight up said fuck on the fucking news. It was great. I can't even lie. I wish I fucking liked him, man. Neither of them know what the fuck they're doing.
That was after the bombing,
Oh.
after the ceasefire happened. I remember that. I think.
Yeah,
so Gyro.
they're
Yeah, after
absolutely
these
like they're
terrorists, Hamas just keep firing at Israel. So yeah, Israel's gonna fight back. Israel's gonna fight back. I mean,
there are plenty of times where Israel started it. There are plenty of times where Hamas started it. If you fucking this he said she
oh
said
yeah,
bullshit.
Israel just started
So-
like randomly bombing children. Okay.
2021.
So
Israel
Gyro,
bombed
I am
Gaza.
genuinely curious,
retard.
specifically when it comes to the claim, for example, that Likud is superior to governments such as the Ayatollahs, and that if the PLO and Hamas were to take over Palestine, that this would be a bad state of affairs. How do you think your friends who you've gone to demonstrations with for the pro-Palestine movement would react to those positions?
I'm very open about my positions, and there are people who understand, and there are people who don't. I've
Okay.
absolutely had conversations with people who like basically mirror I've had conversations with people who mirror my position. There are people who understand parts of my position but disagree on other parts of it, and there are people who are like, how could you fucking say that? More often than not, the people who are like, how could you fucking say that, are not principled leftists. They're usually Muslims who are playing for keeps, and it's a racial, religious issue and not a principled political issue. And I do struggle working with some of them sometimes. It's a real fucking problem.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and that's totally fair.
Understand how
The
people
Jews are the
like
good
the
guys.
dude
All
to
right,
like
Hamas.
like think
Hezbollah.
so badly and have all these racist,
They're
weird
not the
views
good
about
guys.
Arabs and shit and Muslims, but then will simultaneously, like, if you can see it when people say horrible things about Jewish people, why is it that you're incapable of seeing the exact same thing when it's happening to someone else? Like,
Are you talking to me or Infinite?
I'm talking to the dude. Like I don't like you. You just made the argument that settlers coming into the West Bank are justified in their erasure of the Palestinians from the West Bank, and it's fine. It's fine, and that the Palestinians should actually accept it. And that,
Well, hold on. I
dude.
specifically made the statement that it is unfair that in certain regions of the West Bank, it is literally illegal to sell your property to a Jew.
And it's the same exact. Are you kidding me? Okay, everyone else. I'm sure everybody in here knows what I'm about to say.
Yeah, something stupid, probably.
Okay, so you have an issue with that, but you don't have an issue with Israel doing the exact same thing.
No,
Like at a much
I
larger
support
scale.
Israel standing by what they said in their Declaration of Independence, which is specifically that they welcome the Arabs of the region with open arms to be free and equal citizens,
So why
on the
aren't they?
presumption that they won't try to
Why are
massacre them.
Palestinians not allowed to vote in Israeli elections if the IDF reigns over the West Bank? Why are
Can you
none
show
of
me a
them allowed to
source
vote?
that shows that Palestinian Israelis who are Israeli citizens cannot vote in Israeli
I think he's
elections?
probably talking about Palestinians in the West Bank, or are you talking about Palestinians in Israel? In which
I'm
case you are.
saying West,
Because it's
the
a
West
different
Bank.
government controlled by a different people.
Hey, why
It's
can't
not the
people from
same.
one
Well, if you
country
have
vote in another
say,
country's elections? That's a
no, but if
stupid
you
fucking
have
question.
the thing is that there's thousands and thousands and thousands of Jewish settlers settling into the West Bank who aren't even from the middle. Like they're just straight up Americans and fucking French people and shit like that. Like they're not like
Where are they
they're
fucking
just
settling
coming
in, dude?
in
What do you
and
mean?
kicking out the Palestinians. They're
How the
fucking.
fuck
I'll
are
show
they
you some
settling in?
videos.
Which is it? Did Israel blow up all of Gaza? Is there anywhere for
No,
anybody
it's,
to
Fallen
we're not
live?
even
Rays,
talking about
Gaza and the
Gaza.
West
We're talking
Bank are
about
different
West Bank.
places.
Yeah,
You're an
he's
idiot.
not talking about
We're
Gaza,
talking
dude.
about the
Well,
West Bank.
still,
What's
the
happening
West
in the
Bank.
West
Didn't
Bank?
Israel kick the West Bank shit in too?
No.
No.
This is where
To a
you should
degree, but
listen,
not as badly
Oh, they
as
didn't.
because there's a
Gaza.
lot you
No.
don't know here.
Yeah, Fallen
In the
Rays, you should
West
do a little
Bank,
more
basically
research. You're
what's
kind of retarded.
happening, there's a really big
There's a lot I do know,
controversy
though.
fallen in the West Bank where Jewish settlers are moving in, and the Israeli government is basically enabling this, and they're
Not
just
only that,
taking.
they're presiding over the region. They're in the region. They're
Yeah,
But
occupying.
you don't
yeah.
have to. You don't have to do all this pretense. Just say, what is your policy on Israeli settlements in the West Bank? That's it. That's all you
Basically,
gotta
I
do. You
just
don't have
think
to
that
do all
it's
this.
wrong.
You don't
Like,
have to do all this like everybody. Well, not everybody. Obviously, Fallen doesn't. But for the people who have an
it's
opinion,
almost insulting that the dude even like dude, if I was a fucking Palestinian, I would feel so insulted at the very idea that
yeah, you might blow yourself up.
that fucking Israelis should be allowed to move into the West Bank, take people's homes and shit like that, and then they should just be okay with it. Like it's just
When
like
did
No,
I
it
argue
happened.
that? I
That's just an
argued
accusation.
specifically that it shouldn't be illegal to sell your property to a Jew. When did I claim anything
well,
otherwise?
You're making it
why the fuck does
seem
the law
like,
matter if
dude,
they're
you're making it
fucking
seem like
going
a
in
bunch of
anyway?
ultra Orthodox Jews are coming over with their fucking menorahs and fucking
I mean, that
curly
is
hair
kind
or
of
whatever,
exactly what's
and they're
happening.
busting down
Yeah,
doors and grabbing
I'll
these
show you
fucking
video. I'll show
Palestinians,
you. He
raping them,
doesn't
and
know.
stealing
Nobody
their
wants to
house.
see any
In the
goddamn
West Bank, that's
propaganda
literally what's
I'll
video.
show you videos of them beating and killing Palestinians.
Who
of the West
cares?
Bank.
You don't know the context of that beating. Who cares? We don't care. But listen, you're a
I don't need to know the
brainwashed
context of
fucking
black people being
Negro
lynched down
because you
south
watch a bunch of fucking
to fucking.
videos you don't even know the context of. Make your
Who the fuck
argument. And
cares
by the
about that
way,
context?
by the
Lynching
way, when I
people does
tell
not need
this
a
dumb
context.
fucking black ass motherfucker that I know he's a byproduct of fucking TikTok, He proves it every time by going, bro, but I watched a video. Let me just show you the video I watched and
It's
just
not
listen
just
to
a
the other
video.
person.
I've read
Yeah.
books
That's
on
it.
this
Okay,
shit.
then
Yeah.
quote your
That's
fucking
why
books,
I'm very.
moron. Hey, dipshit. Quote your fucking books then. Stop quoting fucking
Every time I
videos.
quote the books, you just say some dumb shit like an
Wrong.
Indian
You've
made
never
it.
quoted a single book. Quote the fucking books.
Yes, I have.
Great, then do that. Stop going, hey, let me just show you a video, because you know what that tells me? That tells me you're sitting around watching videos. Not
Dude,
only
you
that,
don't need
you're watching
context to
propaganda.
know that a
You do
lynching
need
is
fucking
bad.
context. You don't know what you need. You've never been a man out in the world. You're a fucking retard, spoiled rich kid. You don't know a goddamn thing about the real world. Motherfuckers would eat you alive, boy. Shut up.
You're
Infinite, why are you fucking crashing
You're a
out, dude?
stupid fucking black Negro that doesn't
he's
know a
so
goddamn
angry
thing
that
about the fucking
it's one of
world.
the first black people he's ever met.
You
Infinite, this
don't,
is
That is
motherfucker.
this
completely
kind of
Listen,
debate is
lies
exactly
and
why I fucking
listen,
left this server.
listen,
This
you
kind of
stupid
shit,
fucking long titty bitch. I've
bro.
literally
Why are
lived
you?
around. Shut up.
Because he knows
I've
that he's
lived,
wrong. That's why he's so
bitch.
mad.
Shut
Look at
up before I mute you.
him.
I've literally
And now
lived
he's
around
ready to
more
go.
fucking blacks than you have. Shut the fuck up. Who cares about the
fuck are
And
color
he
of
knows
your?
that that's
about?
wrong too. By the
Who
way,
cares about the color of your fucking skin? You're a dumb
knows that that's
Negro. You
wrong.
could just as easily be a dumb cracker, but you happen to be a dumb fucking Negro. But the point is, you're a spoiled, know-nothing, rich-ass fucking kid. You've never been in the fucking real world. You've never been subjected to fucking monsters that would eat your ass alive because your mama married some fucking packy fucking Arab because she couldn't find a fucking Negro to marry. She
Packy
married some
Arab.
packy fucking Arab, and that's why you're in
Packy
love with
Arab.
these
Okay.
horrible ass fucking Muslims that would just assume put you in fucking chains, dummy. That would just turn you up and clip your fucking nuts, you
So
retard.
didn't you say that Arab Jews can't exist?
They
but
don't
Packy
even
Arabs
fucking
can
like
exist?
your kind, stupid.
Packy Arabs.
So anyway, yeah, they are because they're goddamn Muslims. They align with the Arabs. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yes, I realize what they are, moron. What I'm telling you is their mentality. And by the way, they're nuclear armed, which is even worse. You know, the country that was fucking hiding Osama bin Laden for fucking 7 years, where your stepdaddy comes from. Fuck Pakis.
I'm not a big fan of the Pakistani government, but I will say that Israel was saying the same thing about Pakistan in the 70s when they were fucking. Actually, no, I think Pakistan got nukes in the 90s.
They're fucking terrorists.
But Israel was saying the exact same thing back then. They were like, we can't allow the Muslims to have nukes in Pakistan. They have nukes, and guess what? Has the world ended?
Your problem is you've never had a wake-up call. And I could drag Muslims in here right now that
You
would
just
tell
didn't
you
answer his
that,
fucking
that would
question.
tell
This
you
is not-
shut up. I could drag Muslims in here right now that would tell you right to your face that everything I just said is true, that they intend to kill or convert every
Yeah,
person on this
ex-Muslims.
planet, and they will subvert the motherfucking will of the people, and they will use democracy against itself. I could bring them right in here, and they would tell you that.
Ex-Christians say the
By
same
the
thing
way,
about Christians.
people, no, not ex-Christians, moron. Muslims that live in fucking Gaza. Muslims that live in the West Bank. I can bring a Muslim in here right now that lives in the West Bank, and he would tell you exactly what I'm saying is true. So you don't believe these people when they tell you something. That's fine. You're going to get your wake-up call one day. I hope you get it. And to answer your question, you're right. The military currently controls Pakistan. Thankfully, that's worked out in our favor. But if you think for a second that motherfucking nuclear weapons, and by the way, if it ever comes down to the
Doesn't
fact that some radical fucking Muslims take over Pakistan, guess what's going to happen? The United States and probably Israel are, and probably India too, are going to have to invade that nation and take those fucking weapons. That's what's going to happen.
Well, I'll tell you the more likely scenario. is
Son,
that
you don't
if
know
there is
shit.
if there's an Islamic caliphate, if there is like a radical element that takes over Pakistan, the United States government, I don't think they would really let Israel in there, just for optics. But the United States government would work with whatever government, whatever entity within Pakistan is willing to work with them to wrestle control of the nuclear arms and put in a power that's, like a government that is not radical, essentially. Like,
Yeah, more regime change.
yeah, it would be regime change, but at the very least, you would have an entity within Pakistan that would be willing to work with you, which is the opposite in Iran. Like, they just killed everyone. Israel just killed all America's, all the people that we had in mind to succeed, Khomeini.
What it would be is getting control of rogue nuclear weapons from a fucking regime of goddamn ideologues that are hell bent on attacking America or its allies. And yeah, that's absolutely what we would probably have to do. Does that mean there aren't Muslims that are currently in control that aren't more stable than that? Yeah, sure there are. But the idea that it hasn't happened yet.
What about Israel,
Listen,
though? You don't think that'll ever happen in Israel?
Look,
the same
I,
critique
I,
that you
I, I
have there?
don't think Israel has an ideology where they intend
dude.
to take over the world. No, I don't.
No, not to take over the world, but they have fucking radical political elements within Israel that are just as radical as any Islamists, like that have seats within the government.
Really? Well, show me when the last time a Jew has blown themselves up. Just show me.
You know, there's people in Israel that literally want to cause the end of the
Infinite,
world.
the literal. 1 second. Let me actually answer that question from Infinite. The literal Jews you were talking about fighting Britain. I don't know if they literally did suicide bomb shit, but like they.
Great. And how long ago has that been? Great. And how long ago has that been?
I mean, they now are a part.
No,
of
I'm asking. I'm not asking you because you don't even know what the fuck we're talking about. I'm asking Gyro. How long ago has that been, Gyro?
Pretty damn long time since the beginning.
Pretty damn long time
since Israel beginning.
Can we be honest?
The thing that you are not understanding, is because you think that like suicide bombing and tactics like that are simply just the tactics of barbaric people who suck and not like.
No, it's not. That's
that
is your failure to understand what I'm saying, because that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is empirical. What I'm saying is the same thing that Christopher Hitchens told you before he died. What I'm saying is the same thing that leftists like Sam Harris, who happens to be Jewish, by the way, is trying to tell you retards now. What I'm saying is exactly what the Pew Research data shows, that a plurality of billions of people support political terrorism, and they support murdering innocent people, and they support the craziest shit in the name of their religion. And you all refuse to contend with that. You let liberal principles allow you to support people who subvert liberal principles. And it is the most ridiculous thing. It is the leftist position. It is your job to stand up against radical religious ideology. That's your fucking whole stick. But you can only do it with Christians. Because if you do it with Muslims, you know there's consequences and you're fucking afraid. You're terrified.
There's not been a single time where I've been too afraid. There's not been a single time in my life where I've been too afraid.
You are afraid. You're terrified.
Literally the entire time that I was on my college campus, I was constantly like, two things.
Were you on your college campus all nice and safe? Oh, were you in your little safe space? Did you have little trigger warnings? Yeah.
What are you saying? That like because I haven't like joined some fucking Kurdish paramilitary in Iraq that like.
I'm saying you wouldn't bust a grape with spiked shoes on, son. I'm saying when you walk past a bunch of radical fucking browns and blacks, you're gonna put your head down and be quiet.
I literally spent like the MSU at my campus was absolutely getting kind of fucking invaded by guys like that. And I fucking constantly went against them.
Did they pull out a sword and try to cut your head off? Yes, no.
What the fuck are you talking about? People who believe things, or are you talking about? Because like, I'm sorry, in the United States, there aren't just a bunch of Muslims who are just pulling out swords and cutting people's heads off.
Yeah,
people who
really. There's not really. Who's chanting "Death to America"? Who is that?
Death to America?
Is that the Israelis that are doing that? Who's chanting "Death to this nation"? Who's saying "Death to America"?
So what is the litmus for like whether or not I would?
Europe?
What's the what? No, seriously, like what is the litmus to like whether or not I'd actually go up to someone? If I'd go up to someone who's saying death to America, or if
I mean,
I'd go up to someone who
have
has
you
a
come
sword. Wait,
across?
wait,
Well,
shut the
let me
fuck
ask.
up.
I'll
Shut the
answer the
fuck
question. You
up,
asked me a
bro.
question. Do you want
Shut
the
the
answer or
fuck
not?
up. Shut
Are
up,
they even saying
whore.
that to all Palestinians?
Listen,
Shut up,
that
whore.
doesn't sound
pulling
good when you do it. Let's go keep
Shut
it
up,
real.
whore.
It
Like,
doesn't sound good when you do it.
because I'm fucking.
Shut
Okay.
up, whore. No, I
Shut
can't
up,
do it.
whore.
Do you
No,
want the
like,
answer? Because I can give you the answer.
is it people who say shit like death to America, or people who are chopping people's head off with
When's the
swords? What's the
last
litmus?
time? When's the last time that you walked your ass in front of some black liberation theologists?
You're talking about Black
Like 2 years
Hebrew
ago.
Israelite, those guys?
Like
Yeah,
2 years.
well,
Like 2
yeah,
years
exactly.
ago.
When's the last time you walked across some black Hebrew Israelites out
Like 2 years
out,
ago.
out on the street? And when they called your fucking dysgenic fucking Israeli Jewish ass out
I think I was like, yeah. I was like, yeah, dude. I'm one of those
standing
so-called
standing
Jews.
on
Yeah.
stolen ground and being a Jew, which they can't stand more than anything, what'd you
I
do?
fucking made fun of them, dude.
You walked away and you kept your head
I
down.
fucking made fun of them.
So
And when
if
there
I-
were, and when there were people, and then when there were people, when the fucking MSU at my campus brought fucking like terrorist sympathizers like Daniel Kikuchi to our fucking account, I fucking called all of them out. I fucking like told all of them that they were fucking like pushing like terrorist sympathizing bullshit. Like, I'm sorry, like, you don't know my life. If you want to assume
no,
you know
but
my
I
life,
know
fine, go for it.
you. I can judge men very well. And I know
I don't
men
think
that
you
are
can.
fucking.
I don't think you can. I think
I
I
can.
think you.
I absolutely can. Well, I tell you what. Next time you do it, fucking film it. Show me.
I fucking have it filmed.
Okay, great.
The
Let
one
me
thing
see
that
it.
I will say is I fucking sounded fucking cringe and gay. I was too long-winded when fucking calling out Daniel Kikuchi. But
Okay. I want to see you standing in front of men that are ready to be violent, and you're addressing them. That's what I want to see. Because from what I can tell, you all don't even have the balls to do anything about it when they do come onto college campuses, when they're literally blocking Jewish students from being able to get into their dorms or being able to get into a library without having to go through a swarm of fucking goddamn leftard Gen
my
Z
friend
cucked
Zachary's
ass
got the
gender
video.
confused fucking
It's-
haters screaming, from the river to the sea or whatever the fuck they're talking about. You all don't even have the balls to call that fucking hate out. So again, Muslims are a death cult. They are evil in every way that matters, and you all refuse to call it out.
Bro, they think the exact same thing about
Who
people
gives
like
a
you.
shit what they think? Who cares? Who cares what they think?
I don't know why Rat respects your debate tactics so much. You're just fucking
Wait,
posturing.
Rat respects it. What the hell?
How am I posturing?
I don't think so.
I'm saying things that are fact. Do you deny that Christopher Hitchens said the things I said? Yes or no?
I'm not denying that, no.
Great. Do you deny that Sam Harris says the thing I said? Yes or no?
I don't know enough.
Okay,
about
great.
Sam
Do
Harris.
you deny the Pew Research data that shows a plurality of fucking Muslims support goddamn extremist behavior, including political violence?
Some of it conflates different things, but like, yeah, of course, there's like a lot of like fucking there's a lot of radical sentiment among the Muslim population. Absolutely, sure.
In many countries, it's the majority. Actually,
It's not a. The problem with it is that it's not all an equal standard. It's not an equal standard.
why does it need? What does that mean? It's equal standard. What does that mean?
It means like, like there's that Ben Shapiro video that like lists a bunch of Pew Research statistics and like the different things that label people radical that he puts into like that.
It's
big
based on
number.
survey data from
It's
50
based on
countries.
survey data, but it's different surveys. It's different things that are
No,
labeled as
it's
radical.
one survey done by Pew Research. No, it's not. You're trying to critique fucking data you've not even seen.
Palestine never had a river.
Look, all I'm saying here, look, I'm not saying that either one of you, Fat Tit Tony or fucking Dysgenic Gyro, I'm not saying that either one of you are necessarily evil. I'm saying that you have something in common.
Well, he's saying that I'm anti-Semitic.
I'm saying that
is
you
what
And you're
he's
calling me
no.
a fucking coward. You don't know
I,
my fucking
I,
life.
I'm saying that. Listen,
Like I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why I continue to.
Shut
Like
the fuck
every
up.
time I try to
Shut up,
fucking
whore.
no,
evil,
shut
so-
up, whore. Every time I try to fucking talk to you, like I get the same shit. I get straw man shit where you claim to know who I am based on like the way I look or the way I talk. I don't know why I
Yes.
continue to associate with you.
It
And
doesn't
then
mean I
leave
don't
and you
like you. Just
apologize.
because I'm making a
I
judgment
know
about you
I
doesn't mean
I
I
know
don't like
you
you.
like me. I'm very
Okay.
flattered by how much you like me.
So
The problem is that you fucking claim to know me when you don't know me in real life. You don't know my actions. You don't
listen,
know, and you claim a
I don't
lesser
need to
standard
know
of
you
principle that I
personally,
Don't be
fucking
Gyro.
act
offended.
on in my life.
I don't
Don't be
need
offended.
to know
I
you
don't
personally.
respect you because you don't
Listen.
respect me.
I
You
want
don't
to be
respect me enough to
clear. Well,
respect my attestations of
Alright,
my own
Gyro,
character.
listen.
Play
Let
queen.
me
Gyro,
let
you
me
gotta
be clear.
understand.
Let me be clear. Okay.
He's racist.
One of us has lived around very difficult men. One of us has been around men that are absolute fucking killers. And one of us came from a privileged, fucking inseminated fucking background. Okay? That's you. I have
And
been
we all
around
been
men.
around since the
I know what
dinosaurs.
fucking men who are men are like. And I know what kind of man is going to do what kind of behavior. And what I'm telling you is, in spite of your LARPing on a college campus, that when you are put to the test and your life is threatened and you are in a situation where you have to act with impunity, with absolute violence in a vicious way, I'm telling you, that's not who you are. And I'm also telling you, that's fine. You don't have to be. But what that means is you don't have the ability to discern whether or not you are facing a threat or not. And that's what I'm ultimately saying to you. I'm not saying you're a coward. You would probably
Do you also
die.
think white people are facing the
You
same
would
threat?
shut up. You would probably die. I'm not saying you wouldn't. In fact, I'm saying you would die. I'm saying you'd pat the fucking bear on the head all the way up until it ate you, because you don't have the ability to understand. I'm saying you're young and naive. And I'm actually saying the exact same thing about Big Tit Tony, by the way. So don't take offense. It's just honest assessment based on experience. And that's the best I can offer you, because I'm not intending to be mean to you.
You can tell me I'll take the wrong risk. Just don't tell me I'll fucking back down.
You are backing down.
I'm not fucking backing
You're
down.
backing down by the fact that you refuse to acknowledge what the real threat is. That's backing down.
There's a difference between backing down and choosing the and I guess in your eyes choosing the wrong threat. But you don't know my life.
Correct.
Admit that you
I have
don't
not
allow
backed,
me to use the
I
accent.
do not back
because
down in my
you're
life.
offended by it.
What are you talking? I don't care what accent you use.
Infinite is offended by the accent that I use, bro.
Dog,
You
I've
won't
literally
admit it.
sat and listened to you do it for hours. I don't care. I don't
No,
know
but
why you think
why
that.
do you mute me every time I do it?
I have
now?
literally told you in DMs why I mute you. When you start trolling, I have the ability to tell you're trolling.
But it's a social critique,
Can't
bro. I'm not
believe
even
y'all
trolling.
said
I'm not
Geronimo.
talking about the accent. You're trolling when you're making certain arguments, and I can hear it in your voice. You have to get better at trolling if you don't want me to be able to hear it.
Like when I was talking about Arab Jews, that's a real argument.
That's you
bro.
not
Like,
knowing anything, and I don't have time to
no,
teach you.
no, it is.
It's
is
not.
a real
It's
argument.
not. You the fact that you
There's
couldn't.
whole books about this shit, dude.
The fact that you
Like-
would not acknowledge that your exact statement was, and I have it recorded, by the way. Your exact statement was Jews and Arabs are not. Shut up. That wasn't your claim originally. Your claim originally was Jews and Arabs are not distinct ethnicities. And they
No, that's not what my
absolutely
claim
fucking
was.
are, and that's exactly
I
what you
said there are
said.
some Arabs that
No,
are Jews. Dude.
that's what you
It's
said
like
later when I pressed you on your stupid statement. And then I brought Jews in here, one of them who's a Mizrahi who lives in fucking Israel, named Jolly Roger, to tell you how stupid what you said was. And he
No,
gave
dude,
you
he's
gave
just
you
fucking
all the
espousing
history.
racist
He gave you the
bullshit.
genetic argument. He explained to you why you were wrong. And then you still said, no, I know better than you. I know better than the
So
Mizrahi Jew that I'm talking
is it
about.
that the vast
So-
majority of Mizrahi Jews, if you actually look at their DNA, it is almost identical to many of the Arabs who also
And your
lived side
DNA
by
is
side
almost
with them.
identical to a fucking banana, you fucking mumpet ass monkey. So what?
Well,
That's
no.
not. Oh my gosh.
Well, no.
You're literally like 98% fucking a match with a chimpanzee, retard.
It's deeper. It's a lot deeper.
They all
than
come from
I feel
Adam,
like
dude.
people
They
No,
all
it's
come
not
from Adam.
deeper. I can
understand.
fucking clear. I can pull up the
No,
goddamn
dude,
haplogroups.
you just don't get it.
You don't fucking
The
get it because you
argument
don't know
that
the
I'm trying to
science behind it, you retard. I can pull up the fucking haplogroups. I can pull up the fucking studies that show that the closest living ancestor that these are relative that these Jews have are not fucking Palestinians.
I'm not saying that all Mizrahi anyway. I'm saying like Yemenite Jews, for example, they speak fucking Arabic.
Oh my God.
What they speak? They are culturally.
Again,
Arab.
that wasn't okay. Great, great.
Than
Do you acknowledge that Jews and Arabs are two? Great. Do you acknowledge that Jews and Arabs are two distinct ethnicities?
I mean, my argument was that
listen
Jews
now.
exist,
Now
dude.
everybody here that's on this fat fucking
argument.
monkey's fucking side, listen to what he's saying. He won't acknowledge it. It's a simple question. Do you acknowledge that Arabs and Jews are two distinct ethnicities?
Yes, but they.
Great.
Mizrahi Jews are Arab Jews, though.
There are
I'm
gray
an Arabic.
zones. Is what
On my
I'm
mom's
saying.
side, I am an Arabic Jew.
There are gray zones, dude. Like it's not.
Great.
Just
let's
one
see
or
how.
the other.
Let's see how Super
wait,
Eva
Infinite,
Gyro
are you saying
define.
that
Great.
Arab
Define.
Jews
No,
don't
no.
exist?
Defined Arab Jew. Go ahead. Define Arab
He's
Jew.
saying that Arab Jews don't
Be
exist.
quiet.
That was his argument.
Be
That was
quiet.
the original argument.
Gyro. Define an Arab Jew, as you understand it. Define it. Gyro.
Arab Jew is a Jew of Arabic. Arab Jew is a Jew of Arabic descent.
So mixed ancestry, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Great. That's the exact same thing as if you had a black person and a white person. You wouldn't refer to them as a fucking. You wouldn't refer to them as a fucking. You wouldn't refer to them as a black white.
What are Yemenites then?
So when this retard, by the way, when this retard was talking before, he wasn't talking about someone of mixed ancestry. It's not what his original claim was. As I said, I have it recorded.
Why did I do that?
Wait. No, I'm not saying that like it's like.
What are you saying then? Speak. Why are you waiting so long? Talk. What are you saying?
He cut out. I don't know.
I guess he had to Google it. He probably
got him.
Nah, he's probably Googling it.
There's an argument.
People have no clue what the fuck they're talking about in this.
It's actually like it's a huge
Yeah, it's
debate.
strange to me because
If you
Judaism
Google it-
isn't a matter of like genetic heritage; it's a tribal identity.
But I'm saying
Like
that
you
the tribal
could join the
identities-
tribe and you would be as much a Jew as any other Jew.
I'm saying that the tribal identities have great. Oh, sorry. Wait, what the?
Eventually, yeah. Well, if you were a Gentile and if you married a
Yeah, I guess
Jew
I think I woke up my girlfriend.
and had kids, then I believe it goes. Then those kids' would then be Jewish.
Oh no!
I think
If
that's how it
you
works.
join the tribe, you are as much a Jew as any other Jew. You personally.
Well, that's
you
your
don't have to be
opinion.
born
yeah.
into
There
it.
are some people who think
Yeah, but
that.
well,
who
I'm
don't
talking
think
about
that.
blood.
The
There's
Chabad
a lot of
believes
people who
that,
don't
the
think that.
Orthodox Jews believe that, the Reform Jews believe that, the Conservative Jews believe that. What Jews don't believe that?
I was fucking during this argument that I had with fucking debate that I had with Infinite. Apparently, there's a lot of fucking like it's a topic of open debate, like of with a lot of contention within even Israel. Like it's apparently offensive to even suggest that there are Arab Jews because Mizrahi Jews that are associated, Mizrahi Jews that lived in Arab regions are offended at the idea of just being called an Arab Jew.
Because
Some
they
people are
see
offended by the
themselves
idea
as
of being
being
called a
distinct,
European Jew.
moron. How can you not understand? Listen, you come from a leftist perspective that does
So
all this
how
fucking.
European-
Shut up! You come from a leftist perspective that does all this fucking grandstanding about fucking cultural identity and appropriation and lived experience, and yet you're too fucking stupid to understand how Mizrahi see themselves as distinct from
I don't
Arabs, you
believe in
retard.
appropriation or any of that.
I didn't ask you what the fuck you subscribe to. Who cares? You come from a stupid fucking set of
Yeah.
beliefs. I'm
And
asking
I don't
you,
believe
how can you
in
not
identity
fucking
politics.
comprehend that Mizrahis and Arabs are simply distinct amongst themselves?
I'm saying my whole point was that there are gray areas where the identities convert, like the identities
Yeah, when they mix.
not
Yeah, when they
converge,
mix.
but
Yeah, you're right.
yeah,
When they mix. Yeah,
like
when
the
they
Yemenite
mix.
Jews, for instance,
Great.
because
Then how
my
come
initial
black
thing is
people who are
doesn't.
mixed still get to identify as black?
I mean, they're both.
Yep.
And my
Wait,
argument was
wait,
that
but
there are
why? But
Arab
why do they
Jews.
get to
There are
identify?
Arab
But why do
Jews.
they
They
get to
exist.
identify as both? Or why do they get to identify as black rather?
ChatGPT will not tell you. Like ChatGPT, when I
Well, no,
use
I literally,
ChatGPT,
no, I first of all, ChatGPT is like fine enough to like find sources and shit, and also this is literally just my argument. Like literally, what ChatGPT said is literally just like my belief. Like
okay.
when I said like how close are Palestinians to Israeli Jews and ethnicities, said they're actually quite closely related, especially compared to most other populations.
Yes, they are closely related. No one argued that. I said they were
Culturally
distinct.
as well. Culturally as
Oh
well.
my God!
I'm saying
Listen,
the
and see,
identities.
and I want to point out this is showing Fat Tony's ignorance. Okay, when his stupid fucking ass says culturally, he doesn't. He's so stupid. He doesn't understand that ethnicity is partially cultural. That's
Yeah,
literally
I
in the fucking
know.
Shut up, monkey. So when I
That's
say
basically
when
mine.
I say it's a
I
distinct
hate when you do
ethnicity,
this.
what? No, I'm gonna finish
He's
You should
talking,
losing.
do.
That's why
You
he's
motherfucker. I
should
doing
do
don't
it.
this
care
That's
if
why
you
he's
less
hate
often.
it.
You
talking
should do this
monkey
less
instead.
often so you can
He
get
Then
less
doesn't
shut the
listen.
all the
fuck
time.
up so I can finish talking. Why do you all feel the need to interrupt? That's what I don't understand. Just shut your
Because
fat
you're
fucking
being an
mouth.
asshole.
I can be an asshole. Shut up while I do it.
I don't think he's being an asshole. I'm just trying to listen.
So he doesn't understand that when you're talking about ethnicity, culture is part of what makes up ethnicity. So when we say they are two distinct ethnicities, there's no need for him to go culturally also, because culture is implied in the
That wasn't
definition.
even the original
Bitch,
argument.
let
I
me
said
shut
that
you the
Arab
fuck up.
Jews
I told you to
exist.
shut the fuck up when I'm talking. Culture is implied in the definition of ethnicity. But he doesn't know that because he doesn't even know what makes up ethnicity.
But if that's the
So,
point you're making, if that's the point you're making, the fact that their cultures are so similar, which they are, kind of throws a monkey
similar.
wrench in the
Not the,
idea
no,
that
it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Oh my God. This is so stupid. Now I've got a fucking Jew. Okay. You're retarded. Okay. You're arguing that their cultures are similar. Their cultures are similar. Therefore, they're the same. Is when
I
is
didn't say
similar and
I
the
never
same
argued that I
synonymous?
never
never said
argued
they
that
was
they're
the
the
same
same.
either.
It's just that
Great.
like I don't even.
So
I
we
don't know how to have
agree that they are
when you're like
distinct,
this
right?
infinite. When you're like this infinite, I don't know how I have conversation. I don't know how to have
You
conversation with you when
answer
you're
the
like
question
this.
and stop saying dumb shit. Do you agree that they are
Go
distinct?
fuck yourself, man.
Look, you're trying to
No,
you're trying to kill yourself right now, dog. I'm asking you a direct question in a
I'm trying to
conversation.
kill myself. What the
Yeah, you're
fuck are
trying
you
to
even
kill
talking
yourself.
about?
You're trying to. I'm not talking about literally, obviously. Look, I'm asking you a direct question. Am I speaking too fast? Can you not keep up? I'm asking you a simple question. Do you agree that though they are similar, they are not the same? Yes or no?
He's upset.
Yes,
Great.
but
Thank you.
but
That's the
but
entirety
like
of the argument.
No, it
whatever,
wasn't,
man.
dude. I said Arab Jews exist, and then that's how the debate came
Now,
about.
what this,
The reason
yes,
like
but what you claimed initially, Tony, is not what you're claiming now. And in fact, here,
no, you said that they don't.
Mizrahi Jews are
listen.
Arab Jews.
I'm going to settle the argument right now. I'm
Yeah,
going to settle
that
the
was my
argument.
point.
I'm going to settle the argument. If what Tony means by Arab Jews are people that are mixed with both ancestries, then I accept that definition. There you go. Boom.
Most
Settle the argument.
most Mizrahis are mixed with both.
That
that was
doesn't
my
matter.
point.
Oh
That
my
was what I
God.
was saying.
That
That was what
doesn't
I was saying.
matter.
The
That's not
You're
what
literally
makes
doing
them.
the shit that Bear does. You're literally doing the shit that Bear does that
That
pisses you
no,
off.
I'm not. No, I'm not. That's not what makes them distinct.
Then you have me muted for 2 days for saying that. It doesn't make any sense.
No, I did. Listen, retard. Gyro is just wrong here, and you are too. The fact that they have the same. Listen, at point A, they might have had similar DNA. at point B, meaning the results, which are a distinct Arab and a distinct Mizrahi, they may have similar constituent components of DNA. Yes, that's true. But the input and the output are different.
But today,
The same
the
way that I have,
identities are
listen, the
virtually.
same way that I have black DNA, but I'm not black. Can you understand that? Can you?
I
Does
mean,
that make sense to
that's
you?
not the original argument was that I said that
Oh my
Arab
God.
Jews exist, and then you said they don't.
Yes,
That was
and the
what
way that you were
it,
claiming, and the
ethnicity
way
had
that
nothing
you
to
were
do with
claiming
it.
at the time, they don't. Or I'll just go one step further of capitulation. Maybe I misunderstood what you meant, and now that you're saying it's because of people who have mixed ancestry, that's what you mean. Great. But if you mean
By the way,
that
the
it's
other guy said
but if
no
you
to
mean
that.
but if you mean their most recent common ancestor, i.e., the point in history from which they diverged, that being the similarity, that's not the same thing.
The Israeli dude was saying the exact opposite of you. Even he was
No, he's
saying there
not.
is no such thing as like you cannot be both Arab and be a Jew. Is what he said.
No, dude. What he was saying is
I wish I
people
would
don't. He was
record it.
saying
That's
people don't.
exactly
I got it recorded. He was saying people don't race mix. You can go to my YouTube and listen to it anytime you want. He
yeah.
was
And so
saying
I was like,
he
okay,
was
so you're
saying that
saying
they
not a
don't ever
single
race mix.
Jew.
He was saying they don't
Wait,
ever
Infinite,
race
you have a
mix.
YouTube? Am I on it?
Yeah, of
He
course.
has a lot of videos, but
Yeah, make sure you subscribe.
Shit.
Uh,
I didn't realize I was being recorded this whole
what
time.
that dude
That's kind
was
of cool.
saying,
Yeah, you're being recorded.
that dude was saying that if you are both an Arab and a Jew, well, you cannot be both an Arab and a Jew. And and if you
Someone send me the YouTube account. I can't find it.
it's on my profile.
if you are an Arab, then you cannot be a Jew. Is what that dude was saying. Like he was on some actual like racist shit.
Dog, he's a
That I'm not
Mizrahi
surprised
Jew
because
that fucking served in the IDF. Like what? I mean,
what the fuck? I didn't even know that. I guess you have to actually. You have to cite.
Why are you
yeah,
so
he's been on
surprised by people
camera,
like
showed
that?
his
Yeah, you
guns,
have
the whole
to.
thing. Yeah.
Like what the fuck? Like don't think you can't meet someone like that? It's crazy.
Yeah, you can meet someone like. I mean, I guess if you're Israeli, you have to serve in the IDF. But at this point, like saying that you served in the IDF at this point to me is the equivalent of a German dude in the '40s being like, "Yeah, bro, I served in the Wehrmacht." You know, like
I mean, like,
oh, what the fuck?
the complication there is that like look, this is my problem with like people who like aren't Jewish who like kind of weigh in on this. Like, if you are born in Israel, you are mandatorily conscripted.
Yeah,
and the only
yeah,
way to
yeah.
do it
That's
is to either fake mental
have to.
illness or go to jail.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a
Are
good
you
thing.
saying?
That's healthy.
Well,
that's nice.
no.
So you
All right,
believe
so
in
look, Infinite is a retard faggot. I can't stand Infinite when he's like this. I promise he's different when he's around me. He used to whisper to me so sweetly.
Damn,
Dude,
Infinite,
I'm
he
being
brings something out of
totally
you.
so
cool right now.
sweetly.
I literally
Yeah,
just
so he brings
capitulated
something about.
twice in
Yeah,
the
he
same
did. Yeah,
argument.
that
Yeah,
is.
man, he
I've
said
never
like
Big
Infinite,
seen
you
Tony,
deal with
Big
Infinite
this
Tony,
around
ever
me.
like
Big Tony.
capitulate. I've never
I
seen it.
do not. I struggle to believe anyone who tells me that like if they were faced with that choice, they would go to jail and or
Yeah,
like just like
yeah.
fake mental illness. There are people who
But he
do.
still has guns,
Most
man. I don't know.
funny enough, Tony is okay if you like take a sip, take a seat, bro. Like let me fucking finish, bro. Um, in fact, I actually like most of the Israeli punk community will like try to defer actually, usually by like not faking like or maybe this fake. I don't know. They'll find some way to defer, whether it's like a medical issue or like a mental health issue, um, or they'll just face fucking jail time and become ostracized from society based on it. Um, but I don't think most people would do that. That's why Israel's punk community is like pretty
Why is
small
it
because
that
there's
Israel has never had a Mizrahi Jew as in its like
oh
in the
because
high office?
because Ashkenazi Jews basically do see Arab Mizrahis as like Arab light.
That's
Oh, that's why it's
nonsense.
offensive.
That's
why it's
nonsense.
offensive.
Mizrahis are the
why
majority.
it's-
If they wanted to be listen, oh my god,
They're
this
not
is
the fucking majority. That is not true.
They are though.
Like,
They are though. He's right
okay,
about that.
great.
They are
Let's
the
pull up
majority
that
in
fact.
Israel.
Let's pull up that fact.
No, he's right though. Mizrahi are the majority, but that there has never been a prime minister or anything like that that has been Mizrahi. Like in all the upper echelons of Israeli government,
they're
it's
not.
all
I just looked it up on
Ashkenazi.
ChatGPT. Short
It
answer:
is?
no. Most Israelis are not Mizrahi, but Mizrahi Jews make up a large portion. Literally, exactly
Okay,
what
I
I
didn't know that.
Like about like
I did
45%.
not know
They're
that.
like
Wait a minute. Okay, hold up. Okay, that's not true. If they make up 45%, which the answer I got is 45 to 50, who makes up the other 50%? Whatever the answer is, because it's more than just Ashkenazis, it can't be more than the Mizrahi. They
you
are
don't
the
know enough
majority.
about. You don't know
Now,
enough about Jewish society, Jewish culture right now. There's absolutely a hierarchy between like the way Jews are treated.
listen, that's not the
based on, like,
argument. I
color.
don't want you to flip the argument. The argument
It's
is
not me
if
flipping the argument. That is literally what I was saying
if
initially.
they no, it's not. You said they don't make up the
I
majority.
swear
They
to-
do
I
make up the majority. That's just incorrect.
I can't have a conversation with you like right
Why?
now.
Because I'm not
fucking
because I'm
annoying. 'Cause you're
disagreeing with
fucking
you.
annoying. There are plenty of times where you disagree with me and I can have a conversation with you. You're just really fucking annoying.
Okay, I think you don't
I
like
literally-
people disagreeing with you.
Literally, the dude and I disagreed on everything, and like there was not a problem at all.
That's fine.
And he would.
So if I disagree with you, what would you like me to say?
I don't know how to fucking tell you how to like not be an asshole. I think it would like involve like a total change of your personality.
How do you feel about the societal hierarchy in Israel?
Well, that's your feelings. I got no
Infinite? Were you
problem with
even
that.
aware that there is a societal hierarchy based on
So
colorism in
first of
Israel?
all, let me be clear with my original statement. Mizrahis absolutely make up a majority. If they don't make up a majority, you could easily argue they make up the plurality. In either case, there are more Mizrahi Jews in Israel than there are any other type of singular Jew.
Doesn't necessarily make them more popular.
That is
Excuse
me. That is a fact, and that means that when it comes to voting, if they wanted to vote in a Mizrahi, they absolutely could do it.
All right. I don't know. I don't know how to
Why has there
explain
never
it.
been
I
one
don't know how to
then?
explain to you the hierarchy of like Israeli society and Jewish society. You're too
Why are-
fucking right.
Why are
I'm not
Jews
spilling the
richer
truth.
than Mizrahi? They're
Now,
richer on
now,
average
now
than
he's
Mizrahi.
gonna act like I just can't understand as a white man living in the South when he's a fucking dude that lives in New York.
Making a fucking joke. I was making a fucking
Oh, okay,
joke
good.
about you being
That's
too
fine.
white.
Then I'll just laugh about it.
Both of y'all are white.
And I am white.
That is literally
What
the
the fuck
joke.
is the
Thank you,
di-
Giovanna. I'm
What
glad
is
you were
it?
able to understand that. I was worried you were
No,
gonna have a
okay,
stroke.
well, no, I've heard you say that shit, but I mean, what the fuck is the difference?
No, but there. I mean, I don't know. There is
Well,
an
the difference is
argument
I'm
to be
spicy
made
white
that.
because I'm Middle Eastern.
Oh,
You're not
okay.
Middle Eastern. You're peppermint patty.
No, I mean he's telling you.
Yvonne,
that
you're a faggot.
He just told you that his
I'm
mom.
glad
is
we're, I'm
Arab.
glad to be back in Ken's culture where I can call you a faggot. You constantly make AI videos of men in compromising positions, and if you told me you didn't jerk off to them ever, I wouldn't believe you.
By the way, when you're talking, hold up before y'all do the ad homs. Look, let me just say this too. An interesting fact I didn't know that I just read. A significant portion of Israeli Jews, around 50%, actually come from mixed families. One parent Mizrahi and one Ashkenazi, which means that there's even less of a hierarchy because these people are literally intermarrying.
I've literally known people.
Oh my
who've,
God!
like,
Can
been
I
like,
finish
"Oh,
a
you're-
single statement?
You're talking about shit that you don't actually live through."
Anyway,
like, I know.
it's even less of a hierarchy because these people are literally intermarrying at such a high rate in a country where there is actual hierarchies. You don't see intermarriages at nearly that rate.
What rate is it? Because I'm pretty sure it's
50%. 50%.
50%.
Yeah.
It
exactly.
is high, but there's another reason why it's high. it's perceived as also healthier. But there absolutely is also a lot of controversy when it does happen, even though it is like pretty popular. Like it could be popular and also be like something that like bothers people. Like there are a lot of
Yeah,
times where like the Mizrahi partner will absolutely be treated worse by the Ashkenazi partner because they're looked at as like
Oh my God,
Arab.
he's
there's like
making this shit
eugenics
up.
You don't.
politics in
This is
Israel,
not.
man.
This is not just shit.
There's
This is
people
not
who
just shit I'm
think
talking
that
about
they
statistically. This is shit I fucking lived through.
there are
This is
people who
shit I've
think they have low
seen
IQ
In
and
throughout
New
shit
my
like
York,
fucking
that.
family. No, I'm fucking Israeli. My family's fucking Israeli, and also like Israeli Jewish culture and American Jewish culture absolutely interlope because we communicate with each other. We are interconnected. I could have like a chill conversation about this where I could like tell you about this shit, but because you're like in like your dickhead mood,
You
I
seem to be
just want to
chill.
call
Just
you.
say it.
I just want to call you a bald thumb looking fucking
yeah, I
piece of
think it's
shit.
got more to do with your mood and alcohol. And
Jesus,
frankly, I don't
dumb.
think it's your dysgenic ass handles alcohol very well. If you just want me to be honest
Like,
with you.
just say
I
it, dog.
literally was fine like
Ron, you
half an
dumb as
hour ago
fuck.
talking to the dude.
Sign out
I
of my
just
profile
find
so
you
I can play my
so fucking
game.
annoying.
Yeah, I
Just
got
say
it.
it.
No, I'm the antithesis of what you value, so that makes sense.
No, there like in regards to this conversation, like me and like I have as much difference with the dude as I do with you. Like
No,
you're
you
just
don't.
like
He's
you're
on the left just
No,
like
the
you are.
dude is not as racist as Infinite, dude. I don't
he's a liberal.
know.
I'm a leftist. Like the idea that like we're like the same thing. That's just your 85
You're
IQ
more of the
talking.
same. No, son. I understand the left better than you do because the left
You
that you
don't understand the
know,
left better
the
than I do.
left that you are a part of, wasn't even around for most of my life. You are a new thing.
No, it
Any,
wasn't. I mean, yes, it was. They were
really?
just hippies.
No, it wasn't. I mean,
Great.
yes, it was.
Bro,
Describe. Great.
the
Okay. Cool.
progressive wing of
Great.
the
Cool.
Democratic
Cool.
Party.
Describe to me. Describe to me where this left existed under Bill Clinton. Go ahead. Tell me.
Under Bill Clinton?
Yeah. Tell me.
Well,
Since
my
you know so
argument was
goddamn
like
much.
in the
25-year-old.
70s and
Tell me.
60s.
Tell me.
In the 70s and 60s,
Tell
there was a hippie
me.
movement.
He literally was telling you why
He
you should
doesn't know. He's
fucking.
talking about the 60s. I asked him about the 90s.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying that to some, I mean, during Bill
Great.
Clinton, I'm
Tell
not
me
sure,
who the
but
leadership was. Tell me who the players were. Tell me what the ideology was. Tell me about the left that agreed with
Are you saying they didn't
immigration.
exist or they weren't
Tell me
part or
about the
like
left
popular?
that agreed with immigration in the 90s. Go ahead, tell me, since you know so goddamn much.
yeah, I mean,
Right,
the
he
hip,
can't.
I'm not talking about the 90s.
So
But, I
anyway,
mean, there was a hippie
it just is the
movement that was
fact that this
socialist.
left that
No,
this
Infinite.
retard is a
There's
part
literally
of,
always been radical movements underneath it. Literally, what
this
you're talking about in the
left,
'90s is that the more
the,
popular demographic was this like the centrist liberalism, like Bill
it
Clinton,
wasn't
like the
considered center in the 90s, dumbass. That's what I'm trying
from
to tell
your
you.
perspective, because the actual left was outside of the Overton window
No, it
of
wasn't the
mainstream
actual.
politics.
No, it was
I
the
don't.
actual left
I
at the
agree.
time.
I'm not interested. I'm gonna watch YouTube videos and then go get Burger King.
Yeah, go do that.
Infinite.
Go watch more videos and
I
be
hope
wrong
you
about things.
harmlessly choke on a chicken bone and
Anyway,
don't die.
in the
It's just wildly
90s,
annoying
this
because I love
was
you
the
dearly,
left.
but you're
In the
so fucking
90s, Bill
annoying.
Clinton was the left. The Overton window has shifted toward the dysgenic, gender confused, fucking New York Jew specimen that just fucking left us.
Damn it, Infinite. What did
I
you
would
do to
argue the
him?
opposite, where it shifted
Yeah,
right.
you would argue that because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Because now it's okay to fucking be racist in America.
Oh yeah, unlike Jim Crow, huh?
I mean, no, I'm saying it shifted back to the right. Like it's okay to like.
Yeah,
I don't know.
you're
for Charlie
just
Kirk
you're
to
just
be
looking
like,
at a reactionary movement, retard. You started calling all left people fucking racist because of their ancestors, and now all white people rather, and now all white people are fucking racially aware again. Yeah, congratulations, you did that,
racially aware.
dumbass.
You're not gonna say racist, but like to a
No,
degree.
I'm not going to say racist. I'm going to say that white people are looking around at
Racially
each
aware.
other and they're going, damn, do you realize that blacks think that we're responsible for our ancestors? And white people are looking at each other going, I didn't do that shit. Did you do that shit? And they're going, no. And they're saying, well, why are we being held accountable? Well, fuck these people then. Since they think this about us, let's think that about them. That's what's happening.
I
And you
mean, I
can
think
call
that
me
there's always
racist all you
been.
want. I don't care about you calling me racist. I've lived the life I've lived. You can't tell me a goddamn thing about what I believe and what I know. So, like,
Fucking
it doesn't bother
racist.
me.
Any racial realist is racist, bro, by
Okay.
definition.
Well,
Like
then you just have a stupid fucking definition then.
You fucking racist infinite.
Now, if you
I mean,
believe in
Javon is
race, now
racist,
if you
dude.
believe
Would
in
you say that
race, you're
Javon
just
is
a
racist?
racist. By the way,
Now you think I'm racist.
now notice how they've changed the definition of racist now. Notice how now racist is, oh, it's prejudice plus power. Oh, it's if you believe race is real. No, that's not the definition
I
of
agree
I want to
with
racism.
know.
the
I want to know.
critique
So
It's
of
prejudice. Let me help you out. It's prejudice or discrimination based on race. Period. End of sentence.
I
Tony,
agree with the critique
I,
on the redefining racism throughout the years. I argue with my sister on that all the time, but
Great. Well, you
Tony,
just did it.
I know you're
no, I
black
mean
and
my
slow.
sister thinks racism is like white people can't be racist, for instance.
Yeah,
No,
I
no,
know.
sorry.
That's where the
No,
prejudice
she
plus
thinks
power
that.
comes from.
No, she thinks that black people can't be racist.
Yeah, I know.
That's what she
I know.
thinks.
That's where the prejudice plus power comes from. I know. That's
Do you
that is the
with
way that
sister?
your people in the intellectual community
That ain't my people.
exclude blacks from being racist. You say, "Oh, it's prejudice plus power," and blacks don't have power because this country is built on white supremacy, and therefore whites are the only ones that have power. That's listen. I know everything that you're
But
going to say, monkey, before you say it. Trust me.
I
that's
predicted
stupid.
a
Infinite. That's
decade
stupid
ago
black people.
that my sisters, like those types of ideas, would result like they're just not sustainable. Like there can't be double standards. Everyone has to be held to the same standard if you're going to have one. But I mean, I don't think that there's any excuse for white people to suddenly become as racist as they are now. There is no excusing it.
Do you have any examples or anecdotes as white people being more racist than they've been in the past? Or is there an uptick, or is there any data I can look at, or any way to substantiate what you're saying?
Donald Trump being elected president, he would not have been even considered in
I don't feel
2004. He
I
wouldn't
don't feel
even
the
been
need to
into
go into
consideration.
that because it's so stupid. You
Yeah, I mean,
think
there's a
Donald
whole.
Trump? You think Donald Trump being elected was because of racism, and it wasn't an adverse
There
reaction
was a
to
bunch of
like
Mexican
racial
dudes and
liberalism?
white dudes and fucking some black dudes that were also racist, uh, who were just like for differing reasons,
In 20,
differing prejudices.
why
And
would so you view Donald Trump being elected in 2016 as
you don't
racist
think Donald
when a
Trump is racist?
let me finish the question. No, I don't. But let me finish the question. When this is the same country before they elected Donald Trump voted for a quote unquote biracial or black president before him that was voted in by a bunch of white people in this country. You think that Donald Trump is like a reaction to that? I don't see how
Yes.
you can a country of he had to have support by a
Yeah,
majority
it
of
was
white
a
people to even be
reaction.
elected. So you think the same white people who voted for Barack Obama just all of a sudden flipped and said, you know what, fuck this nigga, he's a black nigga, I'm gonna vote for Donald Trump, who's racist? Yeah, you think
I
that's
mean,
what happened?
Obama didn't win in a landslide, man. Like he did win by significant margins, but it wasn't a landslide.
Obama did win
So
in a
Oh my
landslide,
God, what do
dipshit.
you mean? Him versus
I
Mitt
don't, I don't, I
Romney
wouldn't
and him
God,
consider
versus
it
John
this
to be a
dude doesn't even know
landslide.
recent
Yeah,
history
Like
about a black
dude,
it was
president.
a
no,
significant
he's older
margin,
than
dude. But
me, bro. Infinite. This nigga's older than me, and he doesn't even know
Dog,
what the fuck he's saying.
everything
it
he
was
says is wrong.
no.
Literally.
I mean, I disagree with the idea of it being a landslide. Like we haven't seen a
Oh
landslide
my
victory
God.
in a long time in America. That was not like Reagan won in a landslide victory. That was the last
What are you
landslide that we
talking
had.
about? Donald Trump won the fucking every
Yeah, for
state except for
Kamala.
like 3
He
states.
didn't win in a landslide either.
Okay. Well, if you're going by the if you're going by the electoral college, he absolutely did. If you're going by the popular vote, he won a plurality. And he's the first Republican president to do that since like Bush 2, I think.
Since Reagan.
No, since Bush 2.
Let me see.
Again, you don't know. Bush 04. Go look it up, dude. Jesus Christ. I'm talking to a political infant.
I've told you this already. Well, I've told you this before. This nigga's a nigga, bro. It's stupid.
won the.
You are the black people that I talk about, Tony. I mean, you're good at trolling when you're trolling that thing, but damn it, when it comes to and when I'm out of my lane, I just say I don't fucking know, dog. Like, you
Okay,
never
yeah,
say you
yeah.
don't know.
George W. Bush did. So yeah,
By
I'm
the
wrong
way,
about that.
the
It was
electoral
not.
college vote for Obama was 365 Obama to 173 McCain. He won by twice as many electoral college votes, dude. More than twice as many.
What is considered?
Well, yeah. Well, I didn't know it was that much, but I looked at the culture of the time, and people were literally fucking wearing
2008
on.
was considered one of the largest decisive margins in modern political election history. The 08
Well,
Obama.
the official last landslide victory was Ronald Reagan. So I
What are
just
you talking? Who's deciding what the word landslide means? How is something officially a landslide? That doesn't have a fucking metric. To quote Javon, I'm going to use the word in context. You can't quantify the word landslide.
I mean, Ronald Reagan won 97.6% of the electoral votes.
Oh my God, son. Okay, that's fine. Again, you're not answering the question of how you define the term landslide. Why are we arguing about it? It doesn't matter. Obama won by a shit ton. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
using a
yeah.
new
Either way,
phrase.
yeah. He
We're
won.
not
He won
using
by a lot.
landslide. We're using shit ton. And Obama
Leftards,
won by a shit ton.
They go for anything they can get. If they can challenge the term landslide, they will. I don't even know why.
I mean, it's not even it's
Tony, you're frustrating.
By
God
the
damn it.
way, Mizrahi Jews make up over 50% of the current Israeli government.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like everything that I've seen, has said that Mizrahis are the majority, but maybe I mean what he was saying, I don't know, was correct. But there is a hierarchy within Israeli society that's based on colorism. They even have like a eugenics movement that is mainstream in Israel that's very, very, very popular. And the reason that people don't like being called Arab Jews is part of it is because like apparently Ashkenazi Jews in Israel who are racist against Mizrahi Jews,
God, I'm not going to
they
keep
call them
having
Arab
this
Jews.
conversation. They're not called Arab Jews. Mizrahis are not Arab Jews.
Well, I was just giving you some insight on fucking.
I don't need insight.
Internal
I don't need
politics
insight
in
into why you're
Israel.
wrong. If we agreed that the definition was Jews that are mixed with fucking Arabs, then that means that not every Mizrahi is a fucking Arab Jew. Because
Yeah, not
most
every,
of
yeah.
them, in fact, almost all
Some
of
of
them,
them are
like
Persian.
99% of them, are not mixed with Arabs.
Some of them are straight up like, yeah, you can say that like some are not mixed with anything. They're just Levantine, but
No,
that's not significant
it's-
numbers. Like they don't exist in significant numbers in the way that Persian Jews, Arab Jews,
Look, retard,
and other types
this
of.
is difficult for you to understand, and I'm trying to think of an easy way to explain it to you. Look, let's say that we have a number, okay? And that number is 1. All right? And from the number 1, we have a positive set of numbers and we have a negative set of numbers. 2 sets. They both spawn from the number 1. And we'll just go with decimals, right? There's 1.1 and then there's negative 1.1. Okay. They both spawn from the number 1. But the positive and the negative are 2 completely different things.
No, I mean I know what you're saying, but I'm saying that the whole what like ethnic groups throughout the Middle East, there's a lot of convergence within those ethnic groups. So like yeah, sure, you could say that. Oh well, yeah,
It's not convergence. That's not what happened. It's divergence. They started out with a common ancestor thousands of years ago, and they diverged. And particularly when you're talking about and particularly when you're talking about the Arabization of the land. This is when cultural divergence, language, etc., is all taking place. That is part of ethnicity. You understand that culture is part of ethnicity, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So at the point where a Mizrahi and an Arab diverge culturally, that's two different ethnicities.
So what do you think about the Yemenites then?
I think Jolly Roger gave you as good an explanation as you're going to get, and I think he's far more educated on it than I am.
That dude is just fucking racist, dude. Like he
Oh,
sees like he just hates Arabs.
here's
Like
what
he
I
just
want.
doesn't like being
Here's a
associated with
genuine
them.
challenge for you, Tony. And I know you're not going to do this out loud, but do this to yourself. Take a year. A year's too long for you. Take a month and offer up no explanations for anything involving racism to yourself. Take a month and just
He's not gonna
pretend
do it.
that any explanation that you have for anything that you witness is a reason other than racism. And make the exercise so that you have to come up with a legitimate explanation that exists outside of racism. Because,
He,
son,
I mean,
you
you said
lean
that
on it.
he
Arabs are
won't do it.
barbarians.
He won't do it.
Yeah.
He's not.
You
He's a
said that
cornbread fed
Arabs
nigga. He's
are
not gonna do it.
barbarians that are not capable of rational
Listen,
thought. He's racist.
do you hear my
Therefore,
do,
any
do
of
you
his
hear my
views
challenge? Listen, do you acknowledge
are
my
in the
challenge?
context of being racist.
Okay, cool.
So therefore, they
Do you
don't
acknowledge
matter.
my challenge?
It's like your views on black people. I don't give a fuck about what you think about black people. You're racist. So of course they're good.
Oh,
You
Like,
you
what do
bro.
don't
you think
know
they're
that. You're just making
Should
an
black
assumption
people be
because it's
allowed to buy homes in the West
I'm literally a
Bank?
mod in his channel.
like you just asked a fucking a Jew about rather fucking I don't know. Like
Dude,
it's hard.
Tony.
Like you asked a fucking an Israeli essentially, just like, hey, like, do you think that I don't know how to describe. Like you did the
you
equivalent
don't
of
even remember what
asking
I said. He's not an
a
Israeli.
black
He's a
Hebrew
fat
is.
little fucking dysgenic goddamn Jew in New York. He's not a fucking Israeli.
Not Gyro. I'm talking about the fucking other guy.
He explained that shit to you on his own. I didn't ask him shit.
No, well, I'm talking. I'm saying that guy was racist. Like
Well,
he
that's
said that
fine, but you're
Arabs are
accusing me of being racist
barbaric.
against blacks. You don't know my life, son. You don't know how I've
Dude, you
lived.
are. What do you mean? You
Prove
think that
it.
black
Okay,
people are
great. Prove it.
intellectually inferior?
Prove that I'm racist. Go ahead, do it. Show me.
I'm having a hard time believing that you actually genuinely do not believe that you're racist. Like that's crazy.
I believe I'm racist by retarded intellectual standards like yours, where you conflate the definition of the word racist. Sure. By that definition, we're all racist. But if you mean by the definition that I was raised with, which are the primary tenets of the civil rights movement, which are color blindness and racial integration,
Dude,
and the
aren't you from
definition of
Tennessee?
prejudice, excuse me, and the
Dude,
definition of
Tennessee.
prejudice or discrimination based on race, no, I don't believe I'm racist.
I think that you do have a prejudice, and you have preconceived notions about
Tony,
black
can
people.
I ask you
And
something?
part of your
Prejudice is a
frustration with
preconceived
me
notion, dipshit.
is that
Tony, are you?
none of those preconceived notions hold true. So, yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna ask you, are you pro-black, Tony?
I'm pro humanity.
No, I didn't ask you that. Are you pro-black?
Yeah, by extension.
How is it? Well, I didn't ask you that either. I asked you, are you for the black people? Are you pro? Do you want to see black people succeed?
Yeah, of course. Yes.
Do you want them to succeed over other races?
Everyone to succeed equally.
Okay, well then.
I don't want to see anyone succeed over the other. I believe in egalitarianism.
Egalitarianism is not everyone succeeding equally. That's equity, retard. Egalitarianism is everyone
is
having.
everyone being
Hey,
held to
hey,
the same standard.
hey. Let me help unfuck your education. Egalitarianism is everyone having the same opportunities. Not everyone succeeding
No, you're just
equally.
arguing semantics.
No, no. Listen, that's not semantics. That's a distinction with a difference, which is you have the opportunity, I have the opportunity. Okay, here's a perfect example. I went to prison. You went to college. You have a degree that I don't. You're going to make more money over your lifetime than I will. That's not equity. By your definition, that's not egalitarian. And yet, it is because we had the same opportunities. I could have not broken the law. I could have went to college.
No, I don't think so.
What? Oh my God, you're fucking stupid. Dude.
So what were your mother and father
You should
doing?
take your
Like,
goddamn
what type of
computer
family
and
did you
you
come
should throw
from?
that bitch in a fucking bathtub and then climb in there with it.
You can be a white guy that comes from a poor family and comes from, like an uneducated community, and
Who said I
therefore,
come
like,
from
you
a poor?
have
Have
less
you ever heard me
opportunity.
claim that I come from a poor family?
I mean, did you?
No,
That's what
I
I'm
didn't.
asking, like.
No, I didn't. Actually.
Hey, Tony, if you were to talk to someone who is white, who came from a very poor, destitute family, and they still made it, would you feel better?
I mean, and they still made it. Would I feel better?
No, I'm just
No, I
asking
mean,
you.
my whole point is that we live in
I'm
a
right here,
country.
dude.
Yeah, and I'm sitting here with every opportunity in the world, and I chose to go to prison. So you have
But
two people
just
in this
because
chat that go against
Fucking
exactly what you
escaped
think is true.
Appalachia, dude, for a reason. Okay? I got tired of the fucking racists. I got tired of the assholes. I got tired of the goddamn hicks. Okay? I wanted to live my life and make something of
But
myself.
most people,
Possible.
yeah, you can do that. But for the majority of people in your condition, would you say that they did the same thing as you,
No,
or
they
they
don't.
have the same? Sometimes things just line up in our lives. Like
Okay.
for example, for me, when I lost my scholarship, I had a full scholarship from Intel. When I lost my scholarship in 2020 because, like everybody was at home and,
Racism.
like
Racism.
I just wasn't studying as much because I was just at home. It was just hard to learn everything online. When I lost that scholarship, most people would have like just been done. That was it. Like you're done. Like either that or
I
you
agree
get
with
into
that.
massive amounts of debt. And if you don't have the credit score for the debt, then you're that's where your story of getting a degree ends. My family was wealthy enough to, you know, push me through college anyway. They just straight up paid
Dude,
my
it's super
tuition after
easy
I
to get a
lost
loan
that.
for college, and you went to a fucking HBCU, which is fucking subsidized and cheap as hell. And you went to a
Brown Mac
shitty
account.
HBCU.
I mean, you said Morgan State is a shitty HBCU?
Tell you what, let's look it up right now.
It's the
Probably
third
Brown Mackey
largest
College.
HBCU in the
Who cares
United
about how
States.
large it is? So
It has
what?
it has the most. It graduates the most black engineers in the country.
Who cares how large it is? Well, why would that matter?
It's a pretty good school. It's a good HBCU, but
Brother, if you come
If
from a
you're
poor
if you're a
background,
representative of that HBCU, it's not a good school. I'm sorry.
if you're poor, if I'm saying that, yeah, sure, you're going to have some people who, slip through the cracks and they make a life for themselves, and yeah, and there's a lot of that does come from having good work ethic and things like that, where you can steer yourself into those cracks, but there's inevitably some who just don't, like, and that issue is systemic. It's a class issue. So,
brother, if you're poor, you get the Pell Grant. You can go to a state university, end up paying a couple $1,000s over the course of the year, and get your fucking degree. Like, it's not that difficult.
you think it's that, bro? You have not lived life if you think it's that simple.
That's what I did.
Yeah, well, you got.
I came from a poor background.
What do you
Dude,
consider
he's
to
a
be
rich
poor?
kid. He doesn't probably even know
And
how to
I'm
file
not. I'm
FAFSA.
actually, by the way, I'm not a. You keep saying rich kid.
He probably doesn't
My
even know
family
how to file
only.
FAFSA. Okay, great. Did you ever
My
file for?
family
Did you ever
only
file? Did you ever
got
file
the
FAFSA?
money that
Did
they
you ever file
did.
FAFSA? It's a simple
Yes,
question.
BS on your FAFSA.
yes, you have to. You have to file for FAFSA.
You
We
do.
Yeah,
don't
my
have to.
FAFSA
you
covered
don't have to at all.
80%, like just through the Pell Grant and the higher education grant that everyone in my state gets. Um, it covered 80% of my tuition when I was going to a public university. I ended up owing the university like an extra $2,000, books included, at the end of the, like, it's not that expensive, man. You can go to a super expensive university, sure. It's not necessary.
So here's some
Not
fact.
everybody
Here's
has
some
to.
facts on this school. Okay. It provide extensive financial support for students with financial need, with 87% of first-year students receiving need-based aid. Approximately 1/3 of Morgan State's undergraduates come from families in the lowest income quartile. So, federal Pell Grant, you get those. Federal Supplemental Education Opportunity Grants, specifically for students with exceptional financial need. Maryland state grants, residents may qualify for programs like the Guaranteed Access Grant, which can provide up to $22,000 annually, which is crazy, by the way, or the Educational Assistance Grants. Then there's subsidized loans that come directly from the Department of Education. There's institutional support. It says MSU dedicates over 20% of its tuition revenue to institutional financial aid. The J.C. Bozeman Need Grant. I mean, there's just literally fucking handouts, just fucking porn size fucking dick handouts for fucking blacks that want to go to college, and you're sitting up here crying.
Infinite in this state, it's not just blacks either. It's just that blacks, especially in the HBCUs, do get extra. Yeah, I mean, I'm saying it was
They don't get
not
extra,
that bad.
by the way, Bane.
Are you
That's
fucking kidding
wrong.
me? Oh my
Are you
God, you're claiming that
aware?
there
No,
aren't
no.
black
You're
only fucking
you're talking to an
scholarships?
HBCU graduate here, so I
Yeah,
know
yeah,
more
yeah.
about this than you.
Oh
Pipe
my
down.
God, are you
So
fucking?
listen.
Yeah, you said your
why
mom and daddy
is-
paid for
no,
it.
no. Listen to what I'm saying. So if that's true, if you think that HBCUs get more than PWIs, why is it true that Morgan State University, as well as every single HBCU in the state of Maryland, had to sue the state because the state was misallocating funds that were directed towards HBCUs, and they were allocating them, the funds that were for HBCUs, to primarily white institutions? Why did that happen? If that's
Okay,
the case?
no, I see what you're saying. I was talking primarily about scholarships that are specifically black only, or gay only, or whatever. But anyways, yeah, no,
You know
that
you can
actually
get a
did
full
happen.
scholarship to go to Morgan State if you're a white person. Full scholarship.
I am not
Four-way.
sure. I'll
4
take
years.
your word for
Yeah,
it,
how
though.
many white people are going
100%.
there to your fucking all-black institute?
I mean,
Exactly.
you can there's
Exactly.
nothing
I mean,
keeping them from
you're
finding out.
saying
It's
just for
free.
being white?
Yeah, it's a diversity-based scholarship because Morgan State.
It does
If
not
you're black
matter.
at Morgan, you are the majority. So like, if you're Hispanic, if you're white, if you're Native American, whatever, if you're not black, basically, you can get a diversity scholarship
Well,
to
shit,
go
I
to
guess I
any
should have gone to
HBCU.
Morgan State.
Yeah, exactly. You should have. I
I mean,
actually
I went
tell
to
white people this all the
I
time.
actually I went to Frostburg and then University of Maryland proper, but yeah, so I had a
By
good
the
time
way,
at
there's
I
a
tell
hundred
all my
whites.
white
By the
friends
way,
that.
there's 100 white students that go there. So yeah,
That's
There-
fucking hilarious.
There's your
Yeah,
diversity.
there should be more, right? It doesn't make any sense that there isn't more, and it's not a bad school. So like,
No, it's not a bad school. I totally agree with you there.
What do you mean? Who
yeah, I
would
mean,
want to go to a fucking HBCU if you're white? It's
why
literally the
not?
definition of segregation. Nobody wants to go to that shit. You
Well, what do
think
you mean? It's
the
literally
average
no different than a
you
primarily
think
white school. It's just
yes
black
it
people.
is. First of all, you're calling them fucking PWIs. Second of all, they literally do everything they can to fucking put your black ass in the fucking school. You know why blacks aren't fucking in these schools more? It's not because these goddamn liberals aren't out there dragging your fucking asses in there by the fucking nappy ass dreadlocks you have. It's because you motherfuckers can't cut it and get in there. It's because when you do get in there, you aren't able to keep up and you end up dropping out. It's because when you do graduate and you go into the fucking workforce because you didn't learn any goddamn thing, employers are complaining about you. That's why you're not in these PWIs more. These motherfuckers suck your dick to get you into college.
This is purely anecdotal, but what I did notice, I was like a live-in tutor for a couple of years, and when I was going to Frostburg, Tony, um, over half of our students were not proficient in reading or mathematics. Okay, it was really fucking bad. Baltimore County, we didn't have a single one above the 3rd grade level.
But
That's fucking
Frostburg is
concerning
not
to
in
me.
Baltimore County. Isn't Frostburg like fucking 2 hours or some shit like that from Baltimore? I
Yeah.
have friends that went there, and that's like deep in the fucking throes of rural Maryland.
Oh, I'm aware, but I'm saying they still couldn't make it there. It was really unfortunate. I mean, hell, I remember tutoring the fucking football team there, which kind of funny at a fucking D3 turned D2 school. The whole C's get degrees thing, that was a real thing for them.
Yeah, I mean, for large swaths of the total student population of any school, I mean, there's plenty of people who just, they don't really care to try to do their best. They just want to
Yeah.
pass.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm more
It's
so
not just
saying
black people.
No. It was not just black people. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that within for students that came from either Baltimore County, Baltimore City, none of them were actually proficient. That's more
Okay,
concerning to me.
yeah, that's not too surprising.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not.
Baltimore has a very complicated history. I actually have a book about it.
Which one?
Actually, no, I didn't even buy that shit. I read that shit at Red Emma's. You might even know what Red Emma's is. Yeah, look at you.
Yeah.
You know what fucking Red Emma's is.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah.
It's a Infinite. Red Emma's is a communist bookstore in Baltimore.
Yeah, it is.
Well, that makes sense. It's named Red.
Yeah.
Yeah, people. Well, they used to invite conservatives there to debate, and they stopped doing that. I don't know why, but I actually liked that when they would have those debate sessions.
Increased polarization, maybe? I don't fucking know, but
I thought it was the
They
coolest
kept
thing.
losing.
Nah, dude. One thing that you have to understand about the progressive wing of the Democratic Party is that, for one, I mean, most Democrats are afraid of us, and for two, it is the intelligentsia of the nation. It truly is. Like, you don't, like, unless you hang around these people, you just don't know. But these people read. Like, they read.
a good number of them. Yeah, at least the ones that I've encountered.
Pretty much, like, they read. That's one thing that you won't really find is like for example, like your infinites and stuff like that. That's not common in the Republican Party, but Infinite is his level of literacy or whatever. Like him being willing to go out and read shit. That is just the average, progressive. They
Oh my
read.
God,
Are you?
you just
Wait,
couldn't
wait,
be more wrong about that, dude.
Are you speaking more
You
so
don't
to
think
like
that, bro?
regional trends, or
It's
are you saying
definitely the
nationally?
intelligentsia of American society is
Okay,
mostly
let's be
progressive.
clear. 85% of blacks lean left. Do you agree with
Yes.
that?
Yeah,
Okay, great. Most of them can't read at grade level.
but they're not the
Like,
progressive. Most
what do you
black people
mean?
aren't
They are
in
the
the
what
progressive
do you mean?
wing
They
of the
are
party.
voting progressive.
No, but they're voting just Democrat,
Do you
man. Like, I'm
listen?
talking about
You
like the
don't get to
the
pick and
progressive wing
choose.
of the
Listen,
party.
I'm sorry, this is dishonest. You don't get listen. If you support AOC, is that progressive?
Yeah,
Great. Guess what? Blacks overwhelmingly support her. Now, again, can't fucking read. This is your intelligentsia. Hispanics, half of Hispanics support the left.
so you're denying that they use numbers
I'm not
when
finished.
doing policy.
Half of the Hispanics support the left. Although they have literacy rates that are significantly higher than blacks, they're overwhelmingly lower than whites. Then you have your whites. We're talking about mostly women, first of all. We're talking about people who go to a college and are educated with the exact same standard and the exact same ideology. And if you're trying to tell me that all those people who are those women are this progressive intelligentsia, no. What you should be saying is those who are the most impactful when it comes to tech typically lean left. That would
Not
be a
just
true.
tech, but everything.
No,
Everything in
no,
American
it's not
society. I
everything. No,
don't
it's
care
not
what it is.
everything. It's not everything. You motherfuckers couldn't build anything. You
Scientists,
motherfuckers couldn't maintain anything that was built.
scientists, philosophers, academics,
When I say
artisans,
science, when I
artists.
say tech, that includes scientists.
Yeah, but artists.
Who
You know,
cares
like,
about fucking art?
I mean, art is like, what do you mean? Who cares about art?
I
Everyone
mean,
cares
that's
about
not
art,
the
man. That's,
intelligentsia.
it is. It is. You
Oh
don't think
my
that artists are part of the intelligentsia
I
of a
think
given
your
society?
art fucking sucks. Guess
I mean,
what?
we
It's
create
subjective.
fucking. Yeah, but I mean, fucking. What are some examples of some? Well, I mean, I guess you're not even debating that point, so there's no point in even bringing it up. I think you know what I mean when I say artists are
And by the
mostly
way,
left leaning.
most of these fucking people who are right leaning just self censor. Because the fact is, they have to. Because the moment that somebody says, actually, I don't think men can be women, guess what you all do? Oh, you failed the litmus test. You failed the purity test. You're a fucking demon. You're a
That's not
transphobe,
true.
homophobe, bigot. Oh, motherfucker, you're not going to tell me I didn't live the last 10 years. I did.
I mean,
It
it's true to
absolutely
an
is
extent.
true.
For like, there's definitely people who will look at you like you're like some sort of bigot.
Oh my
if you're
God,
not,
Javon, am
like,
I lying
pro-trans.
here, or is these goddamn
But
lefties not kicking motherfuckers out the car for not passing the fucking "you can be a
bro,
woman too" test?
most leftists don't believe in that stuff.
They
Like, the
do.
majority. No, the
Get the
majority
fuck
don't.
out of here with that, dog.
What is this guy? What are you
Great,
guys talking
go
about?
out there
Trick,
and
do you
tell.
think?
Great, you
Do
take
you
your
agree
ass
that
out
most
there.
leftists?
Okay, now we're pretending like something isn't true because you want to run away from it.
What are
Well,
we
Trick, would
pretending?
you agree? Would you agree that like most Democrats are not like pro-trans? That's what I was saying.
Okay,
Like, I
let
think
them
that
go out there
most
and say that out
Bro,
loud then.
Hey,
wait.
Tony, do
I
you
think that they're
delineate
not.
between
I think
leftists and the Democratic Party?
Oh no, yeah. Most
We're
leftists
we're
are
Americans.
pro-trans. Yeah, most leftists
Look,
are.
we're
Yeah,
we're,
the
we're
progressive
American.
wing is definitely.
Hey, I'm sorry. Hey, you asked me.
Sorry.
Anytime someone says the left in America, 90% of the time they're just referring to Democrats because that's all. We're a two-party system. If you're not, then you're referring to a Republican. And most Democrats are pro-trans. I don't know why I would ever say that we're not.
Yeah, I just asked that just to understand where he's coming from here. Most Democrats I know are pro-trans at least, but I mean, especially the more
I mean, it
progressive
depends on
wing
what you
of
mean
it.
by pro-trans. Most Democrats running for positions of power think that trans people exist and that we should respect their claim that they experience a different gender.
Okay. Yeah.
And that
Right.
and that if they're in prisons, that they, if decided by a doctor and a judge, it's medically necessary, should be given surgery under the taxpayer's dime. That is the current position from the last person that ran for office for the Democrat Party.
Yes.
Said on the taxpayer's dime. That's not even popular.
Oh,
that's the person that Democrats just voted for. I and you, if you voted for Kamala Harris, just voted for a person with that position, and she got 48% of the country's vote. I would say 48% of the country is pretty popular.
Yeah, but I'm saying that not everyone agrees.
Not everyone agrees with anything.
The thing is that I'm saying like it. Yeah, sure. Like I think most Democrats do agree. Like trans people should have the right to exist, but most trans like to say that
Republicans aren't arguing they don't have the right to exist.
they are, bro.
Oh my God, that's
Dude,
not
you're
true. I mean, the
delusional, bro.
majority of Republicans are absolutely
Look,
not
dude,
arguing that.
Like, I don't know
dude,
why.
most
Y'all
most
complain about
Republicans.
me, but when y'all
I'm not
get to
saying they want to
trans,
kill
y'all are
trans
all
people. I'm
for it.
saying
It's
that
so
they
stupid.
shouldn't be like Republicans think that trans people
Dude, no,
should be
Republicans
recognized.
just no, dude, Republicans just want to say, yeah, well, yeah, right. You're saying right again. Republicans just want to be able to say, "Fuck you," and not have the entire world around them come like crashing down on top of them. And that's what it seems like happens when like some trans person is like, "Oh, it's she they," and some redneck is like, "Man, I don't give a fuck," and then like calls them something derogatory, like, "Who gives a fuck?"
Here's what I'm telling you, Big Fat Tony. If you don't respect a motherfucker's pronouns and you dead name a motherfucker, you don't even have to talk about the ideology. You will be ostracized from many political circles. Not all,
Yeah, I mean, if you
but
dead name them on purpose, yeah. But
okay.
I guess there's no way of telling sometimes whether
Literally
you're doing it on purpose or not.
literally unwords from 1984.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really bad, dude.
I think there's a lot of
I don't know why
nuance
we
in the
care, dude.
Democratic Party in regards to trans issues, but I do think that yeah, like most, if you're just looking at it black and white, yeah, like most Democrats
What do you mean
believe in
black and
their.
white, dude? Like me and you just voted for a candidate that, in an interview, said, "Yeah, I agree with the judge's decision to use taxpayer dollars for these surgeries." I mean, that's just
Oh, you're talking about like for military vets.
for no
For inmates too, if I'm correct.
for
Yeah.
inmates. Yeah, for
Yeah.
inmates. Yeah, federal
I
prison
think
inmates.
Kamala just says like fucking what. I'm not a big Kamala fan, by the way. I mean, in case you couldn't tell, but I think Kamala just says
Oh, that's a
whatever the
bad
fuck
position.
she thinks. So you don't. I mean, I don't like
I
that
mean,
she
I
fucking
agree
supported the
with
genocide. She
I
fucking
agree with what Kamala. I don't believe a genocide's happening. I agree
okay.
with
All
Kamala
right. Well,
with what she said in the interview, which is, this judge is saying, "I'm not a mental health professional," and in all other situations, we would say if a mental health professional deems this life-saving care, we give that to federal inmates so that they don't die on taxpayer dollars. And because we don't want the state to potentially indirectly or directly cause the death of somebody, we rule in favor of this mental health professional because I'm not. And I feel like that's more so the position Democrats should take, and that Kamala was saying.
And
it's
by the
crazy
way, it
that you
doesn't
don't
really matter
believe that a
what
whole
Kamala's
genocide
actual
is not
position is,
happening.
by the way. It only matters what the policy is. Like, she may not believe in this shit at all. In fact, I
I don't
I
think
find
she
I find
does.
it very difficult to believe she fucking does any more than Obama believed in gay marriage. But as far as supporting it as a policy, um, yeah, I think she thought the right thing to do for whatever reason was to support it as a policy. And uh, and by the way, that's fine if you support it as a policy. I don't support it as a policy. I think it's a terrible policy.
Well, Infinite, wouldn't that lean more into the party's leanings then?
What do you mean?
If she thought it was a tactical move
You
alone,
guys should play Cyberpunk.
Well,
that would support what you were saying.
Yeah,
is
I
my
mean,
point.
listen, I think politicians
Correct.
do this all the time, right? I think the average
yeah,
politician is not conduct. Like when you listen to AOC talk recently about foreign policy, like it's just clear that she's not thinking about foreign policy at all. She doesn't really care because when she talks about social justice policies, she's very firm, she's very clear, she talks about it in a very fluent way. When she talked about foreign policy shit, like she just had no clue. And that's fine. I think her focus is on these more domestic and social justice issues specifically. Um, and so she's going to have to adopt a foreign policy. I don't think her foreign policy will just completely be based on her opinion. In fact, I don't think it would be a good idea to base your policy on just your opinion. I think that's like if you're trying to
Yeah,
represent
that's
a certain
politics number one.
constituency. Well, listen, I'm
Yeah,
not saying that you should vote against, or not vote, but support policies that go against your moral beliefs. But if you're just kind of morally agnostic on a certain issue and you're representing a certain constituency, then definitionally, I think you should try to represent them in some way. Maybe not to the level of like being a populist, but yeah, or you
do you
shouldn't
think that
actively
Kamala
oppose them.
actually supports Israel, or she's just like,
Yes, because I think Kamala Harris is smart, and I think anyone who's smart supports Israel.
okay, oh,
And since Trump, who I think is dumb, supports Israel, and Kamala is smarter than him, then that means she definitely supports Israel, maybe more than he does.
I think
do you
this
think we
next
would be
president,
invading Iran under her?
I think the next
Invading or
president
no?
is going to be incredibly. I think the next right-leaning Republican nominee is going to be pressed hard about Israel, and I think the
Yeah,
left will also
I think
be
both. Yeah,
pressed about Israel, and I think the left will capitulate, even though it's more popular, and the right should capitulate. I think the left will absolutely be the first to come out and just completely criticize Israel in a way that we've never seen before. And I think that'll actually be a smart move in terms of
JFK did.
in terms of getting elected. No, I said that we've never seen before.
Okay,
And I think that'll be a smart move. And I think the right will hold on to the idea of not doing it. And I think the right doesn't yet understand how many people on the right have been disillusioned with Israel and have bought into the conspiracies and everything else. I don't think the right understands this. I'm going to be honest.
do you think that it's all just conspiracies, and like, is it really all just like just nonsense, or you don't think there's
Yeah.
any sort of any validity in the idea that maybe, like, for
Listen,
example, like APAC has a lot of influence?
I'll tell you where I think the listen. If you I can break down the APAC argument. If you break down the APAC argument, it doesn't make sense. But what I'll just tell you instead is this: the moment that you leave the boundary of criticizing Israel's policy in whatever regard you want to criticize it, I think you're probably walking into a doorway of conspiracies. Yeah, I think the moment that you say anything other than, I think as soon as you start talking about Jewish influence and all that shit, yeah, you're in conspiracy territory. I
Well, I
really
mean, Israel is a foreign entity, right? And I mean, what if Britain does do this, by the way, but to a lesser extent. What if Britain was just
I've
like
literally
pumping
had
money
this
into
exact
our?
conversation with you. What did I tell you last time about APAC? Let's see if you can recall information.
Shit, I mean, I'm tired right now, so I don't remember exactly
APAC
what
is
you
not a foreign
said.
entity. APAC is made up of Americans. Americans.
But you don't think that they advocate for policies that are
Mutually
directly
beneficial?
aligned
Yeah,
with
that's their exact claim.
Israeli interest? Like the AFD, for instance. Like, at least for me, I expected once this whole conflict began, I thought the AFD was going to come out and be like, "Yo, like, Israel is committing a genocide," or like this could be the beginnings of a genocide, because at that time nobody was sure. This could be the beginnings of genocide. Everyone needs to step back.
Because
But instead, they said
because
the
it is
opposite.
a legal term that needs a finding in a court of law for the 7th time. I've told you this.
I know, but like I think everyone with a brain was like, shit, like they just did this to Israel. Like Israel might just actually commit a genocide against them. Everyone who knew anything about the conflict collectively was like, shit, like. And then once Biden went in there and flooded Israel with weapons, the entire left wing of the Democratic Party was like, what the fuck are you like? This is the time where, like, you step in and you mediate, maybe even, you help Israel to maybe, like, overthrow
Bro,
Hamas,
dude, what are you
but
yapping
you don't
about, bro?
fucking you
Look,
don't
dude, Israel's great, bro. There you go. End of story.
I mean, I don't know, dude. I mean, I'm not really surprised that you
It's
you
okay,
think
dude. I
that
do know.
you were weren't you the one like not too long ago saying that I'm a disgusting black what was it that you said? I forgot. You said
Oh
some
heck, dude,
racist
bro.
shit.
Whatever it was probably true.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know, like you having inherently racist views in that regard,
God.
it just kind of invalidates.
I bet if you took
in
my
mind,
challenge
at least.
about not explaining things through racism for a
Tell
month,
me
that your head would explode.
what.
I mean, I'm saying that he said something inherently racist in another conversation we had,
What did I?
and I wasn't expecting it
What is
because
it?
I
What's
thought that he was like a left-leaning guy too.
Yeah,
But I
what's
guess like
racist
you can
about
be
it?
racist and be on the left. I don't know, but it's just not every day that you bump into
What did I
racist
say
people
that's
on the
racist?
left.
What did I say? Dude, what did I say that's racist?
You were saying that I'm a. I don't think you said that. I don't think you said monkey, but you said something about me being a low IQ black something. I forgot because that was
Yeah,
like
dude.
3 4
Yeah.
days
Have you?
ago.
Do you have a Mensa card?
Mensa
Yeah,
card?
yeah, bro. You got a Mensa card.
I mean, no.
Yeah.
Most people don't have Mensa cards.
Okay, so yeah. So if you don't have an IQ test, and from conversations it seems like your pattern recognition skills are not very good.
His
How is it
memory
racist for me to
recall
just
definitely
say
isn't very good.
that?
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
how is it
tired right now.
racist
It's
for me to
almost
say?
4
Hold on,
a.m.
hey, dude, hold on, wait, Tony, hold on, I'm almost done. How's it racist for me to say that I think you're low IQ and black? Are you not black? Do I not think you're low IQ?
Why
No,
is
I don't think it's racist.
me
I think
being
that's just
black? Why
a
was that
descriptor.
even relevant to say at that time? Why was it even relevant to bring up in your mind?
Well, do you think it's relevant if an officer asked me to describe a subject who committed a crime, their
If I
skin
called
color?
you a white piece
Why
of
are we not
shit
doing it now then?
versus just a piece of shit,
Yeah.
isn't that there's a
A
difference
what?
there,
No, I wouldn't
right?
call
There's
you
racial
racist.
animosity
I would,
because
but
I'm adding
I
on
would never
white,
call
right?
you. I would never call you racist. Now, if you said you're a piece of shit because you're white, I'd call you racist.
No, but there is definitively a difference
I don't
between
think
a
you're a piece
white
of shit
piece of
because you're.
shit
I don't
and
think you're.
a piece of
I don't
shit.
think you're.
If I called you
Yeah,
that.
but the racist one is you're a piece of shit because you're white. If I were to
So
have said, I don't like you because you're black, or oh, damn, you're black. Ooh, I don't like you because of that. Those are racist. I didn't do that. I described you as a low IQ black.
Yeah, if he said you have a low IQ because you're black, that would be racist.
But
I'm saying it is
why did
because
he
he's
feel
black.
the need to even bring up me being black if he's not racist? Is what I'm saying. Like if I hate you for
Because
being white, I'll say,
racism.
or maybe I'm saying like
But you
or I'm
wouldn't
being
be
like
racist.
reactionary. I'll say this
Yeah.
fucking white piece of shit,
But you would
and
never
that
hear
would
me
be
say you're
a
racist
racist
for it.
statement.
Dude, listen, Tony. Racism is when you make a judgment or discriminate or treat someone differently because of their skin color. How did I do that? I just described you as a low IQ black.
And at that time, it didn't even make sense because I think I was defending you or something in a debate, and then you was like,
It
"Shut
doesn't
up,
matter. It doesn't matter
you
That's
why I
low
low
called
IQ
you.
for you to
IQ."
say, you dumb
It
blacks.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter why I called you a low IQ black.
Watch this.
But that doesn't make it racist.
Watch this. Tony, do you believe
Shit
that
is so
being black
simple.
Listen, do you believe that being black in America has inherent disadvantages?
Yeah, of course.
Right. So wouldn't that mean it's negative to be black?
I mean, yeah. I mean, if you're
Right. So
racist,
then
yeah, sure. Like
so
black can even be an insult,
then
actually.
according to you, definitionally black would be an insult. There you go.
You know.
Thanks for making the
I mean,
case.
that's how some people think, though.
No, you
I'm
just
glad you're
said it.
acknowledging that
You
is
just
how
said
a lot
that.
of people
That's
think.
You
how
just
you
said
think.
it's inherently
Yeah.
disadvantageous to be black.
Like I've met white people who actually call people black as an insult. Like it's an insult to them. They're
You
like,
just said it.
"Don't be
Well, you
black,"
just said it.
or
You
"Don't
just
be
said
a
it wasn't an
Jew."
insult.
Don't be a
Nick,
Jew
you'd be a
about it.
great teacher, dude.
You just
You'd be a great teacher.
Like saying for example, like don't be a Jew about it. Like that's being anti-Semitic. That is an anti-Semitic statement. Would you agree with that?
Well, it depends. Were you intended to be anti-Semitic when you said it?
Dude, anyone could just say no. Like it, and I actually have
No, but
fucking
I'm
another
asking you in this
Discord of
analogy.
people who actually fucking say dumb shit like
But I'm
that.
asking
And then
you in
when I
this
say that it's
analogy. But I'm
anti-Semitic, they
asking
say
you
the
in this
same shit.
analogy. But I'm asking you in this analogy, is the speaker intending to be anti-Semitic when they said it?
They could just say no, but though,
Oh
like
no.
they'll always
But
say no. In
you
fact,
get to decide. Is the speaker
I
intending to
think
be
so.
anti-Semitic?
Yeah.
Well, you don't know. Well, then I can't say if it's anti-Semitic or not.
I
Hey, Big
mean,
Fat Tony, I'm curious. I got a little idea to run by you real quick. Do you agree that like animals, and by the way, I'm assuming you agree humans are animals, but animals in different geographical locations tend to make small micro adapts that make them a little bit different, yet they're the same group. You know what I'm saying? To not
yeah,
use
of course,
scientific
evolution.
terms.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Right. So, do you think that like the nutrition based off of these geographical locations could eventually, or definitively affect these animals in like physicality, intelligence, and stuff like that?
All right, I know where you're going here. So
You
I
didn't
mean,
answer.
yeah, naturally, of course, yes, but
Okay, so it's possible that the geographical location of your ancestors that differs from mine potentially had you guys malnourished, causing you to be both black and low IQ from one particular thing.
all right. So yeah, I knew you were going there, of course.
But that's possible, right?
Yes, I guess. I
Okay.
mean, yeah,
And if that were
you could say
true,
that.
yeah, and if that were true,
It
and
could
I
create
pointed it
differences.
out, yeah, if it were true, and I pointed it out, I wouldn't be racist.
I would,
I
I
would
think I
be,
would match my IQ up against yours any day.
yeah, dude,
I would actually agree
I'll go,
to take an
yeah,
IQ test together and see who scores
Based on
higher.
the conversations we had, I hope you keep it in the realm of mathematics, son.
yeah, dude. Hey, look, I'll go IQ for IQ right now, and I'll take an edible before and still kick your ass.
I mean, you can think that.
Nah,
Unfortunately,
man,
it's
I
fully,
know it. Unfortunately, I'm
I'm
like,
about to fucking.
I'm like Paul.
I might
I'm
actually
like
switch to my
Paul
phone here.
Moadib Atreides right before he kills what's his name, who I forgot in the second movie. I'm like, no, I'm gonna beat you. You know what I'm saying? I can see the future.
Prescient.
Huh?
Prescient.
Yes. Hey, infinite. Anya Taylor-Joy just had an interview recently where she described the character, Paul's sister, that she's playing in the third movie, and based off her description, she described the character she's at least attempted to play very, very similar to the way you described her, just at a much older age. Obviously not as creepy as like a fully functioning baby walking around a battlefield playing with dead bodies and shit.
Yeah, they man, they did some weird shit with the timeline. I was looking into it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's heavily adapted because so I was looking into it because I think I'm going to end up reading the books, but honestly, I was like, oh, I'm never going to read them, and then the movie and like thinking about it philosophically, I was like, oh no, this would be good just for like the political and philosophical elements that play out in Dune. It would just be good read for that in general. And then I found out that he has a trilogy, like an actual set trilogy, that I think I'm for sure going to read. And then there's 3 more books that he wrote, and I think each one were supposed to be a part of a different trilogy. Or no, one was a part of a trilogy, and then the other 2 were part of the same trilogy, but never got the third. And then we don't have any more from him, unfortunately.
You're talking about that are not Dune?
They're not written by what's his name, the author,
Frank Herbert. No, but
Robert
I'm saying, are you
or
the other
Frank.
books you're talking about? Are you saying the rest of? So there's 6 Dune books.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was saying there's a set trilogy that he wrote. That's the 1, 2, and there's Dune, Dune Messiah, and
Children of Dune.
Children of Dune, and then you've got God Emperor Dune, which is the first book of a trilogy, and he didn't write the other 2 before he died. And then you have the 2 more books that are in a different trilogy that take place after that trilogy, and he didn't finish the 3rd one in that trilogy, and that's the
No,
6 books we have.
that's not true. No.
That's not accurate.
No, these books are they're continuity.
So you're telling me the 6th book has an ending? Because everyone
No,
and
no,
every
no.
like
No, it does have an ending. Now, does it have the ending that people wanted? No, it was obviously supposed to have been continued after Chapter House, I believe. So, to answer your question just directly, of course it has an ending. Right, I know what you mean. Does it have a conclusion to the story? No. No, unless you just believe that the universe is supposed to be left open-ended. No, it doesn't. But but books 1 through 6 are continuity.
okay, yeah, okay, all right, then yeah, I'll probably. And when I say read them, I don't. I read way too slow to have the time to sit down and read unless I'm also simultaneously listening to an audiobook. So I just mean I'll listen to the Dune books. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I got you.
I do buy it's such a gross fucking amount of money I spend for like an Audible subscription, and then I buy an actual physical copy of the book after I finish or before I finish in case I want to read along.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Yeah, no, I was just complaining. I'm just really high at work.
But no, I absolutely would argue that the book is that the books. Look, Chapter House is actually one of my favorite books, and the last book. In fact, the last so the characters between Paul and Chapter House. I should say the characters between Messiah and Chapter House are I experienced them as a loss, like like a real sadness to the loss um, of that story. Uh, I wanted that story to continue, and the transition into the stories um, with children and God um, were good. But it wasn't until Chapter House that I fell in love with a character the same way I was Paul. So I was trying to think of how to be vague. I don't want to ruin it, but yeah,
Yeah.
I'll just say that.
Didn't a different Herbert write more
Yeah,
Dune books? Have you read any of those?
His son wrote them, and I absolutely just I'm such a snob. I just absolutely refuse to read them. I won't read them.
Even though it's his son, I didn't
Yeah,
know it was his son.
yeah,
For
yeah,
some reason, I thought it was his brother.
yeah. No, it's his son.
Has his son written anything other than more Dune books?
Not that I know of, but maybe. But
Would you read something? Is it possible that you read something of his son's that's not Dune, and when you read his writing, it reminds you like so much of Frank that you're like, okay, I think I would read some of Brian. Was it Brian Herbert?
Yeah. So here's what I'll say. I mean, yeah. To answer your question directly, sure. Um, but the reason that I just refuse is because I learned a lot because I was kind of obsessed with it. I learned a lot about his son, and I just came to the conclusion that his son just wasn't invested enough in his father to be the person that should have wrote the books. Now that can sound like really arrogant. I understand that. Um, Basically, his son was pretty aloof to who his father was, and in fact, there's some parallel between the planetologist and uh, Johnny uh, with Herbert and his son. Um, but yeah, he was kind of aloof to who his father was, uh, believe it or not. So
Okay, yeah, never mind, dude. I actually just okay. I mean, I don't know if it's a cardinal sin or what, but I just scrolled through all the books he wrote, and it was like scrolling through a director who just makes like shitty comedy movies is what the covers of every single Dune book he wrote looked like, and I was like, never mind, I support Infinite and not reading any of these.
yeah, I mean,
It just the covers look completely different to the aesthetic I have visually from the movies and from just seeing the covers in Barnes and Noble ever since the movies released because they're trying to sell as many as possible.
yeah. I don't hate Brian, by the way. I just, you know, I know that the way Chapter House ended isn't the way that Frank intended for it to end, but to some degree, I just think that's the art. You know, like it wasn't planned, but I just tell myself that's just the art. That it's an unfinished story, and I can think about it. Because these books really affected my childhood, dude. Like they were very profound in my life in ways that they opened up my thinking and made me see the world very differently. I mean, to put it into perspective, when Dune was first published, Brian was like 20 years old. So, you know, you're talking about the 60s. And, you know, Dune didn't take off right away. Dune wasn't that popular when it first released. So, you know, this guy's like well into his 20s before Dune really becomes popular. And so he just, you know, it's not like he grew up with it as a kid or something, is what I'm trying to say.
I can't find absolutely anything about white scholarships at Morgan State University Infinite.
Oh, I didn't even look.
No, because I knew something was off when he said that.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I could ask a few of my buddies that actually went there. I just, there's no fucking way.
By the way, Trick, the interesting thing And God, I wish they do them. I wish they do. Well, no, I don't. I started to say I wish they do a series of books on 4, 5, and 6. But then again, I kind of don't. But there was only a year between writing Heretics of Dune and Chapter House Dune.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing, honestly.
You're not a big Marvel guy, right, Infinite?
Well, with the movies, I was up to Endgame.
So okay, so there's a scene. I don't know what movie because it was after Infinity War because that was the last movie I watched because I just kind of gave up on the MCU. It kind of just got like too
Same.
much for me.
Yeah.
There was a scene where Thor was like out of shape and fat with Chris Pratt, and Chris Pratt was like, "I'm in charge," and Thor was like, "Oh yeah, you're in charge," and like like you could tell like the energy and the vibe and the non music playing like everyone was listening to Thor instead of Chris Pratt, Star Lord or whatever. But the reason I bring it up is because that scene was green screened with God and Chuck Norris, and it made me laugh. I thought it was fun. I was like, "That's like this is the best Chuck
Okay.
Norris joke
Yeah,
ever."
that's at the end of Infinity Wars, and that's when Thor boards the ship with the Guardians, and it's what
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
doing is it's launching the Asgardians of the Galaxy story, which is in the comics.
Oh
Instead of the
yeah.
Guardians of the Galaxy, it's launching Asgardians of the Galaxy by making Thor one of the Guardians, essentially.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
but yeah, I hadn't seen it. The video you're talking about.
Yeah. No. I just wanted to give like an accurate description of the video because it was good, and because I'm high.
Oh
Very
yeah,
high.
nice.
Very.
At work,
And I'm
high
back
chilling. Okay.
Yeah. I assume you're at work too, Shrek.
I'm actually working. I'm
Oh,
vacuuming
good.
right now, guys. Vacuum.
Nice. Good looking out. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm doing very low level janitorial work right now because the actual janitors don't do it.
Well, yeah. Why would they?
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Is there any other kind of janitorial work besides low level? I mean, it's
I mean, certain things, but
no. It was
like,
meant to just
like,
insult Trick.
oh no, Infinite. I'm going somewhere. I
Oh,
think
okay.
the highest level of janitorial work is that on the taxpayer's dime, actually, where you can be high on the job.
Okay, yeah, fair.
Yeah.
Well, that's me. What are you gonna do about it?
Oh, absolutely nothing. No. I'm praising you for it, Trick.
Oh,
Yeah, no.
you should, right?
Yeah, you're doing the right thing.
I know.
Yeah.
Shit. Take all the handouts I can get in this life, man.
I mean, most of the janitors I work with just smoke on the job and pass out in the back. So,
There is no back. I work in a
even
high-rise
better.
building, but I don't really view it that way because each floor is kind of sectioned the same. Anyways,
Yeah. The doctors catered got Olive Garden catered to us once, and our fucking EVS dude for the department or janitor decided to go out back, smoke a blunt, and he pigged out and passed out in his plate. So I had to give him some wipes to get the Alfredo sauce out of his dreads. That was a pretty cool time.
Yeah, that sounds kind of awesome.
Yeah. No, I don't think he did anything wrong, actually.
Yeah, no,
you know,
not at all.
has anyone ever told you, Bane, thought that you sound like you take dead mice and make them into minifigs?
Make them what?
Little minifigs, little miniature figures, like
Yeah, I've been told. Similar.
Ben Stiller's character. Yeah, you sound
Yeah,
like
I
what he
do.
should have sounded like.
Yeah. I'll take it.
Okay, it wasn't a compliment.
No.
It's okay. Hey, look, I can do it to me. I sound like I peaked in high school. Yo.
I think it's totally a compliment, by the way.
Yeah.
Bruh. Alright, bruh. Is this like that dad who gaslights his like weirdo son? Like, I don't know, dude. It's totally cool that you suck dick. Like, it's totally cool. Okay, yeah, man. Sucking that thing, dude. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, hey, Infinite.
Mm. Yeah.
Infinite. Listen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, alright, I'm gonna ask you a really personal question. You can decline to answer, okay?
Sure.
At what moment in life with 2 kids did you feel like you were a successful father? And what would it take now in life for you to feel unsuccessful at raising your kids, if anything?
Well, I'll just say I think there's a lot of room in between success and failure as a parent. Um, and the boundary being more unclear the
Of
closer you
course.
get to it. That being said,
But
for
I
me,
feel like you can. Yeah, go ahead, actually. Yeah.
I was gonna say for me the metric was were these two humans able to adult independently, get married in meaningful relationships, and have children of their own. So,
So if your kids were like, actually, Dad, I don't think I want to have kids, you'd feel less successful / unsuccessful.
yeah.
What if they turned out gay, but they wanted to do a sperm donor thing?
If they turned out gay, I would certainly feel less successful. Yeah.
Oh, just them being gay, you would feel like you were less successful as a parent.
Yeah. Yeah. I think
Do you feel
part
like
of
that? Do you recognize that from our prior conversations that would be a fundamentally illogical position? But like, I can understand that you would feel that way, but I'm just making sure you would agree that that's like an illogical response your body would have.
what do you think is illogical about it exactly?
I think that I think that there aren't enough environmental attributes you can point to that outweigh the biological ones that are vastly more likely. So you shouldn't feel like a failure because it was something outside of your control. And normally, I don't think it's healthy to view things as successful or failures if you can't control the metric. That's like not a variable you even worry about. It's all about your variables.
Mm.
And like if we assume your variables were all successful and it was just the biological ones that led your son to be gay, then it's kind of an illogical feeling to feel less successful. But I get it because I'm not gay, and I view I feel like a lot of people view their sons as like either mini yous or like you view them as a father, but you're like I can help them be better than me. And when they're less like you, it diminishes that kind of expectation you have going into fatherhood. And that's just me projecting. I'm not a father. I have no idea if that's accurate or not.
Yeah. I mean, if we're approximating as close as we can to something being random, um, and yet, and yet the outcome of said random event still determines success or failure. Uh, when the outcome is less than what is desired, I think it's still logical to claim failure. Um,
Yeah, I mean,
even if you aren't personally responsible for that failure.
yeah. No, if we're doing it off of desire of outcome, then yeah. But then I feel like it's a little. I feel like that desire is a little illogical then, because then I don't know why there would be a desire for like again I would agree with the desire, but I'm saying like the desire doesn't have any basis because I don't think there's anything about a gay or straight son that makes them better or worse. So why would I desire my kid to be this way or that way if it doesn't affect them in that regard? I just want them to be who they are. You know what I mean? It's kind of more like logical based position. Even though I totally agree, I'd rather have a straight son, man. Fuck that shit, man. Fucking come home like, hey, daddy.
Ugh.
Yeah. Yeah, I would be very disappointed. But yeah, I would to some degree. I think I would take it as a failure. I mean, I understand what you're saying though, but yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, where's Javon at, man? I really want to be racist right
I'll tag
That's a
him.
great point.
now. Oh man, the big fact. Bro.
I left.
He usually passes out about this
Oh,
time
damn.
of day. I mean, typically, anyway. Yeah.
And did you ever watch Tenet? If you're a big like sci-fi
I
guy, sci-fi
started it,
fantasy.
and I never. I'm gonna actually. You know what? I'm gonna watch it, and I'm gonna watch the new Predator movie this weekend, or this week rather.
Dude, oh man, look, dude, fuck that movie. And then the movie the trailer is the same species, maskless, doing cool shit. And I'm like, all right, whatever, never mind. But you should watch Tenet. I love that movie. You just look. There's gonna be parts where you're like, damn, what are they saying? I should be able to know what they're saying. And
You told me
no, you're not
already
supposed to
that
know
it
what they're
was
saying.
just
What they're
put
saying
in
is
there
irrelevant.
to be
Yeah,
like a sound. Yeah. I remember when you told me
yeah,
that.
dude.
I
It
thought
was
that
just a
was
bad
really
decision, but
stupid.
yeah, dude, I was really disappointed with that from Chris Nolan. I literally fucking
Cutting out pretty bad, man.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Trick.
Yeah, you're cutting out pretty rough.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
No, what's up? Fucking cut out your face, man. Fuck that, man. Fuck your chicken strips, man. For real.
Hmm.
Man, I just had to rock
Okay.
that
All right.
baby
Y'all hear me?
back for.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Hello.
Yep.
Yo, Infinite. Yo, Infinite.
What's up?
All right. Same question. Would you feel less successful if your daughter was the exact same as she is right now, but from the collarbone to the ankle, she was tatted up, but like the line, like the thin needle style tattoos, where it's kind of like this line leads to this gem or to this flower, and it's all over. You know what I'm saying? Not like blackout or like full sleeve or nothing. The more modesty full body tattoo style. Would you feel less successful, or would it not affect you at all? You don't care about tattoos and shit.
Yeah, I think it would. I would probably be judgmental about that, and I would feel less successful. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
This is so interesting. I'm really asking that question because both my brother and his fiance are like fully tatted up now, and I feel like I've visually seen my parents look at him a different way.
Yeah, I mean, anytime your child does something that seemingly goes against a value that you've tried to impart to them, and they've just either not been captured by the gravity of that value, or they've just outright rejected it, there's going to be some disappointment, I think.
Yeah, I mean, my parents didn't really raise us on the value of not getting tattoos. They raised us on the value of not getting tattoos. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to explain it right now while I'm like this, but do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I mean, there's certain
Like my
things that are
dad.
more fundamental and more axiomatic that you may teach your kids that should lead to the outcome of not getting tattoos. So I may not have explicitly said to my daughter, don't get tattoos, but I would have taught her certain things that would have led her to that same conclusion, I think.
Like my dad has this like little fucking ninja star looking thing on his right shoulder. That's the only tattoo he has. And growing up, he was like, "Oh yeah, like I have one of those like stuff like this, like it's like if it means something that's like a core memory or something, makes sense to have like one here or there type of deal." Is what I mean, like kind of how we were raised. Whereas like my brother has like he has, I think the only place he isn't tattooed at the age of 19 now is his fucking stomach and his fucking titties.
Yeah.
Pretty sure his whole back. I'm pretty sure half of his back is done because he's doing it in 4 sessions and he's done 2. And he has 2 sleeves and 2 leg sleeves. Like, that's fucking crazy, dude. You graduated high school less than 2 years ago, and you look like you've been. Unfortunately, you have the clothing style and tattoo style of a guy who went to jail for beating his wife while he was at his local biker bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
And see, I have 2 parents that neither one of them have tattoos.
yeah. My mom doesn't have tattoos. I don't. I think they're cool, but 1, I don't like needles, and 2, I've never met an artist that I trust enough for them to do their art permanently on my body. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I feel like
Trick,
I'm way too critical of art that I do to trust someone else's art to be permanently with me everywhere I go without, doing something more painful with something more scary because of Star Wars as a child, like laser removal, like I'm getting fucking zapped by a fucking blaster.
What you say is kind of interesting to me, Trek, because a lot of dudes who are deathly afraid of needles fucking love tattoos. I've noticed. I know that might sound weird. It's totally contradictory, but that's
Nah, nah, I know people like that,
yeah.
but those people, be careful. Those people, they like pain but don't like needles, and because when they get tattooed, it doesn't look like a needle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Those,
no,
those
I get
people,
what you're saying.
yeah, those people like that it hurts. They're fucking.
Oh yeah.
Anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. They're out there. Yeah.
Be careful if they cough. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, guys, got fucking mop shit now.
What, you have to work?
Yeah, just put the fucking heavy ass backpack vacuum up. Time to get the mop. Oh, I'm going to the wrong side. It is over here. Yo, Infinite. There's this I think the title's like meat specialist or something, but it's basically just a meat cutting position for this fine dining restaurant opened up in Uptown that I applied for, and because I have meat cutting experience, I'm at least getting an interview, and that is not this Wednesday but next Wednesday. And I hope I get it because it pays ridiculous money for a meat cutting job. So
How much are they offering for it?
so the base pay is 27, and then the
Oh,
cap out is
okay.
32.
That's stupid fucking good for that. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, dude,
I made
sweet.
I made 24 ish. I worked a lot of overtime, but like
Yeah.
my total, I honestly don't even remember my exact on, like I could go find my forms and find it, but I know my earnings and I know my hours worked, and I just took my total earnings and my hours worked, and it was like $24.33 an hour when I was a meat cutter for Texas Roadhouse. So yeah.
Okay. No, that's awesome, dude.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. I feel like if I could do an impersonation of anything, I'd want to be able to do the impersonation of the chicken in the penguin surfing movie. Is that Surf's Up? Is that what that movie is?
Think so.
The Shia LaBeouf one? The Shia
It
LaBeouf?
sounds familiar, yeah.
No, dude, good. Fucking staple of my childhood right there. Hold on, let me look it up.
I like the robot in Big Hero 6.
John Heater and the voice he did in Surf's Up. The guy from Blades of Glory and Napoleon Dynamite. I want to be able to do that impersonate. Dude, actually, I want to be able to just impersonate him. I don't want to look like him, but I want to be able to do his voice in like his roles and in general. Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, what celebrity, if tomorrow book accurate Sherlock Holmes investigated them, would uncover the most amount of wrongdoing?
Oh God.
Dude, man, I need to get high more often, man. I am thinking of banger questions tonight. Like dime after dime after dime, dude.
Who do you think? There is.
Bro, man, something Infinite said the other day has been really fucking bugging me, man. It is that if it was a movie, Keanu Reeves is too perfect. I love him, dude. I want him to be
Yeah.
on paper accurate. But Infinite was like, those are the people that always have like the biggest skeletons in their closet. And I was over here
Usually.
wondering, like, if Sherlock Holmes went through the entire life of Keanu Reeves, are we sure he hasn't just like come around at the back end of his years? You know what I'm saying? But Ellen DeGeneres for sure for me, 100%.
Oh,
It's Ellen.
oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
That
that's
was
my
pretty bad.
for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But that's just because like some blood got let into the water. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, we saw a little glimpse of that, and yeah, no, that tracks.
That and I'm assuming we're not talking about a politician.
Yeah, I kind of leave that out of. I mean, I guess they are technically famous or notorious people, but no, I wouldn't consider that in this equation.
I would really like to solve the Brittany Murphy crime. I mean, not crime, but death. To know if it was a crime. I want to know. Want to know what happened to Luann? Fucking storms, man. Get off my dick. Damn.
Oh God, Maryland matters. This is not going to be a good citation.
Oh, look, unspent trait points. Shit.
Oh, okay. So that case he was talking about, they were complaining about underfunding. Okay. Wait. I don't like this article. It doesn't actually give me any specifics. Let me see. Why were they getting less funding? Oh, okay. I think that they were primarily upset that they weren't getting as much funding as other schools. The school that Tony was talking about earlier. He pinged me with some fucking nonsense, and also they were upset that other institutions that are, predominantly white institutions, right, were quote unquote copycatting what was offered at the HBCU. They just had the same fucking program. This is retarded.
Damn, there's almost no point.
You're wrong. It's
What's
a
up?
fat ass.
Internet PA is broken, and I can't get anyone to do anything about it because no one's awake yet.
The fuck are you talking about? Your internet at home or something?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, get fucked.
I know, right? Which kind of puts a hole in a whole bunch of other projects too, because I was gonna do shit this morning.
But you have the day off?
No.
Are you just working from home?
I don't know. Like technically, it's my work from home day, but I don't know. I like to work in the office when reasonably achievable because there are certain limitations that are less convenient to overcome. That said, if they don't turn on the AC, like now, i.e., that's happening, then yeah, I'll come home and just work from home for like half the day. I don't care.
I don't care. I'll just do that.
Well, it's about getting the most efficiency out of a given unit of time. And if I'm hot, I thermal throttle to nothing.
Break your ass. You should get Starlink.
It's not my internet that's not working, it's the FAM, but that's where my server is.
Oh wait, you can't fucking install anything on your on your roof because you live in a condo. That's right.
I can, I just have to hit the people up and tell them that I'm going to do it.
The test was more fun to think about what the answers actually led to, and I'm glad
Right.
it worked first try.
Yeah, right. So the first time, just put like random shit, and, to kind of get a sense of what happens. Second time, I threw in a couple of actual answers, and it's still fucking retarded. The third time, I answered like a fucking retard, and I got amazing results. So, but yeah, you're fucking here wrong. You need to take this test.
Okay.
What the fuck is it? Hold on. Let me somewhere. My paste in. It's gonna be in the side chat.
Because it tries to answer 10 dimensions, or excuse me, 5 dimensions, 2 leanings in 10 questions. They're like layered. I should probably take it for real, not for play. But I was trying to take it in a way where I could objectively get to at least one high metric, and if that's true, then I understood the test, and then I could take it for real. Answering. My goal
Yours is so fucking bad. That's so fucking retarded.
My goal is to try to answer as strong Hegelian as I could, because people often cite that nobody understands Hegel. So I was like, well, that's the one that's going to be the weird layered.
I fucking hate this quiz so much. It's so fucking retarded.
I was trying to get it in the order that I sent you, but
yeah,
the questions that present in a way where I could get those orders. So I was like, I'm just gonna really see if I can do that. Oh, I did miss
well,
one.
it kind of explains. Yeah, you did, but
I didn't get the Nietzschean. Yeah, but that was the hardest one.
Yeah, which would have been really fucking fine. Well, I managed to get that one, but I couldn't get. Well, I did get Hegelian as well, which is hilarious. But just had to kind of embrace the mind of. Someone I know, I guess. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, right. To be Nietzschean and Stalin, hard. So
he's such a really special.
usually walleyes up at this hour. Not today.
Okay. Actually, I could fuck this up. Hold on. This question we have to. Yeah, that's a retarded answer. Okay. Just random debating. Oh, okay. Okay, that contradicts what I just researched. Last answer. There we go. My favorite is the a close friend has become deeply involved in a political movement you find misguided. They're passionate, sincere, and increasingly unreachable. What do you think is really going on? So retard maxing this test, I go, they found something real that the mainstream is afraid to address. Maybe I should listen harder. I'm going to lean into that. Yeah, so I have to be. Oh, this is a really fucking cool one. It's a retarded one.
Apparently, Gyro crashed out last night and left the server.
Yeah, what happened anyway? I don't.
Well, that was way after my bedtime.
I was passed the fuck out.
Probably same as it ever was. He was, because like he's East Coast, so it was like 2 o'clock in the morning. Mental faculties probably aren't high. Somebody told him something he didn't like at 2 o'clock in the morning, and he couldn't handle it, but he also couldn't log off, so he left the server. That's my guess.
Okay, so I managed to get the Nishin, however, and also Hegelian. That's fucking amazing.
I actually got damn near straight down the middle on all of them.
Yeah, I'm not shocked by that, you fucking retard. But I'm trying to retard max this test personally.
Okay.
Yeah. So the fun part, you're wrong, is to identify like based on understanding of the philosophy, which answer leans towards what. So it's more of like a, if you can min max it in fun ways, you can see which ones are layered in philosophy. To be honest, some of them just stand out as like age old questions in philosophy.
Yeah. I didn't like the phrasing of most of these. They suck.
There is no right or wrong answer. You choose the best one, which in philosophy is subjective to yourself. Thus, instead of internalizing it with yourself, it's more fun to identify the framework. So the first thing you have to do is figure out what dimension each answer is going for, and now that you understand the dimension, what's the leaning of it, and you have to avoid the ones that lean against the areas that you're going for, even if it's in the dimension you're aiming for.
So even if you're unfamiliar with what each individual philosophy generally says, it explains it to you in the end. I mean, it actually sums it up. I mean, there's more to it, of course, but it's a good way to min-max the test. So right now, I'm really trying to like make it. I think I got it now. Hold on.
Welcome, Hart. It's true autism hours.
Yeah, I'm busy doing actual shit, so.
Oh, well, if you're doing the actual stuff, I'm just getting ready for the day. While I was doing that.
This is gonna be a great one. Hold on.
Accidentally woke up Kitty Kitty, so he's running around the house
Kitty.
trying to get everybody else to wake up to feed him. And
Oh,
he's
here
not,
we go.
he's not pestering me because he knows I'm not going to feed him.
Platonus and Hegelian. That's pretty fucking cool. I like that one. We're gonna retard max that. Here we go.
I'm kind of shocked that as America has kind of drifted more towards like a Nietzschean framework, people are still strongly like they follow Plato over Aristotle. Because to me, those two frameworks would follow closely with each other, and yet most Americans still kind of lean on Plato. If anything, probably one of the best examples of what is it? Whenever people say like people are culturally Christian, Platonic philosophy is so deeply ingrained in American culture, they can't break free of it.
I sent you probably my most retard maxed one.
I'll be there in just a second. I just gotta take care of one more thing.
Yeah.
I'm out of sorts. I almost grabbed a gray shirt, but this is a B week, so it's blue shirts.
Oh, B for blue.
Yeah, B for blue, A for gray.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, you know who I should get to take this is fucking Sven. Oh my god, hold on.
That would be hilarious. Oh my gosh, no, yeah, that one's funny.
That I'm gonna make it happen.
The one
Dude.
you took is closer to how I think most Americans would be.
Yes.
The last one.
Yes. That is exactly what I was going for. It's pretty rough, isn't it?
Yeah. So now that you're baselining, you win.
Right. Yeah, right. Wake up, autism. Oh, I bet you Billy will get actually damn close to what I just retard maxed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Zama is going to be some weird existentialist bullshit. That's fine. Primarily. Yeah, those are the retards who need to be kept in containment away from this place, even.
Yeah. People talk about like lolcows, and that's a whole server full of lolcows, but they're they're pseudo intellectualists. I mean, so are most lolcows, but they're toxic, and they bring a whole toxic community with them. I had to change shirts, so I missed you if you said anything.
Or Kitty a couple times being himself.
Yeah.
If you do look and hit me back sometime today, I did manage to get Tony to walk back his claim regarding Morgan State University and the funding disparity. Yeah, it was pretty fucking funny. It went from there's blatant racism to they just aren't funding these programs to they had competing programs, and that caused students to not enroll at Morgan State. It's like, okay, wow, these are three completely different things. And guess what the fucking programs were? Joint MBA programs and comp sci degrees.
Yeah.
That's what they're bitching about. Yeah, the state should just continue to endlessly fund fucking underperforming schools full of coons, right? Yeah, okay. Whatever, retard.
Man, I really wish in the 90s, whenever computer science, so people were like, man, we need more people who can work with computers, but engineering is really difficult for them to obtain. We need to make like a hybrid degree that can get more people in America qualified to be able to work with computers. So they were like, well, we'll make the computer science degree program. I wish we never had done that. The longevity on it. We're feeling the effects now with AI. So now you got people still taking computer science degrees, and they're not going to have a future. Like, sure, some people getting it would be fine, but you join a Discord server in a VC, and if people have a degree, the likelihood of it being computer science is pretty high.
Oh, it's likely that you're going to encounter several comp sci degree holders or people who are currently going through the curriculum. It's absolutely everywhere.
And for the most
There's a
part,
reason I refuse to lean into it. I knew damn well what I'd be getting into.
and they end up being like Jaffa or oh shoot, what's his name? Zama's ex-husband.
Oh,
UK
absolutely.
dude.
Penloy.
Or Felstaff. They're all highly confident in their skills and ability while going through school, but then they don't make it in the workforce.
No, of course they don't.
And the problem is, even though we've seen it happen for, I don't know, how many years have we known each other? 10 years now? Probably.
Yeah, it's time like that,
even though we've seen that from like people starting school all the way up and have called it out, you still can't help somebody like Felstaff.
Absolutely not. He needs to figure it the fuck out. My thing is, I don't think he's actually going to figure it out. He's going to have a certain type of safety net, and that's good for him. I appreciate that. But he's not going to actually have to adapt. He'll just sit on fucking Discord and be a Wignat online for who knows how long. Which, live in fucking New Brunswick or something. Go fuck yourself.
That is what most of them end up being.
Yeah. Oh no, it's the G's. G's. Yeah. No. Yeah. Right now, but the problem is a bit more fundamental than just them importing fucking G's to do your job currently. You chose a fucking industry that's just prime for fucking outsourcing and replacement. I don't know what to tell you.
The hard part is, if they did take a full-time job that paid like an internship, like $40K a year, they wouldn't have any of these problems in like 2 years, 3 years.
Yeah. But they won't do it.
Yeah, each of them refuse to do that.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Tech was just far too risky for me.
Yeah.
So I don't have as much an interest in it as biomedical, so. Oh, wow. Wow. Fucking David really retard maxed the test. Holy shit. Good for him. Here, I'm going to send this to the side chat really quickly. This one's good.
Yeah, the questions I got, I'm gonna have to roll the dice on this. Questions I got, I couldn't have rolled like that.
Hello, Rat. Ooh.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm making tea. I've been making this really flowery tea because I'm a homosexual. I'm enjoying it. The Davidson's Organics shit. And, going to enjoy it and pee all over the place. Oh, okay. Billy took it. Wow, this is predictable. Fucking retard. This is hilarious.
Oh man. Just made it back. Am I bad?
Huh?
No, I just made it back.
Oh, same actually. I went outside and I forgot to turn off the Wi-Fi, so it kind of fucked up on me. Gotta go fill some water. Making tea.
Kids are awake. Kids are awake. Breakfast is good for them. I'm ready. Wipe
Eggy
some
and
shower.
sausage.
What's that?
Eggy and sausage.
Eggy and sausage. Yeah, actually.
Are they halal sausages?
Oh, yeah. I had to
Okay,
make
good.
sure it's the suffering.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't care about it being pork versus not. I care if the animal suffered.
Right.
Give me a minute.
I was kind of shocked Iran came in. Usually his whole thing about waking up is what do you call it? He works out in the morning.
See, actually.
Well, I don't know. He's not. You know him with like data privacy and stuff. He doesn't want to. Anyways, his data privacy stuff is kind of all over the place. I don't know. He doesn't take pictures whenever he does it, or record, or like live stream or anything. I guess is my point. Not like a lot of people who quote unquote live on Discord. The most that we get is him walking in the evenings. Me, his hours are 8 to 5 at work. My hours are 7 to 4. So I head in earlier and I wake up earlier because kids. So actually, it's just easier for me to do 7 to 4. And kids' after-school programs usually end at 4, so I can run around and pick them up.
I'm listening. Just give me a sec before I can open mic again.
Eight to 5 was tricky. Tricky. Let's see if there's any Monday morning accidents.
There are always accidents in the morning, especially of the Monday. But I mean, not really where I am, but I've only hit traffic like once where I am. It's pretty nice. You don't live that far away from your workplace, anyways.
I don't. It's the people who are commuting like 2 hours away to be at work at 7 o'clock in the morning. By the time they hit the mountainous roads, they've been on the road for a couple hours. So
Yeah, things are. Yeah. Those are my favorite people.
and they were trying to be God's strongest soldier over the weekend by drinking like heavily. So they're not like fully rested either.
Yeah. Well, as one does. I mean, what else are you supposed to do on a weekend?
Oh yeah, especially if you're like engineer PhD. There's some heavy drinkers.
I mean, yeah. It
The
takes
local-
a certain type of mind to do that, especially at that level. Yeah, you need to calm it down. No, I get it, dude. So I go to employee health today. So okay. Per policy, it doesn't matter. Per policy, they don't test for THC, right? I still have abstained for like a while now just to play it safe. Holy shit, do I need to calm my fucking mind though? So, once I get this over with, I'm fucking blasting it, and I'm gonna be much less scramble brained. The once a week, if not like every other week, has been really helpful, and not like actually going off the deep end and coming to the conclusion that humans just all must die.
It's good when you finally make it in life where you don't feel like you have to kill everybody?
I don't,
I
but
never,
like,
yeah, I
I know
never thought
damn
that
well.
you'd get there.
Yeah, right. I need to just level myself out here and there. So yeah,
Hmm.
because oh my god, humans are just getting fucking worse. I don't think it's
Yeah.
them that are necessarily getting worse. It's just that I'm noticing more, and it's just everything.
Yeah,
I
for
mean, there's like
me,
yeah.
for me, that's why I was leaning on religion, because it gave me a framework of like peace amongst the stupid. Uh, yeah.
I get it. I wouldn't be doing it in good faith, I guess.
I think it's dangerous to approach life where every day you can find yourself being like, man, these people are doing a thing I disagree with. These people need to die. So whatever mechanism to get you to say that less,
Right.
probably healthy.
That's what I'm saying. And the thing is, I'm exaggerating. I never actually get to the point where I just want them to fucking die. But what I will say is, there are many people in this world that we would be better without.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. I
Yeah,
fall in line of the camp of I don't necessarily want people to die. I'm slowly getting to the place where like if they did die, I'd feel bad about it. But I think currently I'm at the place where if they did die, it wouldn't bother me.
it's just, I wouldn't celebrate. I would just kind of be like, okay. And it's taking me a
Right.
while to get there, but that's truthfully what I've seen. I mean, people, no matter what you fucking do for them, on average, just don't do anything with it. No matter what you give them, it doesn't matter. They're going to fall into their own habits. They are not able to look at themselves. How do I put this? Look at themselves from like a third party point of view, whatever you want to say. Really analyze why they are behaving, and doing kind of a more meta level analysis of their behaviors and their thoughts and actions. And they're just stuck in like this weird primal fucking chimpanzee mode of I want this in this moment. I mean, my birds are generally more intelligent than that, and that's what pisses me off about people. I mean, I have fucking roosters who wait for the women to stop eating before they start. I can't even get that from humans. And that bird isn't thinking about the ethics behind that. He just goes, "This is right." Yeah. Anyways, I'm done ranting about humans for a minute. Sorry.
Yeah. Insects are probably more fascinating in terms of biology, because you can take an insect, separate it from its hive or others, and it just knows how to live and how to go through life. I do think in a certain way humans
Fascinating, isn't it?
also have that. Yeah. I don't want to go all infinite, but the argument of nature isn't lost on me. And biology and instruction set, and some of it is probably tied to neurological state of being.
Yeah. Wow. A certain amount. I don't know how much. It's just it's not something that we're going to firmly understand in this lifetime, at least, because, well, part of it is we're not racist enough. And I say racist kind of tongue in cheek because I don't view it as racist
Right,
to
right.
necessarily assess our innate differences.
But
We're all
you're right about the
human.
tongue in cheek. You've heard me over and over and over. We can't do certain studies to benefit black people because it's racist to do a study to figure out what we can do specifically to help black people. It's like no. What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Right.
and it's like, well, we're not talking about geese and gander. We're talking about geese and, you know what? Fuck it, let's call them a swan.
Sure. Well, I guess my thing is, we want to propose universal. I mean, I get universalist solutions, whatever you want to say, for all of humanity. When that doesn't necessarily make sense. It doesn't even make sense from a leftist framework. Why are we still doing this? Why are we still pretending? Is this politically correct? I mean, that's not helpful for anyone. If anything, it keeps niggas down. So I'm just kind of tired of it.
But no, it's important. You know, you just keep doing your blood work. Whenever it's off the norm, you have to recognize that because of their socioeconomic class,
Right.
you have to approach medicine with them slightly different, even
Right.
though.
Well, here's the thing. I have gotten shit on for saying something that I view as completely uncontroversial. I approach different people in different ways that they culturally will react to more appropriately. Okay? If anything, that's me being a fucking professional. The more modern thinking about it within my field is that's evil racist manipulation. And I'm obviously not using HR speak for a reason.
Right.
Because that's the gist of it. That's actually what they're saying. Right. I can tell you for a fact my method works better than 95% of people that I work with. I guarantee it. Without fail. I am just impressed with how much we have to deny fundamental reality. Well, I mean, at the same time, what I see us doing is actually damaging to these communities, if anything. So I don't know. That was kind of my problem with what Tony was saying this morning about funding. So this is somebody who believes all of these institutions need and deserve the same amount of financial whatever, right? Endowment.
No,
right?
we shouldn't reward shit universities with funding.
Right. But he's saying that the funding is going to make them better, and that competition is bad in this case, which is really fucking funny from a quasi-socialist, by the way. So I didn't get to that point yet. We'll get there.
I mean, even where I'm at, with lots of funding, it's the competition that strives us to be better. We're always in the know of like, oh man, the other place is like possibly going to beat us inside this area. They're going to start getting awarded this contract, this area where like we could win, we could be losing this money, and you just outbid each other by bringing in the talent or studying inside a different area, and you or like gaining certifications you didn't have before.
Just not impressed with any of this.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Yapatron.
Yeah, I
Been a while.
I hear you though, Rat. It's I'm gonna run down that line of thinking with him later, because I've already agreed to the point that yes, there was a disparate outcome here, but I'm not agreeing as to why there was, because I know damn well it's not because of money. I mean, the reason why enrollment declined there is because black people went, wow, this college thing is fucking us in the long run.
Yeah.
Like they
That's one
realize.
way
I
to look
mean,
at it.
yeah. Well, the thing is,
One
you can only
factor,
take out so
one
much
main
debt
factor.
from the feds before you go, wow, I really put myself in a hole. They're going to observe this, and say, okay, we're gonna go a different way. But anyways, I guess we can't acknowledge that. We all need to be fucking college educated and all work white collar jobs because fuck you, we're all gay. I don't know.
I mean, if you look at DARPA contracts or these weird like things, a lot of people who solve these problems are doing it with like not the most cutting edge in research tools. They're doing it with garbage, like things you could find in the trash, things that people throw away. And even in Tony's case, where he's been in hacker spaces, maker spaces, he knows how to work with garbage. He has the background of an engineer. Funding doesn't necessarily set you free. You just have to think about the problem in a way that will give optimal benefits. And what is optimal? Well, you as the proposer get to define the metrics. So, and then the person who's approving for the fund gets to figure out if your metrics align with their own. So it's a little bit of a guessing game.
Right. Have you actually tested him in that regard?
Yeah, he wouldn't have made it at the school that I went to, but he definitely has it.
I get that.
And what's worse is he doesn't use it, so he's losing it rapidly.
So
Is everybody still on Big Fat Tony?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up with that guy?
So I was just talking to him yesterday. So just a little bit of background. Yep. Him and I live in the same state. Okay.
Mhm.
And we talk about local politics to some degree, right? I just strongly disagree with his prescription for certain problems, and that's fine. I just it's kind of gotten to the point where I'm just the evil white racist for unknown reasons, I guess, and it's that's fine. I am more so trying to understand what kind of potential this individual has as a supposed engineer, if that makes sense. That's where I'm coming from with Rat. But anyways, no, I'm gonna kind of walk down the line of, well, why do we need the same amount of funding for each of these schools? Which really, it was a competition argument at the end of the day. That's what these HBCUs were upset about, that there were better competing programs around them. There's a reason why Towson is just a better fucking school. It's not just it's not because of like white people. No, it's not that. It's better managed. It's better run, and they have higher standards. That's what it truthfully is. But for some reason, it has to be a racial issue. But whatever.
Oh yeah, no worries about the wife sleeping. By the way, I was the same way an hour and a half ago.
Sweet.
Yeah. So when I was testing him about stuff, he would say like, "Oh, we didn't even need to do like this type of math or this type of everything," and I was like, "That's so fucking weird." And then I think it was you who was like, "I think I know where he went to school," and I was like, "Well, because he said he went to like an all-black school basically, and knowing the area, yeah, you called it." And I was looking at the course curriculum.
I knew damn well it was Morgan State. Like as soon as he started saying it and the region that he's from, yeah, it's super obvious. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way,
but
way too.
I was looking into class curriculums. Yeah, exactly. They don't shit test you hard enough. There's more combined courses, so they are ABET, but like the loosest of definitions of ABET accreditation. But even he didn't know he came from an accredited university. I'd flaunt that shit.
As you should.
He's in and out of jobs, and he can't really find one. But he also doesn't want to take an FE. An FE exam sets him head over heels above his peers, and it's an easy, win. So I'm still pushing that he needs to get his FE because it makes his resume like just float to the top of the pile in terms of who's going to get interviewed.
Why doesn't he want to take the FE exam? I don't.
Well, his thing is like, well, most engineers don't even need their FE. Yeah, sure, I guess.
Oh my god, that's such a retarded argument. Okay.
But I mean, like, as an engineer who's been employed most of his life, I have my FE. Guess who of the engineers that I know and meet online have a job? Me. Get your fucking FE.
Yeah, right. I mean, this is like me saying that most nurses aren't, TNC certified. That's fucking true. But I got it. You know why? Because I want gainful fucking employment throughout the future. I mean, it's not that hard to understand. And that expands my fucking horizons infinitely.
Oh, good morning, Infinite. I think I heard your morning yawn.
Yeah, I just woke up.
Oh, sorry, we're just bitching.
They were bitching about you. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that guy. He's so racist, and he told me I'm gay.
I actually stayed really chill yesterday. I did good.
Yeah, you did.
Especially
man,
when Walter
it has nothing to
Malone
do
was
about
telling
race.
me about 6,000 calories. I feel like I did really good during that.
You did really well with him.
You did.
That I thought for sure you were gonna tell him that he's a fucking piece of shit or something. But I mean, because he is a fucking liar. I know that, but it's
Bane and I were messaging each other back and forth. We both have the level of autism and patience to just like sit and watch it happen. But we were we were laughing in our own private side chat while that conversation was going on.
Well, my thing about him is, man, he's got some serious fucking issues. He is rather narcissistic in his thinking. I can definitely tell, and I'm not going to label him with anything beyond that, of course, because that's not fair. But
it might be the syphilis. He doesn't go to doctor.
Oh, I was getting there.
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, you only fuck black people. Gee, I wonder what's gonna happen. Well, I don't go to the fucking doctor. I don't do this. I don't do that. You're fucking erratic. Oh, I wonder what's going on here. You got any rashes, bud? Anyways.
Yeah, I thought the change from day to night was pretty wild with him. Too, I don't know how many of y'all were here when he came back last night, but yeah.
I was passed the hell out. What happened?
Oh, he came back last night and for 2 hours sat here and just
outed.
I mean, just was screaming about their fucking kids at his school, his son's school. Like, I mean, it was like a cocaine. It was like a cocaine level of energy for like 2 hours. And then he was just screaming that. I mean, he just screamed at me over and over again.
You want them to rape your kids.
He just screamed at me over and over again. You're going to die. You're dying. You're dying. Just.
Wow.
It was.
Who's this?
Walter Malone.
Okay.
Oh my days. He makes me pissy, does he? So funny.
Yeah, no, it was. I mean, I didn't get upset with him. It was pretty entertaining, but I don't know. The change from that versus earlier in the day was pretty wild.
I know he was talking about someone raping kids or whatever at some point, but no, he's definitely doing drugs.
Oh, I didn't hear that bit. Fucking hell. The only bit I remember is
like
when.
a switch.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I mean. Yeah.
The only bit I remember from him is I came in here once when I first saw him, and he was on cam in his like little tuxedo with his little curly mustache. And it was when Paper used to get really triggered when someone would use the N word. And as soon as you realise that, he's just there going, and he was doing it for ages. And then all of a sudden, his black wife walked around in the background. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, right.
Fucking kids there.
Is his black wife really in really good shape too? Is she really healthy too?
Oh, she's the shape.
Yeah.
she's eating a portion of those 6,000 calories. Let me tell you what.
Okay. Because I asked him last night. I said, is your wife, just as healthy as you are, eating the same diet? Because for black folks, that's a little bit harder to do, especially, and they tend to have issues with kidneys, and so I was asking him this question, and he said, "Oh yeah, she's in perfect health too," and he dropped it and never mentioned it again. So, I just didn't ask anymore. But
it kind of reminds me of like Aristocat plantation owner, the way he dresses and acts. He's just got his fucking
Well,
slaves in the
you know what I was calling him? Just kind of tongue in cheek. I was calling him because he was acting drunk. I was calling him Gavin McGinnis.
That's funny as fuck.
That's it. Yeah, that's who he reminds me of, is Gavin. But yeah,
I didn't see him drinking. Maybe he was smoking his alcohol that night. You know, that's a popular thing kids do these days.
no,
they
no,
smoke
I
their
didn't
alcohol.
see him drinking either. I agree. He had a big long tube that he kept hitting. I don't know what that was, but yeah. He had this
Weird
He
guy,
went to
bro.
some hookah, so it could have been anything from tobacco to crack.
Yeah.
Right. Well, the thing is, the dude also made a very interesting claim and a very specific claim about drugs when previously he was not making very specific claims. No, I've never done drugs. I don't do cocaine. That's the only drug he would talk about. Other people would ask him, and then he would stay silent. I'm like, okay, dude. Yeah. Look, I don't fucking care. Just say it.
Yeah, we're reading between the lines here. We know it's okay.
Yeah.
You were a software developer. We get it. You abuse. Pretty common for the industry.
His,
very,
the
very
bridge of his
specific.
yeah, the bridge of his nose is gone, but he doesn't do coke. 100% doesn't. Do coke.
Right.
The bridge of his nose is crazy.
Fucking wild.
You bleeding? What are you bleeding again? Oh shit! I've got a headache. Just it's not 'cause of the
Yeah, I got a headache. These
Oh my
migraines, they're just so bad. I don't. It's genetics.
One second, let me just take my medication to clog it back up again.
Oh my god. So fucking true.
That's funny.
One of my old friends. The old friends are just. He lives like down south now, so I don't see him much. But I'm still in contact. When he was younger, his dad. Well, sorry, his dad's a billionaire pretty much now. But when we were younger, he was like a millionaire, and he had houses all over the country, flats in London, you know, like £2 million flats and all this kind of stuff. And he had a business in London. He had a computer business in the city where we lived. And he was always up and down from like the middle of the UK down to London all the time. Like in one day, he would fly up in like an hour and a half. This is before you had like loads of speed cameras. You'd have like a sports car and you'd go like 160 down the M1 at like 5 a.m. and then 160 like down the M1 at fucking 10 p.m. at night. So he was never at his house. And my mate basically just had this like 10-bedroom mansion with like speakers all over the house, big TVs and everything, to himself all the time because his dad was never there. And one day we were going out, so I was like having a shower upstairs. He was having a shower in a different room, and then we was like getting ready.
Glad it was
because
in
the
a
house
different
was
room. That's big detail to
there
throw
we
in
go.
there. Keep going.
Yeah. That's what homos click onto. Oh wait, showers, 2 men, got to be the same, surely. Yeah. But yeah, we was because he had like a maid, so like the house, the woman would come in like 7 a.m. She'd clean the house and then leave. So we were trying to find his jeans like that he would wear on a night out.
Right,
So
after
we were
the
picking-
after
we
the
were going-
shower.
Yeah, fully naked. Yeah, fully naked, still in the kitchen together. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I'm done. Go ahead.
And so there's loads of jeans, loads of clothes, as you imagine in a rich guy's house. And we were sifting through all these like folded jeans and stuff, and we picked up these jeans, and a baggie fell out, like a little black bag with like yellow, like hard stuff in it. I was like, what the fuck is this? Because at the time we were like, you know, we was doing lots of drugs, going to house music events like MDMA and weed and everything. I was like, what's this? What's this? And it was like, it can't be Coke because it's like, it kind of looked like custard almost, like the color of custard, but it was like solid almost. So we opened it up and we put it on the table and was like, what can it be? So he was Googling it. What is it? What is it? What is it? And then we found out that basically when like cocaine and stuff is transported, because of like the humidity changes, the bottom of the brick is the more potent, which is why it goes from a white to a sort of like a murky yellow color. So basically what we had was like a gram of cocaine that was probably worth like $300. Like, and we were like, this can't be. So we thought, 18, 19 years old, we thought, no, actually, no, wait, that was probably like 23 years old. We were like, fuck it, let's just try it. So we crumpled it all up, did it, and I swear to God, it was the quickest acting cocaine I have ever had in my entire life. Like literally, like you would see on the movies, instant, just pretty much like
Cocaine's
10 seconds.
pretty quick acting, dog. When you snort it, it's
Yeah.
pretty instant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like you could feel it straight away. Like it was like you could just feel the instant change, like massively as well. Not just like a subtle one, because like in the UK, a lot of people, especially drug dealers, what they do is they mix it with things like paracetamol or something that would just like a number, like a legal
B12.
number.
I was about to say, it sounds like
Yeah.
you got some that's probably just less cut. That's what it sounds like. Maybe you
Yeah.
just hadn't. Yeah.
Well, from what we read, it was basically they charge more for the. I think it was called something like bleeding coke or something like that, where it basically, like I said, it's like the potency at the bottom is better than that of the top because it's sat. So the bottom layer they charge more for.
Yeah. Cocaine.
I thought it was crazy.
Pretty fucking instant.
Mm.
Like, you know how you see in the movie where people will snort cocaine and by the time they raise their head back, they're already catching that fucking drain, and yeah, that's pretty much how cocaine tends to work. Which I don't know how much you've done in your life, but yeah.
I've done quite. I think the only things of cocaine though, why I haven't done is like, I would do cocaine, but after I'm drunk. I would never just do cocaine on its own. Like, so I probably never. That was probably the only time I ever felt cocaine without being under the influence of something else prior.
Yeah.
Like, I was never the kid that. Well, kid's saying a bad word. I was never the person to get cocaine before I go on a night out. Like I would never plan to do it, if that makes sense. I'd do it once I'm drunk and someone's like, yeah, I've got some, like, fuck it, let's do it. And I'd never go and buy it off my own bat before I'd go out. I was never interested in it.
Yeah, I got you. Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
It's a quote. Yeah. My favorite was ketamine. That was my favorite. Ketamine, because unlike MDMA, even though it's an unbelievable sensation, every time the next day after doing MDMA, I'd feel like, not even just saying it hypothetically, I genuinely wanted to kill myself. It was the worst.
Yeah, the down is so fucking terrible. You
It's
want to
insanely
actually just blow
bad.
your head off. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like unless you've never done it, it's hard to explain because you think, yeah, sure, but generally, like you basically had to put yourself to sleep for another 12 hours. Do you know what I mean?
Right. And at that point, you're just fucking medicating with something else. And I say medicating for a fucking reason. Oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah. No more.
Never again. No, I have never felt as if I wanted to just fucking curl up and die until that moment. I mean,
yeah, I agree. 100% agree.
I mean, the thought like actually comes into your mind and you're actually entertaining it. That's what freaked me out.
Yeah. I think that was the best and worst thing that ever happened to me, because me just completely stopping doing these things. Again, I was never an addict. Like I wouldn't have to have it every single day, but I was doing it most days because I'd be going to like music events most days, like Monday nights, Thursday nights, Tuesday nights, Saturday, like all the time. But then the last time I did, MDMA was actually the last time I ever even did any hard drugs. Like after that, I only smoked weed for like another 5-6 years, and then that was it. I'd finished all drugs. I don't even drink anymore.
Yeah. No, I don't drink at all personally. It's
Well, the reason I enjoyed ketamine the most is because it never gave you that horrible sensation. It was almost like a powdered version of weed, in a sense of like when you take it and what happens after when you come down. Like it was barely anything.
Right. So what was ketamine like for you?
Well, I'm a big guy, so it kind of worked in my favor to be like, I'm like a horse, I guess you could say, in comparison. So like it'll take a lot for me to end up being like, you know, off my face, not knowing where I am, not knowing what I'm doing. Like I used to be, not that I'm proud of this. Obviously now I'm a grown up, but I used to be able to drive from one city to another after being in my mate's flat for a couple of hours, deciding on whether we'd go out in our local town or go out to where our friend was going to university and go out with them. And most of the time would be sat there like halfway through a bag of MDMA and then be like, right, fuck it, let's go to our friend's university and go out with him. And it was like an hour away on the motorway. And I could drive completely fine. Like all my sensors were there perfectly. There was no deviation. There was no, you know, if anything, it was enhanced.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
That tracks actually.
Whereas some people I know, which were half the size of me, would be set, and this is why I could never believe it. I always used to think they were just putting it on. Some of my friends would be sat there, eyes rolling in the back of their head, still conscious, but like, you know, like so their jaws were so far out from their chin. And I feel like you've had the same amount as I have. Like in the UK, we share, so like we wouldn't get a gram each. We'd get like 2 grams between 4 people, right? And we'd each have like a bomb. So we'd get a Rizzler. We'd put it inside the Rizzler, like a quarter of it each, and then swallow it. And then obviously the slow release process, because of like, you know, the Rizzler and stuff, it would allow you to get into the nightclub without being obviously fucked. So by the time you got into the club, then it sort of kicked in. So we all had an equal amount. And I was there like, yeah, I can feel the sensations, but I'm not there where I'm like eyes rolling in the back of my head, gurning off my face, and you know, walking around hugging every single individual inside.
Yeah. So I've never done ketamine. I've given it within my profession. It is a very old school method of getting someone through certain things, like when we have to sedate somebody to basically put a bone back in place. A lot of the more old school docs love it. I don't like it. Simply because it is so finicky. I mean, people have wildly different reactions, and then, you know, half the time when you're giving it, you're having to account for someone having a terrible reaction. I've had people end up with fucking seizures as a result of it. I mean, it's just not a good idea. But you know, you give them enough, and sometimes it works well. They go in a K-hole and they remember nothing. They fully disassociate after about a milligram. So, yeah.
That's the thing when you're doing it as like a party drug. It's best to kind of do it almost like cocaine. Like you do it, you don't do big lines. You kind of do like key bumps and stuff.
Yeah.
And then obviously, if you're still not feeling it, you do a tiny bit more, and then all of a sudden you start feeling it. The way that
No, I was gonna say you this is not something that you just down massive amounts of. You need to be really fucking careful.
Yeah.
And
I used
people don't fucking get that.
The way I would describe it is, it's technically physically impossible, but obviously the mind is when I would get to the what I'd call like the peak, even though it's impossible, the music felt like it went from, it felt like it went to, and it's impossible to do, but that's what it felt like, and it just slowed everything down. And other than that, there was nothing else, which is why to me it was my favorite one. Like, you know, no come downs, no. The only downside to it is if you become addicted is the real damage it does to your liver and kidneys. But I never, like I said, I never did it like
that, and also it actually damages the cells within your bladder as well. Yeah, that's why so many people are saying that Elon Musk wears diapers because of how much ketamine he's done. Which I know he's done a lot of ketamine. I just can't confirm the diaper thing.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of people that have problems with like holding their urine and stuff like that. Even down to the point of like, you can hold your bladder, but for example, when you finished urinating, like you basically trickle.
Yep.
Oh man, it's a faucet I can't turn off.
Dude, literally. Yeah, it gets pretty rough. I feel for them, but I mean, at the same time, I have to acknowledge that, you know, actions have consequences.
I thought trickling was just part of being 40. Okay.
Hey.
Yeah, it was all of our ketamine use, Infinite. That's what it was.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
It's
Let
in
me
the
put it
power
this
rates.
way, Infinite. You see, you're fucking trickling at 20. You got a problem.
You know, I keep having these things that I keep hearing people talk about are detrimental and happen when you do drugs, and yet I never did the drugs, and I'm kind of resentful, frankly.
Well, you see, you just missed out on the
Yeah,
opportunity.
I know. I feel that completely. I totally.
So you
feel
got to
that.
make up for lost time, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I think as I age, I may wait for another 20 or 15. I may wait till I hit like 60 or 65, but I think at some point I'm gonna become a total drug addict. Yeah, I think that's.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Like, wife ends up dying. Everything's like taken care of. Kids are doing fine and everything, and it's like I'm alone at home, and it's like today's a good day to become a drug addict.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll probably live through my best life during those like 24 or 48 hours a week.
Rat
or whatever.
has game
That sounds
theory
sad.
this out with his wife dying already. Goddamn.
I mean, I don't think thoughts like that are that uncommon. I mean, look, the people around me that I care about die. You're never going to hear from me again.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
but
go
that's
into
a
the
hell
fucking
of a
woods.
theory when you're married to an Asian. We all know she's
Yeah.
gonna outlive you, son. It's fine.
Oh yeah,
it's-
that's
Oh,
why it's
absolutely.
okay. So I'm gonna die. She's gonna live forever. She's gonna look like she's 150.
Right.
When she hits 50, that Asian ugly stick's gonna hit her.
Oh shit.
And she's gonna
Not
outlive
giving you
us all.
wisdom.
Yeah.
when he clowns the whole Asian aging thing, it is just such a real marriage moment. Like it's a classic. Like, you know, it's like Married with Children. You know, like it's yeah. It's a
Well, she's
total-
already older than me, and she looks like she's 15 years younger than me.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
The seal of the emperor has been broken.
Yeah, it's just a classic marriage moment. Those are good. Those are good.
The only drug you need these days, Infinite, is a book a book of wisdom called the Bible. That's the only drug you need today.
So
That's it. Good to go.
Yeah.
Well, I'm more drug free than I've ever been in my life, and simultaneously, apparently have more issues. So that's, you know.
I
however
mean,
that works.
coincidence? I think not.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Side note.
Infinite may have,
Oh, go on.
Infinite may have been sleeping whenever I was saying this, but Vane and I were talking about like it can't be healthy waking up every day, seeing something you don't like, and repeating to yourself like, man, life would be easier if these people would just die. You do that enough, you're liable. You're more likely to take action against it. And whenever Vane and I was talking, I was like, you know, one of the reasons why like I found a religion is no longer have those thoughts, but I'm almost getting to the point where if these people were to die, I might actually, in my heart, feel bad about it. I'm currently at a point where it's like, if they did die, I'd be kind of indifferent. It'd be like, well, they had it coming.
What
not like I
people?
would actively
What
seek it
kind?
out. Yeah. But
What kind of
to give an
people?
example? Yeah, they're the kind that smell really bad and wear towels over their heads. I'll put it that way. But anyways.
Yeah.
Well, this is one thing. Are you both Christian?
I was raised Christian.
Okay, so you're kind of like a Christian values, sort of like secularist kind of. Well,
I am more than willing to learn far more about it. I'll put it that way.
well, this is quite an interesting topic because I was about to say, like, as a side note, if you look at the data, show me the data and statistics. Show me the data. If you look at the data, you'll actually see that the more intellectual younger generations, you know, they're not the left, woke, blue-haired, liberal young generation. But if you actually look at the proper, normal, functioning young generations, there's a huge resurgence in faith, specifically Christianity in the West. And I think it's a very small margin to navigate through when it comes to what people are trying to express here, because the whole notion is, you know, hate the sin, not the individual, right? So
Right.
in my eyes, you know, whether it's drugs, whether it's being a drunkard, whether it's being homosexual, whether it's being an adulterer, all of those things are technically equally as bad, right? There is no hierarchy within sin, because all sin is sin. There's obviously the worst of sin would be blasphemy against the Holy Spirit, but blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is not. I don't want to sound like a rabbit because a parrot, because I always say the same thing over and over again. But the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit isn't you saying "fuck you, Holy Spirit." You know, that isn't blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. Blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is, for example, like you, Bane, going and crashing out on somebody. You know, maybe, I don't know, like maybe throwing an empty milk bottle at somebody, right? Not at them, but at the wall, and it scares them.
Okay.
You walking away, calming down, and you're like, you self-recognize, like, yo, shit, I should have done that. That was really bad of me. And then you not acknowledging what you're telling yourself to go back there and do not burn the bridge and apologize for the thing that you know you did wrong. The blaspheming the Holy Spirit is you thinking of all of those things and then still not going back and doing it. You're still rejecting the acknowledgement of what you did was being wrong. That's blaspheming the Holy Spirit. So when we look at it from an outside perspective, Christianity is not a pacifist religion. It's not the case that because you've done something wrong, right? Now somebody can persecute you. If you've done something wrong, you go back and apologize like that as a real individual, and that's what they should do. As a strong individual, you should never be afraid to be perceived as looking weak by being the one to apologize. So when you see these instances, like you're saying about certain individuals and having a undefined opinion on whether or not they should be considered to be somebody that should die, that isn't you necessarily being like anti-Christian. That's you acknowledging, like, there's a certain point in time where you've been on the back foot and conceded ground. For example, this is collectively like the US, the UK and stuff. We've been on the back foot, we've conceded ground to allow like aggressive oppressors to look at us and go, wait, these guys are not what we've been told they were when we moved here. We were told they were disgusting, vile people that want to kill us, and they're not doing that. What the fuck's going on? Some people do eventually, like for example Pakistanis and Africans and whatever. Some of those guys that are Muslim, for example, that have come to the West, have actually gone, shit, we've been lied to. These guys are not out here to kill us, or these guys were actually nice people. And I have friends like that. I have friends from Nigeria, I've got friends from Pakistan, and they play for my football team, and they are like that. They're not like the group that we're speaking of here, but obviously it's hard not to put them in the same group to generalize them. But the problem is now, the reason why you are indifferent on having that opinion about certain individuals being unalived, I guess you could say, for whatever situation, whether it's you or somebody else doing it, is because you get to a point where you can't concede any more ground. And the only other thing to do is to protect the nation and the civilization and the culture and societal standards that you live in, to make sure that they survive, and you don't allow for that evil anti-morality group of people to take over and change everything to destroy that. And so there's no problem with that thinking. I'm the same. I give everybody the time of day individually. But if you've got a collective group that are not condemning each other for doing these things, then I'm afraid shit's going to hit the fan and you're going to feel the wrath of Mickey Ray. Simple.
Oh, okay.
That is much more in line with the type of Christianity that I grew up with, by the way. I feel that it is weaponized against... Yes, I feel that it is weaponized against many people within the West. Low level arguments, love thy neighbor, retarded bullshit like that. I understand it's retarded, but what you said is absolutely far more accurate. I get that. But anyways.
Well, we should love thy neighbor. We should. But
Yeah, of
the love thy neighbor thing is not just live next to Jeffrey Epstein and Gary Glitter and Jimmy Savile and love them because
right.
you know,
Right,
you know what I mean?
No,
Because then,
yeah.
oh God.
No, and again, what I'm saying is typically what you'll get from some random retarded leftist, okay, or Islamist, whatever. They're all analist to me. Simple as that. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Love thy neighbor is treating people the way that you want to be treated, right?
Yes.
And it's the common statement that we all see. So, and this is why I say to people, just because you're not Christian, just because you don't believe in these miraculous events that you see in the Bible, regardless of what you perceive it to be, it's still a book of very, very wise words of wisdom, especially when it comes to all things, but specifically with the things that come out of Christ's mouth. Because even the things in the Old Testament, even though as Christians we don't necessarily hold to the entirety of it, you can still read and see wisdom from them. For example, the whole thing regarding the Amalek, and everyone always has a problem with, like, yeah, but why would God say to go and massacre an entire group of people? Well, why do you have a problem with that when right now you believe that, quote unquote, far right wing fascist Nazis? For example, Gizmo the other day, he said literally word for word verbatim, we won't when the Nazis are dead, then we will rest, or something like that, some gay quote. And maybe he was trolling.
Dog,
but
he had to
got that
rest
quote
when
from
he got
somewhere.
finished saying that sentence. Get the fuck out of here.
But he must have got that sentiment from somewhere, right? Which is probably highly likely going to be like an Antifa, leftist, communist sort of mentality. So why do they have a problem with the Bible, specifically the Jewish journey being the Old Testament? Why do they have a problem with an entire group of people being eradicated because of an ideology and what they were doing to the other group of people for many, many, many years? Why do they say it's such a bad thing to do, but yet at the same time, them claiming to have a higher standard of morality than any religious group, even though it's not collective? Why did they get to make the standard of, but actually we can kill these groups of people, even though they've not killed anybody, but they're saying they don't like the other group of people? We should still be killing them because they're perceived to be people that could potentially go and kill other people because we think they're fascists and Nazis. It's ridiculous.
Well, simple,
It's such a
simple. It's no. Listen, it's a very easy question to answer. It's different when they do it. That's the answer.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. No. It's totally the answer.
And I want to disclose something. This is probably like the most watered down take, but also like what gets me to my leftist way of thinking. And it's going to sound like bad, but like I'm going to draw it back. So Rat believes that human society can go forward so long as we all have the shared value system, regardless of what that is. That being said, I do think humans are most compatible with the shared value sets that come from Christianity, even more than Islam. But if we were all
100%.
Islamic, there would be like social homogeny. If we were all Christian, there would be. If we were all like, I don't know, like Stoicism is harder for me to get behind, because there are so many different subsects between it. It's one of the reasons why, like, the USSR fell and other people. When we don't ground our shared value system on something like a simple rule set, going all the way back to like Hammurabi and his tenets of shared value systems that are there. Whenever we rebuild nations, we usually start with like very small rule sets, and then those are what unite us. I do believe that a Christian view framework, whether there are atheists within it or not, has a way, demonstratively, historically, of creating social homogeny for generations. And that's something that I don't think a lot of these areas do. So even though I'm open to whatever that shared value is whatever it is for humanity, I still think Christianity is probably one of the ones that has historically united us and allowed us to be different and explore our differences better than any other shared value set.
You know, I've seen a true miracle of Christianity in my lifetime where I've seen Richard Dawkins call himself a cultural Christian. For people
Yeah.
who didn't
I seen that.
for people who didn't listen to the new atheist movement, you know, this doesn't mean anything to you. But if you can recall the vitriol and the disdain,
Oh, so much.
and the near hate that, you know, used to be expressed from the new atheist movement, it's literally a miracle that this man uttered those words, in my estimation. But
Yeah, I remember that. It was on. Was it on Alex O'Connor, or was it on? It was on some kind of like podcast platform, right? I definitely saw it. It was just him and somebody else. I forgot who it was.
I don't remember
Was it
where
Jordan
he
Peterson?
actually said it. I just remember reading the quote from him.
Yeah, it was on a podcast. I want to say it was either Alex O'Connor, Jordan Peterson, or I'll find it.
I find
It
it
was,
difficult to believe that he even went on Alex O'Connor's podcast, but I didn't.
But I don't think it was.
I've not
I don't think
seen
it was
that.
him versus Alex O'Connor. I think Alex O'Connor was the middleman, and he was listening in on a debate between him and somebody else. I
Oh,
think.
okay. That's weird that he would. I mean, I liked Alex O'Connor. I just didn't think he was like. I mean, he's great for me. Having a rudimentary understanding of philosophy, his podcast has actually been really good for me to try to like grasp some basic ideas.
Well, the warring of nations, and even like where he could say something that crazy, because he distanced himself from anything Christianity. So for him to say that deep, but I mean, I guess that leads to my point. Within Islam, you have different sects. Sure, in Christianity, you have different sects, but these sects have existed and fought each other for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Once they branch off, meanwhile, you have the Protestant movement in Europe. There's a 30-year war about it, because how dare you become, you know, like Lutheran or whatever. And then within one generation, you have kids fighting each other, and they're like, they're in a war that their parents fought, and they were like, wait a second, you're a Christian, I'm a Christian, and they put down their arms, and then they coexist. So you have like different sects in Christianity, but there's not outright nation wars that have lasted for centuries because of this, because of a difference of philosophy.
Yeah. It was. By the way, it was Alex O'Connor and JP. Just found it in the side chat.
Oh, okay. It was him and
Oh, there we
okay. I might remember it being Jordan Peterson, but yeah, that's cool.
It's because Alex O'Connor grew that stupid fucking mustache. That's why he's unrecognizable in the video.
That's funny. Yeah, his
I'm not saying- I'm not-
podcast has been really good for me to try to get. Like he's really good at explaining philosophical arguments to the layman. I give him that.
What I liked about that interview or that podcast was Jordan Peterson got him into a corner where he had to admit that he follows cultural Christian values. That was the best thing about it, because he couldn't wiggle his way out of it by basically Jordan Peterson broke it down to him and said, do you believe in these 10 commandments, right? And he was like, oh, well, I believe in like 7 of them. And he was like, boom, straight away Noahide. Straight away you're a Noahide, bare minimum. Right, so if he believes in those 7 values of, you know, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit adultery, blah, blah, blah. If he believes in those, he instantly has to align himself with the fact that the entirety of the Western values and Western legal system is derived, like Rat said, from a core principle of right. These are the foundational things as a group of spear-chucking white Brits we're going to do. And then we'll elaborate further along as we learn more about what isn't right.
Well,
and what
I
isn't
mean,
wrong, based upon
it's literally the same thing that you know. You see this argument used against people who, you know, are on the left, and they claim all this lefty fucking nonsense. But then you just examine, okay, but how do you actually live your life? And just immediately you recognize the disconnect, the near hypocrisy, and that everything in their life they live much more in a right leaning context you know, than they do. Like they don't tend to live out these leftist values in their daily life, right? They don't tend to have this um, dogmatic approach to their own personal philosophy within their home. Uh, for example, you may say all this nonsense about pornography and sex work or whatever, but you would never encourage that for your daughter. You
Yeah.
would never you would be completely opposed to the idea of your daughter just becoming an OnlyFans hoe. So it's just like, yeah, you say this fucking nonsense out loud, but in reality, you don't believe it. You don't act like you believe it, and that's something that Jordan Peterson was really good at pointing out to people. Is that like they say these things, but they don't live these things at all. So.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, right? I'm not going to be deluded and dishonest and say that every Christian lives out the exact way that Christ lived out, because the whole point of Christianity is accepting and acknowledging that there's not a single person to ever exist that is completely morally perfect. Like, I'd be stupid to sit there and say that I've never watched porn. I've never smoked cigarettes. I've never overdrank. I've never done drugs. I've never looked at another woman in lust. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, we all do these things. And even when you look at another woman in lust, it doesn't mean you love them or you want to
Right.
be with them. But it's
and you can say that because your wife's not there right now. But keep going, yeah.
Oh, for sure, yeah, fucking hell. No chance, bro. No chance. But like this, but I would still be truly honest, because I know that she does it as well, right? And it's not because she's basically recognizing someone that is appealing, right? And I don't necessarily see a problem with that, because even myself, I can acknowledge a good-looking mate. I can say, "Damn, that guy looks great. Like, he's got great teeth. He's got a great like body, like nice hairline." I can acknowledge those things, but still not have homosexual tendencies, right? I have no problem with that. But the idea is, me doing that is actually subconscious of me not fully accepting how I was made. Not just the lustful part, but it's the subconscious non-performing jealousy of saying that person looks great, he's got a better hairline than me, or he has better teeth than me, or he's got a better, any of those things. It's you not accepting, or a denial of you accepting how you was made. Like, there's multiple things to when it comes to that, and we all do it. So we're all guilty of something, which is why I'm always in the middle of like saying, and this is why I'm a non-denominational Christian right now, even though I'm inquiring into orthodoxy, because I'm in this situation where it's like, why would somebody that's in a homosexual relationship, even though it's considered to be a sin, right, be any less or any more mentioned or targeted than somebody that, for example, does drugs or commits adultery or steals, right? We look at people that steal and go, "Oh yeah, you're a thief." But most of the time, they don't get continuous stick for it. But yet homosexuals get over the amount of stick for being homosexual.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, dog. I'm gonna be honest with you. The whole homosexual thing is a question of it's for me at least. It's a question of conscious choice. Uh, it there is this question of, well, what are we actually saying when we say, look, you're a homosexual and you are doing something that we view as being sinful, and you're not making any attempt to not do that thing anymore. Um, this is where I think homosexuality reaps a particularly dramatic amount of ire, is that it seems to be something that people are willing to engage in at a conscious level without attempting to turn away from it. And it also seems to be something that's very fundamental to human experience, in the sense that it takes away from the entire concept of human beings being able to form a family, procreate, have children. Um, Homosexuality is almost anti-life. You know, it's to me it just has this it has this nature about it that goes completely against the entire purpose to be on this planet. And and I believe that's true whether you believe in God or evolution. I don't think either of them. Uh, you know, evolution says that in order to be considered alive, one of the qualities is the ability to reproduce. And if everybody was homosexual, there would just be no reproduction. So it, it just seems antithetical. It seems anti-life to me.
Put him in here for a minute. I'm gonna call Rick's Copies and ask. I guess I just email them what I want printed. I don't know. I
I
guess I
think
have
you
more
can email
UPS.
them, and I think one time I went down there and I even just signed into something. Like he gave me something. He's dead. Did you tell me that?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the business is still there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it shows they're open today. I think so.
I wonder who runs it now.
Maybe a wife or something.
Maybe.
We also said UPS did. I guess I could call them too. They're closer, so I don't know. I might have to poop, so I'm gonna leave.
You interested in going to Shoney's?
My hair is disgusting. If I took a shower and stuff yesterday, I'm nasty.
Hey, why can't you take one now?
Well, I could. I'm gonna wash my hair, but then I'd have to. I mean, I usually wash my hair after bathing the dog, but I could.
Oh, the dog. Okay. Well, we could always go tomorrow.
I don't know. Like my stomach's still kind of.
Well, maybe we'll just go tomorrow. I've been wanting to go. I ain't been nowhere in a while, so.
Yeah, let's go tomorrow.
Or we
Right
could do
now I
Golden
feel a
Corral.
little pressure when it comes to food. So.
Or we could do Golden
Was I
Corral.
on mute the whole time?
Their breakfast is
Let's
not.
wait till tomorrow.
Yes.
That's fine.
Oh
Do
my
St. Rick's, and then
fucking!
I'll go to work.
I was just been sat. I just been sat there for the last 2 minutes making this big spiel and no one heard me. I was thinking people were listening because nobody was speaking.
Oh, you was gonna
For
go to
fuck's
Rick's
sake!
Copies and then come back home.
Yeah, I was just gonna try to like throw my hair in something, didn't make it look.
Basically, okay. In a nutshell, I said there's multiple reasons why promoting like LGBTQ has had a downfall on society, right? Not necessarily because of the act itself, but promoting the ideology has essentially put us in a position where
Trying to let you get that stuff done.
we
like
fell
it'd be
below
better
the
if you go get your
1.4.
running
I
done
forgot what
and
the
then go
scale's
back
called, but
and
it's
do
the
it.
scale where it determines what group of people have to, commit to in terms of childbirth to retain their, their group of people. Like, I think it's like Europeans are on like 1.4 or something right now, and it's like very close to being at the point where you're going to have to start having like 4 or 5 children per generation to make it back up to the number that it should be at. And because of like this ideology that we pushed, we used to have things in like, the medieval period where you'd have clowns and jesters and jokers. They would be like the same as the Victorian era cross-dressers that would go to parties dressed as women as a joke and as a bit of like fun. And obviously somebody at one point would have started to get sexual attractions to those individuals. And then it caused it to become like a common day occurrence. And then today, you've got multiple groups of people, which 10, 15 years ago didn't exist. You might have had like one random guy walking down the street in his wife's or his deceased mum's fucking dress with a 5 o'clock shadow. And everyone will perceive that individual to be a little bit, mentally ill. But now, it's become a widespread phenomenon. And because it's become a widespread phenomenon, it's almost like a religion in a way, or a cult, where people align with that ideology. And that is probably one of the main reasons why we're falling into this situation where, one, nobody in Europe right now has got this, especially amongst the white people. I'm not saying it's only the white people, but especially amongst the white people, they've got this ideology of not wanting to defend their own, like not wanting to defend the civilization that they grew up in. Being able to play on the street until the lights go out with no fear of some random guy coming along and stabbing your kids up, and random weirdos taking a picture of your kids that are dressed in towels and flannels and don't even speak a word of English. Like, all of these things that we used to take for granted are now special privileges, and they can't see that the individuals that are supporting these groups of people moving to the UK, alongside this anti, birth rate, anti-nuclear family, it's literally destroying everything we're living in. So there's 2 roots here. Is one, being too pacifist to a group of people that I would consider to be an ideology of Antichrist, which would be like the Muslims, because their values and everything is just drastically different. And 2, the rise of like the LGBTQ scene, but not individuals that are gay, no problem, but the narrative of pushing it, being anti-producing, being we're not going to have our own kids because we don't want, the opposite sex. Like, it shouldn't be something that is punishable by death. I'm not saying that, but it shouldn't be something that should be pushed in as a positive thing. It should be something that would be kept behind closed doors, the same way anybody else's sexuality shouldn't be pushed. Nobody pushes childbirths in the news. Nobody pushes, pro Homo sapien, Homo erectus couples. Nobody pushes this. It's only ever pushing the opposite, decline.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's anti-life.
It's bad.
It's yeah, I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to see
Well, the best
it.
part about that is that if somebody does actually actively push such a thing, they are a fucking Nazi.
Well, yeah. And like I said, I don't have problems with gay people. Personally myself, I don't really care. Just don't push it on everybody. Don't just, okay, you can be gay, right? But you don't have to walk out in the street in pink high heels with fishnet tights and a 5 o'clock shadow wearing clothes that make your dick stick out. You don't have to do that. Just dress normally. Be respectable like everybody else is. Don't push the narrative.
But I also want to get attention if I can't show my cock. Come on.
Yeah. Nobody would be able to know that I'm gay because I've got a Prince Albert piercing if I don't show the outline of my cock.
Right.
Quit, man. No. Stop that. Yeah, this is my biggest problem with it, dude, is it's being pushed in a way that's it's no coincidence that people even use that word pushed or promoted or encouraged or whatever. It's no coincidence that people use that terminology. That's not happening accidentally. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, and yeah, I do think the default should be heterosexuality. I do think the default should be people that are encouraged to reproduce and have children. I don't think there's anything wrong with a society choosing exactly that. I think we're being
Mm.
told that there's something wrong with that, and I think that is just indicative of more of a problem. Um,
Yeah.
so
It's not nice to say. Like, don't get me wrong. It's not nice for the opposite group to hear and say, but it's collapsing the same society that has allowed for them to have a voice. It's like I say before, if the Muslims didn't walk around in fucking towels and thobes, right, and went into people's spaces and started praying wherever
what?
to say, "Oh, look at me, look how righteous I am. I'm Muslim. I stop my day everywhere and just pray exactly on the spot." If they didn't do these things and they just kept their religion to them fucking selves
Oh, okay.
and just conformed to society like everybody else because they went to that country because they like that country,
I'm switching
nobody would
on.
have a fucking problem with them. Because the Hindus, as much as they have horrendous fucking bullshit in their religion as well, by the way, they have the same thing. There's something within their scriptures that basically says that a 35-year-old man,
Won't you make us?
it's okay
You
for
going to use
him
the
to
bathroom?
marry a 15-year-old
When you get done, won't you make us a banana
girl.
split
And then
for
another one
breakfast?
says, and a 24-year-old man, it's okay for him to marry a 12-year-old maiden, right? So even within their scriptures, it's fucking disgusting. But the difference is when Hindus come to the West, the majority of them actually conform to the societal standards of that culture. They don't try and change things.
Canada, but I hear you.
Well, yeah, but like generically, right? Generically, you might get
Yeah,
like
I
a
hear what you're
few
saying.
random.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes.
and it's the
They're
same.
not as
It's the
vague
same
about
thing.
it as jihadis. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's the same thing for most folks. Like, if there was no such thing as like LGBTQ and rainbow flags and these huge marches, nobody would really give a fuck who's gay or not. It's the fact that you're putting it in people's faces that pisses them off. So when they cry about like street preachers, right, and they're like, "Oh, you shouldn't be doing that out here. Nobody wants to hear it." Okay, eat your own food. Take your own medicine. Nobody wants to see you walking around with your Prince Albert sticking out. There we go. I'll stop doing this if you stop doing that. Perfect. Done. Everyone's happy.
Yeah, I just see these people as being. I just see them as being incredibly um, purposeful.
I think we should make this. I think we should make the South of America, right, into an absolute Christian stronghold. Oh.
Well, it
We've
does
got a, we've
seem to
got a wall at
be the
Mexico.
case that we're having a
Now let's build
resurgence.
another wall across from maybe bottom of Florida all the way across to the bottom of California, and everything in that middle ground
Perfectly
is
fine with that.
it's a Christian stronghold. You don't have to be Christian to live there, but
Yeah,
the
no,
values. Yeah.
that's the best part. I know that damn well. It's inherent to Christianity. I get that. They're not going to fucking force me into it. But
Yeah.
yeah,
But the values are going to be that of like mutual respect and, you know,
yeah,
keep your private life to yourself, and in the streets you just, you conform to equal values.
yeah. I don't know. I
But
just won't feel good about myself unless I'm paying jizya.
would you not think it's weird how unlike, I don't know if it's the same for you guys, but in the UK, when we apply for jobs and stuff, they want information that is completely fucking irrelevant. Like, why do you need to know my sexual orientation? Why? Why do you need to know my ethnicity? You don't need to know that shit.
Well, in fact, they do, actually.
Why?
Because how else will they know what their HR policy should be?
Well, yeah, well,
Right.
exactly. That shit's bullshit. You're making divides and you're forcing people to expose their narrative when you shouldn't be asking somebody in a workplace if they're gay, right? You shouldn't be asking them, oh, you're black. Where are you from? Like that should be completely fucking irrelevant.
Right.
No, obviously it should. Yeah, and I think you don't have to answer those questions, at least in the United States.
Right.
But I do think it's crazy that we ask shit like that.
Yeah. No, you can say, prefer not to say, that's fine, but it's just the fact that it's even on there in the first place. It's just insane.
Yeah, no, I agree. It is pretty crazy, dude. I don't know
Like I
why
might
we
get
do that shit.
I might just get to the point where I'm like, there's a question on here which is going to be like an asterisk question where you can't not answer it. What's your favorite Pokemon card? You must answer this question.
We need to go to a universal scoring system that's mandated, be used by all employers, right? Where depending upon your race, you either have points added to your application or subtracted. And yes, you cannot hire people who are under a certain number of points.
It's a fascist coming out.
Yes. Except we also ask your sexual identity, your religion, etc. The browner, gayer, and stinkier you are, the more points, of course.
Well, I just recently employed a guy in Belfast. He's in the UK right now, but he's moving. Technically, you can go and travel to Belfast because it's still part of the UK without having have right to work and stuff because it still counts. But one of the documents that I had to fill out for him was called the Belfast Community Agreement, right? And he had to basically tell me whether or not he was Catholic or Protestant because they have to note it down for the fucking civil war that happened all those years ago in the 60s. It's insane.
Yeah, I'm not
sure if you've encountered. I'm not sure if you've encountered like a very racialized workplace, but it is a serious issue. I mean, I look, man. I'm gonna call a spade a spade. They protect the blacks at my workplace like they will protect nobody else. I mean, I'm saying people who have engaged in false documentation, blatant abuse, things that they've been reported to the fucking board for. They are protected. Yeah. I don't know how it is there, but very common. I will say that we're operating on a
Yeah, I don't really know
different scale.
how bad that would be because it's not real. I'm not in HR and I don't really see any because I'm pretty much like a remote worker, so I don't really see or hear much like of that kind of stuff in my job. I do sometimes get the odd person that would be like, okay, for example, I get a lot of overseas workers that will apply for my jobs, but I can't employ them because most of my jobs require security clearance, right? So they need to have one been in the UK for 5 years minimum, and two, they can't be from certain countries due to the ITAR restriction. Normally, like Nigeria, Afghanistan, China, those kind of places. And sometimes they'll be like, "Oh, I can work in the UK because I can get somebody to sponsor me," and I'm like, "That's not how it works." And they just will refuse to accept that I know more than them on how the UK employment system works, and they'll keep sending me saying, "No, look here, this is what I can do. Like I'm allowed to do this," and I'm like, "No, you're fucking not. Why you can't do that?" And they just don't understand. And they basically sometimes even perceive me to be like racist. They don't say those words, but it's you can just tell that they think that the reason I'm not employing them is because they've told me they're from like Nigeria or something.
So I find that racism is normally just a kind of automatic defense. It's a kind of get out of jail free card.
Mhm.
Places that I've worked. Yeah, rather than it being you're not doing this because you're racist. It's more so that HR and the managerial class has been trained to not do certain things because it would be racist. I'm stepping up in my position. And I'm going to a different role, and there's a reason why I refused to do it where I was, because I knew damn well it would be all the black women in HR versus me.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, they prefer their own. They hire their own. That's not a coincidence. They make it much harder to hire anyone outside of their own group, anyone who's outside of their own in-group. Now tell me how that doesn't apply to Indians or anyone else.
Well, not
Yeah.
to like shift the conversation, but
Yeah.
it's like when we questioned Big Fat Lopsided Titty Gay Tony the other day, and he was like claiming that he worked as a developer or something, and then someone questioned him, and it's like he refused to answer that he'd only ever been an intern. Now, I know without even knowing anything about him, I know full well that he's one of those individuals that will blame his lack of ability or lack of skill in that company that didn't allow him to get anything further than an apprenticeship or an internship. He will blame that on racism, regardless. He will blame that on racism.
Well, so what I think he's currently setting up is he's trying to blame his foundational knowledge as well. He's trying to blame the system, one. Second, the school that he went to, and it's just going to be a series of excuses. There's a reason why he brought up how his school was underfunded by the state. Oh no, they had to sue in order to get equal funding, which he's not wrong. It's just the word equal is very loaded in this instance. The college that he went to, along with two others in this state that are historically black, which of course the fucking designation, because why the hell wouldn't it be, right? They were upset that better schools with far better outcomes, better performing students, had competing programs. That's the crux of the issue. Right. And those schools that perform better received more funding. That's what they were suing over. They claimed it was discriminatory because all the black schools were doing far worse. They've always done worse. As he pivots to a metric such as enrollment, not outcomes, not test scores, because the test scores haven't fucking improved. The only thing that's increased is enrollment. He's actually right there. But hey.
Yeah. All I say is, like, if you've got to a point where you've been able to get an internship, right, you're in, right? So if you're doing a good job, there's no fucking reason why a company would get rid of you. Because if they were racist, they wouldn't have employed you in the first place. So the fact that you've got a job shows that they don't care about race or anything like that. So he's obviously done something within there that does not allow him to continue his internship or being, accepted as a full-time worker. Very simple.
Well, you just don't be a fucking retard. And I guarantee you his resume is abysmal. I have no doubt that it is poorly worded, poorly written. It's getting sorted out as well, I'm sure. But that's perspective.
He might have lied. He might have lied on it.
Maybe. I mean, and to be fair, I know plenty of people who do lie on their resume and nothing happens, but it can catch up to you.
Yeah, for sure. Especially if it's like something like a software or qualification that you claim you've got, and then you get questioned, and I'm like, yeah, this guy's definitely qualification.
Well, dude, so I've known people in my own field who lie on their resume. The thing is, people don't necessarily understand how HR departments talk to each other. It's not that hard to verify. They call them up, go, hey, did this person do this at your company? And then they ask questions about how you did. They're not supposed to, but come on, let's be real.
Yeah, I agree.
I wish the best for him. I'm just getting tired of the woe is me bullshit.
Dude, I told him last night, I said, I just want to give you a personal challenge. I said at first a year, and I said, no, a year is way too long. I said, just take a month. And any situation, any conversation, any thoughts that you have, that you would normally apply racism to. I said, just create another reason. I said, just force yourself to say, okay, I can't explain something through the lens of racism for a month. I have to come up with another explanation. And I said, will you take that challenge? Will you, and of course he just couldn't. But he's just been so conditioned to just explain everything. I mean, literally everything. Fucking milk is white because of racism. Just everything.
Well, it is.
And yeah, yeah, it is.
That's why I drink it. Duh. No. Look, Infinite. I am so fucking racist that I go to a family farm to get my milk. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm so racist that I get that I have employer-sponsored health insurance. That's how racist I am.
It's okay.
Yeah. A white family farm.
That's right.
Hey, wait a minute. Where's the banana?
That might just be
I've never had a banana
very,
split without
good
bananas.
Sorry. You want a whole or half banana?
Just like probably a half, like cut in half, quartered, whatever. No, just slice it. Abigail made me a banana split for breakfast, but she forgot to put the banana in it. Sounds awful, but it's like a high protein ice cream. It's zero sugar.
No, I get what you're saying.
So,
But...
yeah, I know that sounds like the fattest thing ever, but
wake up and get a fucking banana split sundae for breakfast.
Yeah. I don't think you put any of the syrup on there either, Abigail. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's all sugar-free shit, sugar-free toppings and stuff. But they make a lot of that stuff sugar-free now. It's pretty awesome.
I mean, regardless, it is very American of you to have that. So, that's good.
Oh, no, you can skip that. You can skip that.
Real bad man.
Yeah, you can skip them. I don't want the berries. I like the berries.
Just give me my bananas.
Yeah. Or she's asking me if I want frozen berries in there. But not really on a Sunday. I mean on a banana split.
Dude, I have found those to be a fucking cheat code. The bags of frozen berries.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cheaper, and I
and they last longer.
Yeah,
and they're frozen at the peak of ripeness, typically. So you get them as ripe as they
Yeah, I mean, yeah, right. I do get fresh berries and fruits as well. I mean, I eat those throughout the day, but the frozen stuff I really can't beat.
I just get a mixed berries bag. So we've got like you guys probably got the same, I guess. But we have like one that's called like a tropical mix. You have like mango, pineapple, peaches, and then you basically just put them all into a blender, frozen as well, because obviously then you get the coldness. And then you just put like a little bit of like milk or yogurt or something in there, and you just make a smoothie straight away. Boom, done. Fruit smoothie.
Yeah. Fair.
Boom, done. Send it
I
down
prefer
in
to
3-4 months, forget about it. Thank you, baby.
I don't know why I put the syrup on and then I put the chips. And I was like, oh.
Because you've never made a sundae. I mean, a banana split in your life.
Well, really
have you ever been to one of those like A&Ws?
You talking to me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're talking to them. Yeah.
I wish I had those here.
There aren't a lot of them. There aren't a lot of them left.
It's a banana split.
They've kind of disappeared. Mickey
See,
Ray,
if
do
I
you
was
have
gonna name
A&Ws over there? Probably not.
A&Ws, what's that?
Are you familiar with the root
Ice
beer?
cream? No.
Root beer.
With the what? Root beer.
Root beer.
Abigail's making fun of me. Shut up.
We do have, we probably do have a kind of root beer. In fact, no, we definitely do. We definitely do. But it just might not be a mass. It's gonna be funny. It might not be a mass drink, so maybe it's not so widespread.
I view A&W as yes, it is fast food, but it is a tier above McDonald's or the others for sure in my mind. I've always
Oh, it's a
enjoyed them.
fast food place.
Yeah.
It's
Oh yeah, we
both,
definitely don't
but
have them then. Yeah.
yeah, A&W root beer. There's these brand of like kind of old school malt shop type places. They're kind of hard to explain, but
well,
think you got to come to America, specifically the South, and just enjoy it for like a month.
Yeah, I mean,
It all makes sense.
Yeah, I think the way shit's going right now is we're slowly getting to the point where it looks as though I might be able to convince my missus to move to America. I'm not gonna lie.
I had to convince
But
mine
it
to do the
depends.
same. I get it.
Well, it's more like to do with so my missus isn't really about politics, right? She kind of just relies on me to tell her what's happening in the world right now. And
same.
Everybody gets affected by things in a different way. So while I'm looking at things on the bigger scale, when it comes to like legal systems, taxation, and stuff like that, she's more what's affecting her directly, right? And for example, we have this thing in the UK called Nextdoor. It's an app, and what you do is when you move to an area, somebody will eventually post letters through your house saying, if you want to join our group, here's the code. Basically, do you guys have Nextdoor?
I don't think so.
I have heard of similar apps. I absolutely would never opt into that.
You know what it is, though, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what it is at Infinite?
I don't think I have an understanding, no.
Okay, so Nextdoor is a community app, right? So wherever you go in the UK, most towns, cities, villages will have it. And what it is it's like everyday news that people report. So, for example, if somebody left a field open down the road and a horse has got out, someone will take a picture and say, field on Bramley Lane, horse has got out, just making everybody aware. And then if it's your horse, you can go and, get it and put it back in. So it's kind of like a mini Facebook feed for different communities, but on its own. And it'll put everything in there from things like, suspicious man walking down streets trying door handles, on this street. So everybody's made aware there's a weird guy going around trying people's door handles to try and rob it. And there's a story the other day where my missus goes on a routine walk around the village. So she'll go like down certain streets, through certain woodlands, and then like a big circle. And so these are the things that would affect her to see how much things are changing. And one of the posts basically said, be wary of going up to the Felly Fields or the Felly Woodlands because a suspicious man was threatening to kill 2 dog walkers earlier today in a confrontation. And guess what? He turned out to be a South Asian man. So these are the kind of things that would affect her because it's affecting her life by not being. I basically said to her, you ain't walking down there on your own anymore, basically. So that's actually affected her on ground level. So these things will make her change her mind rather than going and watching a 25-30 minute parliament meeting where they're talking about things she doesn't understand. So she gets affected that way. So basically, if enough of those things happen, that will convince her that she doesn't want to live in the UK anymore, basically. So she can't go on walks anymore because people out there, threatening to kill people out there trying to, touch people and rape people or whatever. If enough of those things happen, where she can no longer do the things that she wants to do, those things will convince her that the UK isn't for her anymore, basically. And there's a lot of people like that. Like we take it for granted that just because we're on Discord speaking about politics, religion, and everything else, that everybody else out there is doing the same thing, but they just don't have Discord. But it's not fucking true, bro.
You're not.
Like most people are blind. Like they don't give a fuck about anything. They'll just get on with their
So
day-to-day lives.
Oh yeah,
something
I
that
say
I
that same
that
thing all the
that
time.
Scott says that I'm a huge fan of is it's not more important than my morning coffee.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
true.
Yeah.
That's how it is for the
Exactly.
vast majority of people. Unfortunately, it has to become more important than their morning coffee. My fear is when it gets to that point, it will be too late.
Mhm.
So
Because
See, I don't think it'll
that
be too
point,
late.
it's on their
I
doorstep.
think when it gets to that point, the reaction will be much more extreme.
Catastrophic.
So in America, in many regions in America, I completely agree with you. I have no idea what to think about Britain though.
Well,
Britain's a
look, the worst
weird
thing
place.
that could ever happen to these Muslims is a bunch of white people wake up one day and
Yeah.
realize that they're fucking surrounded and they feel threatened as a collective because
Oh yeah, it'd be over.
the violence and the backlash would just be it just would be unimaginable, I think.
Yeah. So I know for my region at least, they hear call to prayer in the morning, they will not hear it the next day. I know that. That's just what it is.
That's what we need, though.
Bad. Yeah, I mean, I've alluded to my upbringing to you, Infinite, to at least some extent. My uncle was a fucking Klansman, etc. I'm not as close to that
Yeah.
without blatantly, riding the fucking tiger, living in the middle of goddamn nowhere, as rural as I could in this state, right? Let me tell you, they're not going to tolerate that shit. We have like a token black in the closest town of like 50 fucking people. I have no doubt that I'll be fine. I worry about the surrounding regions.
Yeah, I think states will probably take measures against these people. And frankly, I think that's the best thing that could happen. Like I said, you have a bunch of fucking whites that wake up one day and just feel threatened. It's just not going to be good for them.
Certainly getting there.
So it's best to control it now while people are still willing to be reasonable. Yeah, because the moment a bunch of whites turn on their government, everything else, it's just over with for. I mean, it would just be
We
the
see
kind
what
of
happens, dude.
retribution. It's just over with for any group that stands in the way of that other group. I mean, it's just over with. All the tolerance and all the preaching and all that shit. That shit'll be gone.
Hey, I'm telling you now, if it all kicks off in Britain, right, it's a good job you're all friends with the big infamous giant Thanos Mickey Ray, because I'll be live streaming to this Discord me absolutely butchering people with the machete, bro. Infinite will be like, oh my god, Mickey Ray, turn this fucking shit off, bro. What the fuck is this? And I'm just like, just absolutely slicing people to pieces. Oh my god, Mickey Ray, what the fuck is this, bro?
I'm saying this kind of tongue in cheek, but not really. Like I'm telling you, it just absolutely would just be over with. I mean, in like I can just see it. I can just see a country just mobs out and It's just like all the talk about. And by the way, it'll be people who don't even deserve it. You know, there'll be people who become victims that are just, you know,
Yeah.
motherfuckers in wheelchairs will be getting dumped out. I'm serious. Like, because when these mob situations happen, when these revolutions happen, one thing that you see consistently when you read about them is that the people who are not part of the group that's considered the in group in that situation, they just have no tolerance for anyone outside of that group. They just and that's exactly the kind of resentment and anger that, and by the way, not just whites, but just people in America who feel oppressed by this system that's encouraging all of this destruction of our nation. And it's
Yeah.
just, you know, it's not going to be one thing, it's going to be a whole bunch of things, but like I say, when that shit erupts in this state and then that state and then this state and then all of a sudden you realize like, oh, you know, that
Oh yeah.
yeah.
It won't be a race war because there's literally like at least a handful of quote unquote white British blue-eyed, ginger fair-haired people that are Muslims. Like it wouldn't be a race war. I 100% agree. I wouldn't be going around and just targeting somebody because they're not white. That wouldn't be the case.
Yeah. No, and you know, if it's something that comes about over, like honestly, in America, had we not gotten control of immigration, I think I could see that in it being an issue that people are just triggered over, maybe down by the border states or whatever. I don't know exactly how it would ignite, but I mean, I think we were pretty far from it when Donald Trump came into office. But I definitely think it could have happened, and one of the things that people don't give Donald Trump enough credit for because they just bitch constantly about how there's not enough deportations. They just don't give him enough credit for stopping the inflow, you know. And you could literally think of the inflow just being building of pressure, just filling up a balloon with air.
Yeah.
Except it's a balloon full of immigrants. And I don't know how much it could have got filled up before it popped, but I think he's let the pressure off, and he's definitely made it so the balloon isn't filling up anymore. So that's, you know.
Yep. That's the main thing.
And by the way, that's all I think the UK needs. I think the UK. I don't even think you need a mass deportation effort. I think you just need to stop the inflow. Just no more coming in, and there's not that many of them there really. So your society can still recover. You know, and I say that all the time because I do believe it's true. I mean, I really do. So you're definitely not at the point of needing violence. You know, that's anyway. Sorry.
I've already told you what we're doing. Yeah, if Restore get in, I've already told you what the outcome is. So basically, the three more years of this government is actually good for Restore UK because it's 3 more years of shit getting out of control, right? And I think 3 years is enough time for it to get more out of control, but not get to the point of where it's irreversible, like you said. And one of the things that would be introduced is if this party got majority, which I generally believe they will by the time it gets to 3 years, is all they have to do is no more kosher, no more halal, right? Anybody that is here who isn't a citizen that gets caught doing those things or is a dual national, and I think I told you before, most Pakistani immigrants do not renounce their Pakistani identity. So they are dual passport holders. And the thing is, it's going to be bad for them because Pakistan really do not like you renouncing your nationality. So like they really are against you saying, I no longer want a Pakistani passport. So it's going to shoot them in the foot because then if those individuals get caught doing crimes, like even small things, like legally bringing in or having halal slaughterhouses, will be enough to get them deported back to Pakistan because they hold dual nationality, and there's nothing they can do about it. So
right.
those things right there are something that you don't even need to fight for. You're basically telling these people, like, look, unless you're willing to go vegan or vegetarian, right, you ain't going to be eating the meat because the way that you sacrifice them goes against the standards of animal killing that we believe in. We don't believe that you should drain an animal's blood, making them hang because it suffocates them. We believe in a quick sharp back of the head, dead, straight, instantly dead. So if they don't want to conform to that, it's gonna be the easiest way, because you know instantly that X amount of people are going to leave the UK straight away. 100%. There's always going to be a group of people that are like, yeah, I'm out, I'm done, see you later, I'm gone. And then the other group are going to be like, yeah, well, we can make it work. We'll just have to bless the food at home or something, or like, we'll stop buying full fucking lambs and shit. But the thing is, when they do that and they buy lambs and have them in the back garden, guess what? They'll know who's brought living lambs, and they'll just say, well, now nobody's allowed to buy living livestock unless you have a farmer's license. So then that will stop them from doing that. They can't go out there and buy a full lamb because they don't have a farmer's license. Done.
Yeah, no, these measures that you're talking about, they are part of my belief in a comprehensive plan to undermine them, which you've heard me talk about before, where I say, go into their communities, do the things to antagonize them. Okay, I don't need to go into that. Everybody's heard me give that speech before. But also do the things in the government, do the things through law that you can to undermine them, to make it more difficult to be Muslim. And that's exactly what you're talking about. So, yeah, and there's a lot of things you can do, by the way, just like the hijab. I don't know if you may have said that already. I don't know, but just like France outlawed wearing the hijab or whatever.
I have a funny one for you.
Yeah.
Well,
not fucking goats. Not fucking goats. Yeah.
No, this one I'm telling you would eliminate most of your Pakistani population or Paki population. What we need to do is genetic testing.
Your mic's breaking up, bro. Just before you start, your mic's really bad. Yeah.
Is that any better?
Yeah.
So, what I would do is I would mandate blood testing.
It's gone back again.
That's you, Mickey. Right? No, that's
is it?
Mickey. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're fine.
Oh, weird.
Oh, I don't know. He's fine for me. Okay. I mean, y'all both fine for me. So.
Yeah, same. Sure. But anyways, blood testing, genetic testing. We can calculate the what is it? I think it's COI, coefficient of inbreeding. Above a certain amount, you go right back because you are too much of a burden on the NHS. I know that never happened, but that'd be fucking hilarious.
And you're absolutely right, because they represent. I found this out. They represent the largest demographic of genetic diseases of any group of people, just not Muslims, just Pakis.
Yep. So when they talk about cousin marriages, they're not joking. That's very common. I wouldn't be surprised if you've encountered Pakis who are in cousin marriages. I'm saying Discord,
but isn't that amazing that a population? Listen, I know it's been a while, but I mean, Jesus Christ, they're a spinoff of India, and look how big that population is. Like to inbreed, like I don't know, dude. And by the way, one of the large or the second largest Muslim population by I believe of any country is Pakistan, after Indonesia. So
imagine getting outdone by the fucking Hindus.
Do I have that wrong, man? I thought it was Indonesia and then Pakistan.
Yeah, it might be Malaysia. Yeah, it might be India. I don't know. Maybe you're right.
I think so, but yeah.
Let's see.
I mean, I can tell you just anecdotally, I have never seen so many genetic deformities.
Oh no, you're right. You're right.
In Pakistani populations, it's so bad.
Yeah, it's Indonesia, Pakistan, and India. I thought Malaysia was second. It's not.
You know what's scary is nobody ever talks about how many are in India, simply because they're outnumbered. But there's still 200 million of them.
Yeah,
so basically the same as Pakistan, bro. It's crazy.
They have a nice little group called the RSS that's going to take care of that. You know, they're actually handing out fucking swords to the citizenry. Yeah,
I mean, but could you
it's
imagine
basically
if
it's
the
basically the
Indian
Indian clan.
But could you imagine if the Indian Muslim population and the Pakistani Muslim population decided to come together to fucking attack India? I mean, goddamn.
Well, one subverting from within, obviously.
Yeah, no,
They're already
you'd
doing
be a
it. Yeah.
hell of an insurgency. I mean,
Yeah. Oh yeah, it would be. What I will say is, all those fucking faggoty ass human rights organizations, oh my god, they are going to be livid at what India does to them.
oh man, yeah. Well, and this is why I give all the credit in the world to China, because China just doesn't give a fuck about when they see shit that is bad for their population, they just fucking outlaw it. They don't care what it is. It's just like, oh, anime gone, porn gone, Muslims gone. Like they just delete shit from reality, dude. Like they don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
And I know that we can't do that in the West, but I mean sometimes I'm so envious of it. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, there's pros and cons to having like an authoritative totalitarian state, for sure.
Yeah, 100%. I don't think I don't think China will be able to have as much creativity and innovation because of their way that they are. But at the same time, I don't think they're going to have as much cultural decline. I am envious of their homogeneity, of their uh, of their racial uniformity. Um, I am jealous of that. Like I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm not. So.
You see what racist just posted in the side chat?
No, what he post?
Trump is stating that he's instructed the U.S. military to postpone, quote, all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for 5 days, following 2 days of very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution. Trump claims Iran agreed to give up nuclear materials. We want the nuclear dust. We're going to want that. I think we're going to get that. We've agreed to that. Yeah, we're going to. We've agreed to that.
We want to see peace in the Middle East.
Well, I don't know if this is cope from Trump or not, but it's probably good that they're talking.
It probably is. I want the Islamist out. I don't really care what it takes to get there. But it's just me.
Yeah, I'm done with it all.
They're just going to do the same thing again.
Yep.
Dude, one of the fucking top headlines on Fox News is well, let's see. God damn it, now I forgot what it said. Basically, they denied that Iranian media is denying having any talks with Trump.
I mean, they would.
Yeah, of course.
Like,
I mean, that's.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, whatever's going on behind closed doors, we're not going to know it, and Iran is not going to. The Iranian people are not going to know it. So certainly the news.
Nah.
And plus, Iran will have to spin this the entire time. Like, whatever the truth is, both sides are going to spin it like they're gaining a victory from it. So.
Yeah. Now the top headline says that the war will be settled if the 5-day period goes well. So we'll see.
What'll be real interesting will be to see if once these bombs stop dropping, if the Iranian people come out of their homes, because now their government's just been incredibly degraded. I mean, Iran just doesn't have the military capability anymore that they once did. So,
Yeah, I definitely wonder what kind of operations there are in the works. I mean, whether people are starting to try and govern themselves or whatever.
Well,
Be interesting to see.
people over here complain about a 20-year war, a ground war, and I'm one of them. But you have to think, if you're Iran, look, you don't want to be drug out of a fucking hole like Saddam Hussein. Like, yes, you can argue that 20-year insurgency that we fought against in Iran and Afghanistan, you can argue that drugged the United States into this quagmire. But what you can't deny is that we were willing to commit to that quagmire. What you can't deny is that we killed every motherfucker that there was to kill. We literally took their leadership and put them on a deck of fucking playing cards and handed them out to our troops so we could assassinate them. We spent 20 years bombing and killing everybody there that mattered. So, like, if you're Iran, the last thing you want is to capture the United States into a 20-year war. Because what's guaranteed to happen is if you're in the leadership of Iran, you will not survive. So,
yes, I am. I'll take what I can get. I will be disappointed with anything short of complete Islamic annihilation within the nation now. But hey, I gotta be realistic.
yeah, I mean, listen, I would love to see the government overthrown, but I would love to see us not engage in a ground war also.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
So, if Iran capitulates and we walk away, the thing is, going forward, you just have to keep pressure on them. That's the thing about it. Like going for, like I said, I would implement a no-fly zone over their whole fucking country and just not allow anything in or out of the country. That's what I would do personally. But
they're entitled to our materials.
The thing that I was surprised about is how quickly it all rolled out, because all those Muslims were saying that were like pro-Palestine were saying like the United States would never fuck with Iran. If they did, they're going to be sorry. It's going to be so costly for the United States. And then it seemed like we just easily steamrolled them. And I honestly thought they were going to put up a fight, like a decent fight. But I also know that they keep saying that the amount of Israeli intelligence was so vast and pervasive. That's what really gave us the competitive edge, because they knew all the targets, they knew everything, and people were apparently feeding them information. I think Ted Cruz said they have, what did he say, like the most depth or something like that he's ever seen in a country.
Meaning what?
Meaning the amount of their capacity for gathering intelligence.
Iran?
No, Israel.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was confused. Yeah, that makes way more sense. Yeah, that makes total sense, actually.
But I thought it was going to be difficult. I thought it was going to be like, it seemed like within days, they were all dead. Like all their leaders were dead. Their military capability was drastically reduced. Everybody was always like talking about Iran's asymmetric warfare capabilities. We see none of that.
Yeah, it's almost like people are full of shit and dreaming in La La Land about what they're capable of doing.
And then the only thing I've talked to some of the Muslims, and the only thing they could say, most of them just shut up about it, but some of them just say, you guys should be ashamed of what you've done here. I'm like, motherfuckers, you guys did this. What are you talking about? Well, we would have preferred to not spend 6 years of stockpiles on you fucking retards.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wrap. for them in a meaningful way, frankly. I mean, I don't see Iran. I think Iran is undermined to a fairly high degree currently. I mean, yeah, I don't see
Oh
how
yeah,
they.
clearly even the people who prefer the fantasy can't even concoct a fantasy that's strong enough to even like push right now.
Yeah.
But what I do know about brown people is they'll be up and running in a week or two and talking shit again.
True. Yeah, that's probably true.
They'll be saying how this was a complete loss for the United States and blah blah blah, all this
Right.
kind of shit. They'll say you guys haven't won a war since World War II, and you didn't really win that one either. They're gonna say all this shit.
It makes me laugh when they talk about Afghanistan and like, yeah, America. No, they fucking didn't, bro. They realised there's fuck all there in that shithole. So they decided to leave. That's why they left all the shit there because they're like, we don't need that. We've got more than enough money to take back $1 million fucking Apache helicopters and a fucking abundance of Humvees. They're
I
fuck all
wish it
to us.
was.
They're like,
I
huh?
wish it was that cool of a story. It's not. It's that a fucking retard left all that shit there. That's what happened.
Yeah. Don't let them know that though. Fuck's sake.
I mean,
I think
yeah,
he did
it's
it for
true.
political reasons.
Yeah.
I think Biden bitched out, to be honest.
Yeah.
I
They
can't
should have still
believe
took
we
it all
left
back
all
though.
that shit there.
Yeah.
Shit took our shit with us. Fuck that. Them motherfuckers are running around in our Humvees wearing our uniforms and shit now. What the fuck?
I tell you what was funny though, it came out of that was when I watched a video of an Afghan guy, obviously sandals and everything, tried fucking flying one of his helicopters and just crashed it instantly.
I was
That
about to
was
say
fucking hilarious.
they're not trained on the equipment. They can't maintenance it. They can't maintain it. They can't get the parts for it.
Yeah.
So it's just like I mean, listen, I get it. I've read the list out loud to the chat before of the shit that we left over there, and it's a ridiculous amount of shit.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And I would have brought it back out of spite, in spite of the fact that it's cheaper, according to Biden, which Trump said was ridiculous. So I don't know the truth. I can't imagine it's actually cheaper to leave all that shit. But that being said, I would have brought it back out of spite, just so they fucking couldn't have it.
You should have just booby trapped it all. Should have just fucking
Dude,
cut the brake lines, everything, like put fucking bombs on the bottom, like all of it. So we didn't do it. The fucking jihadis did it.
if I was Trump, I'd go get it right now. Fuck it. Go back. Let's go get it now. Hey, we're coming back for our shit, motherfuckers.
We're going back. We're taking it all. We're going back.
And while we're here, we're taking everything else here. Fuck y'all. And the Taliban, you motherfuckers are terrorists again. Fuck you guys. So crazy to me. I couldn't believe it. We just left. I was like, what do you mean we let the Taliban just be? Like, what the fuck? Thought we needed to kill them. All of them. Happened to that.
I did.
What drove me
I did
insane?
notice. Huh?
No, go on. So I'll wait. Go on.
Oh, I did notice we need to have the capability to have guided explosives that are very cheap because if we had the after we got air superiority in Iran, if we had a way of destroying their equipment that was really cheap, they couldn't even say that it was costly for us. And we just have guided missiles, which are all expensive. We need, and the cheap ones are man guided and require troops on the ground. So we need a solution where we can have remote guided explosives to blow up people's shit that's cheap.
Well, I mean, listen. I mean, look, I agree with you, but the precision that we've achieved, this is one thing people don't understand. The precision that we have achieved with satellite guided munitions, uh, enable us to, in the long run, save cost. Because think about it, I don't need to drop 1,000 bombs and hope I hit a target. I can lace a bomb through a goddamn window and and drop one and be incredibly precise. So I don't need as many pilots. I don't need as many planes. I don't need as much weight. I don't need as much fuel, you know. And the conversion, especially for like JDAMs, is fairly cheap. Now, you're talking about cruise missiles and things like that. Listen, I agree with you, but I think that's more of a production issue. I mean, when you look at the amount of production, that's why, by the way, that's why the production's been quadrupled. You know, but when you say cheap, I guess the question would be how cheap.
I'm thinking a couple $100. I'm thinking we should do something like Iran did and just send quadcopters with explosives or something on that level of like simplicity, but also effectiveness.
Quadcopter.
I mean, that's going to work well against a low tier enemy. But we have to develop our military arms for the potentiality of somebody who's actually some actual competition. Like Iran
Oh no,
just
I totally
wasn't.
agree.
Iran was just listen. Iran was expensive, but there just was no competition there. You know, like they just didn't have the ability to challenge us. It was like spanking a toddler. You know, militarily, they just like everybody can clearly see that now. I wasn't sure what Iran's capability was, right? I had no clue. Seeing it in practice, it's almost like they didn't even have a military. I mean, the only casualties have been fucking self-imposed. You know, we shot down our own shit. Um, I think they did kill 3 service members with a strike, but you know that is a lack of having productions of THAAD and stuff like that. I mean, our THAAD launcher stockpile is very low. Our THAAD munition stockpile is very low. So, uh,
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I agree with all that you just said. I'm just thinking after we neutralize the enemy and we need to destroy a lot of their equipment. Like they had trucks, they have Shaheed drones that are just on the ground. They have a ton of planes. They have a ton of shit that we want to destroy, but we're still using expensive missiles to do it. I think that they need to come up with a more cost effective. Once we neutralize the enemy, they need to have a cost effective way of destroying all that equipment.
right. Well, maybe lasers will be the answer. I mean, lasers seem to be saving us a shit ton of money right now as they've been deployed in the Middle East in this war. And apparently they're effective enough that Iran's already come out and announced they're going to strap them onto fucking jets and helicopters now. So, I mean, that's pretty crazy.
Could you imagine when there's like a laser that's got like a big lab grown diamond on the front of it where it can just fire into the diamond and it just fires off in like multiple directions, like like a disco ball almost. That'd be fucking sick.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to kill us all. Yeah, the laser weaponry being used in this war, both in terms of Israeli defense. I wish I had some video of Israel using it to take out Iranian drones and missiles. But apparently it's been used. So I would really like to see that.
The thing I'm confused about is this is not new technology. This is like decades old technology. I'm just
No,
wondering why they haven't
no,
deployed it yet.
this is very new technology. No, the old technology that we tried to create was chemical lasers, dude. And you're way smarter than me on this, so you should actually know that. The old technology was based on a chemical, like there was the old technology that we put on C-130s. The reason we put it on C-130s is because it took a goddamn C-130 to hold all of the fucking hardware needed to create these lasers. And that's, by the way, that's why we abandoned it. That's why after that project was developed for like a decade, and then we abandoned it. And then they come up with this breakthrough in laser technology, which is purely electronic lasers and didn't require any chemicals to create, and allowed us to combine lasers to make a more powerful one as well. And the amount of hardware shrunk dramatically to where now it could be fit onto a ship. Now it could be fit into these defense systems, these ground based, and now it's so small it can be fit onto planes and helicopters. So no, that's actually really that's happened in the past decade. That technology.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm not a weapons expert. I'm an explosives expert. So lasers, I wouldn't even know anything about them.
No, I didn't mean because you're an explosive. I just meant because you're a nerd. That's,
Oh,
yeah. I just, you're a nerd, so I just figured you would know more about it than I do, frankly. Um, but yeah, no, this laser technology, it has a name. Let me look it up.
Lasers.
Lasers.
Actually scares me a little bit though with like laser because it's so cheap to use
Yes.
that it's going to be something that is going to allow armies to be in one way, shape, or form less strategical with the arms because it's not going to cost them anywhere near as much. So you can waste so much more ammunition because of the price of it. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, it's going to be about capacity. So capacitors, because they are pure electronic. And it's also going to be the case an electronically damaged vessel is going to lose all defensive capability too. But the breakthrough that the Navy uses is called Helios. And the difference is the old ones were chemical lasers, as I said, and the new ones are called solid state fiber lasers. And these are electrically powered solid state lasers. They're much more compact, much more reliable, and easier to maintain at sea. And Helios was created to plug directly into the Navy's Aegis combat system. So it utilizes radar tracking data, it automatically targets threats, and it works alongside the missiles and guns. So the integration was a huge part of why this was able to be implemented and deployed so quickly in our destroyers. And the modern destroyers have the ability to generate that electrical power. So it's not just enough to generate the power. You have to have capacity to store that power so that it can be, so you have to have these like advanced capacitors. Yeah. But yeah, I think these lasers are going to be used more offensively in the future, not just defensively. But you can imagine strapping them to jets, and you can see a missile incoming on a jet, and then boom, the laser shoots down the missile. I mean
that's what I mean.
That's going
like
to
some
be a
kind
thing.
of like diamond. Yeah,
No,
some kind of like diamond or crystal
no
ball on
diamond
top.
is needed. No fucking diamonds are needed. Mickey Ray wants some goddamn. He wants a Death Star, dog. He's like, let's take the laser, let's focus it through a diamond, and let's aim it right at the planet's core. And fucking.
No, but think about it, like an R2D2 diamond on top, right? Where it just sits there, right? And because it's a diamond, it's got multiple faces. The laser just fires up into it, and whatever direction, whatever it is in. The plane doesn't need to change direction. It will just fire from the laser into the diamond, and the diamond will project it from whatever angle it needs to project it. It's like multiple angled lasers, or like some kind of mirror system or whatever. You know what I mean, right? Something that can sit on top of the plane and observe like 360 degrees, or under it, whatever, or on the nose.
What's really interesting about the Navy system is Helios is like an offensive defensive capability, but there's another system they have called Odin, Odin, and it's a low power laser, and it's called a Dazzler. And what they use it for is they can shoot that shit at enemy boats, and it just completely destroys their sensor capability. It kills drone cameras, surveillance optics, it kills the fucking targeting systems, and it just completely disrupts them without even having to blow them up. So
it's more of a humane way to immobilize them.
Well, basically. I mean, you think about it. I mean, it's still going to be used offensively, right? You got a Chinese fucking boat coming at you. You hit it with this laser. now the Chinese fucking destroyer can't see your destroyer. Or you have a surface vessel blinding them, or it's even being deployed from the air, by the way, but it's blinding them. And then this allows for a U.S. nuclear fast attack sub to just come up and just totally obliterate whatever's in the fucking water. Which, I'm going to be honest, our subs can do that anyway. There's not really anything comparable to our fast attack subs.
Kim Jong, I can't see ball anymore. But you were already blind before. What do you mean you can't see boat now?
Oh, shit.
The wide-eye American broken radar system.
By the way, Odin can take out incoming missiles. So, like, we were talking about the economics, right? Shooting a missile at a $500 drone is bad economics. But Odin, with virtually no cost, can disable that $500 drone for basically free. So as far as like being economically viable, these lasers are just even better than.
Yep.
You know.
And do you know if they?
I like that.
Do you know if they did it intelligently as well, right? They could even design a dual-hulled ship that had some kind of wave-generating, powered systems underneath it. So when they're traveling or even stationary, the buoyancy of the water generates electricity rather than having to use, like power and diesels and fuels and stuff.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, our shit's all nuclear powered anyway, so.
Well, actually, yeah, that's another point. Actually, a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the only downfall to nuclear power is you have a limit. Well, first of all, if you fucking get hit in that area, that's a problem. But secondly, you have a limit to how much power you can generate at any one time. Like you can generate a lot of power, but how much you can generate in a given moment, I'm sure that has a word that I just don't know. That's the only limitation there.
Yeah. The only boring thing would be like with lasers, like there'd be no noise really. Like so instead of like like firing a big cannon from a boat, it'd be a bit boring. It'd be like pew, 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 pew. That'd be it.
I'm sure after this war, we will see videos of these lasers in action. Yeah.
Well, I know there was a claim of like a US autonomous drone boat that washed up on the shores of Qatar or something. Seen that the other day. It was like a radar ship, like a little mini drone ship or something. It was like a radar blocking ship or something on it.
Oh, okay. No, I hadn't seen it.
U.S. Navy has a shiny new toy capable of downing.
Like a little speedboat, all grey. And it was like, so it was, the claim was it was like a drone ship that you could send out with like a radar jammer on top of it, so it kind of like spread the distance of jamming
The
radar.
only
something like
image released so far of that test. There is a video floating
that.
around
That's
on the
pretty cool
internet
if
as
it's
well.
true.
Dude,
Did you guys see that the DEA has labeled the Colombian president a priority target? Did you guys see that?
dude, I'm telling you, soft coup in South America, like soft colonization in South America, it's coming. Like I'm so glad that they're focusing on this shit, man. I hadn't seen it, but yeah, I mean, soft colonization in South America, dude. Let's go. I'm here for it. It's exactly what I think we should be doing.
Yep.
By the way, that's the image in the side chat of an Arleigh Burke destroyer shooting its fucking laser. Look at that shit, dude. That's literally something from the movies.
They should rig all of the U.S. naval vessels that have these lasers on. That every time it's about to fire, there's no alarms. It's just Dr. Evil going, "We're about to fire the lasers." every time they fire it, just on repeat.
Damn, dude, that was crazy.
Yeah. Now, that's like, and you can imagine that they have even smaller ones. These lasers have a 10-kilometer range right now. And they're only going to get more powerful. So, I mean, yeah. Yeah. I bet we'll retrofit the F-35 to carry these. They might be in the form of a pod or something, but I guarantee you it'll have them.
Or that new jet, maybe.
F-47, we're still a good ways away from that. I mean, Israel is retrofitting these lasers on helicopters and jets now, so I think we'll probably do the same thing. But yeah, man, soft coup in South America, dude. I'm telling you, it is one of the policies that I don't know why we weren't pursuing it sooner. We should be controlling South America. We just should. I mean, in every way.
Now all we need is a nuclear-powered battle cruiser, like from Star Wars, where it can just be a fucking huge sky base that can run for 1,000 years with those lasers on it. That's what we need.
What I would like to see is this laser technology, and here's the problem: is that the atmosphere does interfere with this to some degree, but what I would like to see is something that could be deployed in the air that could stay up there for a long period of time, that is autonomous and can shoot down incoming missiles. Like you could imagine some floating platform that has these lasers that can act autonomously to intercept intercontinental ballistic missiles in the boost phase before separation of the warheads. Just as they go over the poles. So, I don't know like where they would have to be in the atmosphere and everything like that, but you can just imagine this being done. And yeah, basically rendering the threat of ICBMs against us obsolete, frankly.
Yeah. ICBLs.
Intercontinental ballistic lasers. Well, they wouldn't be ballistic, but yeah. I could just imagine some kind of system where you just have these floating platforms that are just always up there and something's measured coming over the poles, laser that shit down. You know.
Would you be able to do something where you could have satellites with some kind of like mirror on it, where you could basically bounce it off?
So you could theoretically come up with something that's space based, but we have conventions against that. Is the problem? It doesn't mean we wouldn't ever go against those conventions, but currently, the United States has agreed to not put weaponry into space. Although satellites of the military kind of, they kind of skirt the line because, I mean, they're called defense satellites, but I mean, essentially they're offense satellites. I mean, we literally use them for fucking targeting. So, but yeah. Let's see.
Any more threats from Iran, and we're going to be using the ICLs. We're going to be using the ICLs. Or the ICSLs. The Intercontinental Satellite Lasers.
Laser.
Oh, bro, I can't wait till we're able to make like super micro nuclear reactors, so we can literally have pretty much like the I forgot what it's called now. What's the Star Wars machine gun called? Forgot what it's called.
Wow, dude. The burn duration of the boost phase before the warheads are released is not as much time as I thought. Wow. So, from the time a missile is launched until the boost phase, until the mid-course phase, which is when the warheads are released, you have 3 to 5 minutes. So, in actuality, you might have to really realistically target them after the warheads are released, which, that's a way scarier prospect because if you miss one. But, you could see a multi layered system, right? You could see a system where you have ground launched interceptors and laser based or air based laser platforms and even potentially, like intercepting vehicles in the air. You could see a multi-layered approach, but yeah. So basically, from launch to explosion, you have approximately 30 minutes.
What what's for? What for that? The
For
ICBM.
intercontinental ballistic missiles, yeah. From the time they launch until the time they blow some shit up, you have about 30 minutes.
Fair enough. It's enough time to have a wank and down a bottle of whiskey, I guess.
Well, it's enough time to allow planes to get into the air. The problem is they have to be able to track those incoming MIRVs, and I don't know how that works. But I mean, we're putting up missiles right now that have a 200-kilometer range. You know, I just don't know if those missiles can track a fucking single warhead or not.
No, by the time one of those MIRVs re-enter, when the re-entry vehicle is re-entering, there's no fucking way they can target it. It's like a cone moving at terminal velocity from space.
Yeah,
it's almost impossible to hit.
Yeah, I think they call it the terminal phase even. Yeah.
So you got to get it when it's way up.
Yeah, so they have satellites in orbit that detect the boost phase. So whenever they see the most amount of energy the missile is going to expend is whenever it's first leaving the surface of the Earth.
Right.
And so they'll consider that the boost phase. And so satellites are constantly looking for this boost phase signature coming from an ICBM. And if you don't catch it, then your chances of hitting it are very low.
Well, the problem with you hitting it in the boost phase is just not enough time. It's like 3 to 5 minutes. And
well, you're going to want to try to hit it in its as it's trying to exit the atmosphere. And if you can't get it, then we have some, like, we're not supposed to, but we probably do have technology to hit it in orbit while it's orbiting. Because like whenever we developed the technology to hit it while it's orbiting what they call these like kinetic kill vehicles, Russia complained that it destroyed the concept of mutually assured destruction. So we supposedly quit developing it, but I can't imagine the U.S. government actually did.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, the boost phase is just so short. But yeah, the mid-course phase is what it's called, where the warheads and stuff are deployed. And yeah, I agree. That's the time to hit it. I mean, if you don't get it in the boost phase, obviously that's the time to hit it. But I'm not sure.
That's why we need Greenland.
But I'm not sure. But well, you must have missed some of the conversation. What I was talking about was an air platform, a platform that's in low Earth orbit or within the atmosphere that is laser based and just never comes down. It just stays aloft constantly and is able to shoot these things down. By the way, I'm not sure that laser systems couldn't target in the terminal phase. I mean, lasers move at the speed of light. So, you know, assuming the
I think they probably could.
Sorry.
I'd guess you probably can't get them close enough. I'm sure, because like you're talking like probably 20 miles off of the surface of the Earth or greater than that, probably.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that would be an effective range.
Well, I mean, right now these platforms are 10-kilometer platforms, but you could see advancements where we could get these things to be, let's just say 50 miles. You have them maneuver in the boost phase to intercept the trajectory, and then you destroy them during the mid-course phase. Yeah, that would be ideal. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, but a layered approach certainly seems like the way to do it. I would just like to see these lasers used on aerial-based platforms because I think it's a cool fucking idea.
Yeah, and apparently Russian ICBMs, whenever they detect a threat, they'll deploy all these Mylar balloons, like a couple dozen Mylar balloons, so that on radar it looks like now you had in an instant you had one signature. Now you have like 20.
Yeah, well, that's That's what MIRVs do anyway, right? They deploy real and fake warheads with
Oh yeah, the
with decoy
reentry vehicles
signatures.
themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, but these Mylar balloons are like just a fake thing. It's like it just is used to bounce back radar.
Right. Yeah.
You could probably theoretically attack, like kinetically attack a target with a MIRV that doesn't have anything in it, like a reentry vehicle that just has nothing in it. Just use it kinetically. Like sometimes they'll drop concrete filled JDAMs on buildings if they're worried about collateral damage. You could probably use those to precision strike, like from across the. Like if right now we wanted to kill Putin, we may be able to just send uh, a MIRV with no nukes on it. Just the reentry vehicle
Oh my
itself.
God. I swear to God, I said it and then I Googled it. And look, I know Hart says I'm not Nostradamus, and that's fine. I'm not. But I said it and I Googled it. And I'll just put the results in the side chat. That's so crazy. It's not exactly what I'm talking about, but it's very close. I said, are there any plans to use lasers in aerial-based platforms to defend from ICBMs? And it says, while there are currently no operational airborne laser platforms for ICBM defense, the U.S. Missile Defense Agency and other defense entities are actively developing next-gen technologies to fill this gap. Modern efforts have shifted from the massive aircraft of the past, manned aircraft of the past, toward more flexible unmanned and high-altitude platforms. And then it says, current and future plans. High-altitude laser drones. The MDA is exploring the use of high-altitude long endurance, so HAIL is their acronym, unmanned aerial vehicles equipped with high-energy lasers, and these drones are envisioned to patrol at altitudes of at least 63,000 feet to intercept ICBMs during their vulnerable boost phase. It literally exactly what. That's so crazy. I mean, it makes sense. Of course, if my dumb ass thinks about it sitting here, some genius in the fucking Pentagon's already thought of it. So, you know, but it just makes sense. Yeah, that's crazy. Well, I'm glad that they're utilizing it. I mean, I just sat here and said they should, and now I found out they do, and I'm a little disappointed that I didn't think of it first. But of course, I didn't think of it first. Hmm.
Yeah, I think if these laser systems do become effective, then I think the new mode of warfare is going to be like trying to avoid detection. I would say like slow moving objects would probably become more prevalent because they're much harder to detect on radar.
Well, it'll be laser on laser warfare. I mean, think about it. A laser can't block a laser. So you know, you'll just see small drones. Like, imagine that we can get a system compact enough to put a 1 megawatt system into a Predator drone. Let's say. Okay. 1 megawatt system is what you need to take out ICBMs. So, I mean that. I mean, just scale up from there. You know, planes, tanks. Like, it'll all just be taken out with lasers at that point.
So this is
ICBMs might
literally
become
Star
neutralized.
Wars.
It literally is Star Wars. I mean, that's what I'm saying. When you, it doesn't seem like it to us right now because we're talking about it only in this. But I think if we seen the system in action, like I think if we seen the system in action as it is right now, you see a missile coming in and this super advanced group of like this is essentially this is Native Americans launching arrows at us, and we're just using our modern shields to fucking block them in like a uniform way like the Spartans did. And then we take the shields down and we have fucking guns that we shoot them in the face with. Like that, you know, it, our enemies are shooting missiles at us and we're just knocking them down with fucking lasers. Like this is Star Wars, you know.
Yeah, I agree. And
Laser.
about every way you can think of, it's superior, unless you're going for like mass destruction, which I don't think a laser could do that. But
No, no, I would agree.
like,
No.
you probably can't take down a building with a laser.
Yeah, no, man, I don't know. It's pretty wild. It's pretty impressive in a lot of ways. Just that we're that advanced. Yeah, it's pretty crazy that we're that advanced.
So if that's the case, we should develop if they're already working on the laser systems themselves, we should be working on laser defense, like ways that you can protect vehicles from laser attacks, things like that. We need to start a company that does this. Isn't that the way that these things go? Like you develop the attack method, and then your enemies get it, and then you have to develop like a way to protect yourself from that attack method.
I mean, that is typically how it goes. Yeah. And yeah, I agree
Like
with you.
we invented high explosive anti-tank rounds that use shape charges, and then everybody started using them, and then we had to like create reactive armor.
Yeah. No, it is how it goes. Typically.
I think you could theoretically develop counter lasers.
You mean where a laser hits another laser and it's able to refract, I think would be the right word, or something like that.
Well, if you can match the frequency but just be opposite, they'll destroy each other. Like
I
whatever
think.
frequency of light it is.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say I think the next thing on the table is energy shields.
I was thinking that too, but the problem with those would just be if these things are designed to like go through, I've seen them burn through like engines and shit or disable a boat. I remember like 10 years ago, I was watching a video from Raytheon where they just disabled a boat with a laser. If they're able to just burn straight through metal, you'd have to have something that could like dissipate tons of fucking energy.
Yeah, I think an energy shield can do that. I think the problem with energy shields are power, if I remember right. Let me see. The let's see. It says the short answer is yes. Says a laser weapon isn't a solid object. It's concentrated light energy. It damages targets by heating material until it melts or burns, ablating surface layers, causing structural failure. Real world ways to stop a laser: reflective surfaces. Let's see, ablative shielding.
Yeah, but I think if you have a high enough energy, it just blows right through that reflective surface.
So it says the closest thing to an energy shield would be either a plasma shield. So this would be a cloud of ionized gas, which could scatter or absorb laser energy, distort the beam. It's theoretically viable, but requires huge energy and precise control. And the second one would be a magnetic or electromagnetic field. And these can manipulate charged particles, but lasers are photons, neutral, so magnetic force fields don't directly stop lasers.
I was about to say, there's no way you'd have to have such a powerful magnetic field, like something like the size of like a universe would generate. I mean a galaxy, not a universe. Like you'd have to have something incredibly powerful.
So it says for the true energy shield to exist, the number one drawback is exactly what I said. It's extremely high energy generation.
Yeah, but I think if you if you're able to like detect it and send a laser back its direction simultaneously, you can cancel it out. So I think it'll have to be laser on laser. Like you'd have to use a laser to defeat a laser.
My guess is that what you would have to do is disrupt the targeting of the laser.
But you'd probably have to get a translator to defeat it.
You're stupid, dude.
I wonder. There's also. Have you ever heard of meta materials that are capable of becoming invisible to radar?
No, most of this I'm talking about, I'm just now reading about, so I've not really heard of any of this shit.
I wonder if there's a type. So the meta
What do I
materials
got
would
to
be
do?
designed
Just go make us
specifically
some
for a
food,
frequency of radar. But I wonder if you could
or go
design
get us some
something that
food.
would be made specifically for like laser frequencies that it would
Food.
look invisible to. It like almost channels it the energy around it.
I don't care. I don't care.
Oh, don't forget you gotta pick up that paper for me.
I've just been sitting here waiting on an order. Hell, there ain't been one come through. Unless you've heard it go off. I ain't heard it go off. Which it is usually slow on Mondays. That's why I take a lot of Mondays off. When I normally let you drive, I stay up late. You know, I work Sunday, stay up late Sunday, and then
Dude, we should develop
take
this
a lot of
company.
that's
We
one of
become
the reasons
rich
why. Because
if we
Mondays
find a
just always
solution
slow.
to this.
I kind of want something.
Might be slower too, spring break. A lot of people on vacations, so a lot of people take vacations at this time.
I'm really wanting wings.
Well, I really feel like going into the store, but Ingles usually has them cheap. Those ones.
Well, I was thinking wings that we both would eat.
Oh. So what, like frozen in the store, or?
I mean, if you want to get them frozen in the store, You said you don't feel like going to the store.
No, I need to take a. I need to.
Well, the state fucked up my tax return, I guess. Somehow.
Well, if
I
I
got
get
my
an order,
federal.
I'll get them.
And today I noticed that my state got deposited and is pending. But it is fucking double what it was supposed to. What the fuck is going on? That $2,000 dividend thing, that didn't happen, right?
You know did you claim Shay by chance?
Nope.
Okay. Because I mean, the reason I asked because Trump increased that, so that's one thing.
I wonder if that could be. I mean, but
well, not if you
it
didn't claim
increased
her.
on my. What's that? Well, I
No.
claimed my son.
Oh well, it increased from. It wouldn't have doubled your return. Well, I don't know what your return is. So it increased from 1,000 to 1,500, is what it increased by. I mean, not 1,500. It increased by 1,500. So it increased from 1,000 to 2,500.
Would that come from? That would come from federal, though, right?
Yeah, that'd be federal return. Yep.
Yeah, that's not it. Yeah. Well, and like I said, our accountant does our taxes.
Okay.
And so I mean, she just sends me fucking 2 forms I sign, and then she files my taxes. And so I expected my state to be like 1,600, and it's 3,400. So now I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, don't look a gift tax in the mouth.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, yeah, this is awesome. But then the other part of me is like, are these fuckers, did they fuck up? And next year, they're going to be like, will it be 2 G's the other way or something? I don't know.
Well, I mean, and put that shit in Robinhood, and fucking when you pay it back, you've made profit on it.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Throw that shit in this fucking low market. I'm surprised the markets aren't moving based on Trump talking about an end to the war.
They are. Yeah, they are.
Oh, they are. They're ripping up right now.
Sitting here wishing I would have bought a little more of this or that. You know what I did, racist? So Friday, I was out working in the yard, and then I went in the garage like right after everything, like right after the bell. And then I went ahead and placed some orders for shit. And then yesterday I looked at it again. I was like, oh, fuck, all of it went down lower. So I canceled all the orders I did Friday, redid them. Then I woke up this morning and I was like, wow, it went lower. So I did it again. I canceled all them orders, replaced them. This morning when the fucking shit opened, it placed all the orders at current price, not the fucking price I placed them at. What the fuck?
That's crazy.
I'm so mad.
Did you
the
do
Dow
a limit
Jones
order
is
or a
up
market order?
1.5%, and the fucking oil went down 6% just on Trump saying that shit. That's so crazy. The market
they're
is
saying
so bipolar, honestly.
the analysts are saying whenever they do open up the straits and whenever there's no longer a oil shock, that oil prices are going to go below what they were previously. So people are sketched out. Just like I was telling Mike the other day, like just as quickly as it goes up, it's going to go down. Like the price is going to collapse.
I got no oil, no gas, no oil, pretty much no energy.
Yeah, they got a 4-pound bag.
I've been beefing up my fucking defense contracts.
I sold all that shit this morning because I just knew that whenever they talk about war dialing down, defense contracts tend to do poorly. But whenever they start talking about the $200 bill going through Congress, we're going to have to buy again. But so I
Well, we're
picked
getting
up
ready to
some,
replenish all those stockpiles, right?
but that a bill has to go through Congress, and that could take God knows how long.
Really?
Yeah, the president can't just say he can't just
You
order $200
sold
billion.
defense stuff this morning, dude. It was all so fucking low.
Yeah, I sold. It. Whenever you talk about de-escalating war, defense stocks don't do well. I'm glad I sold because I picked up some runners this morning. I got some Broadcom. I picked up some stocks that I've been wanting to buy for a while. I just haven't had a moment where they were cheap.
Yeah, I got more Broadcom too. More Broadcom, more fucking Corning, more Robinhood. That Marvell one's really good too. That one seems to just be a good one. I'd like it to go back down so I could buy some more of it. But it didn't. It didn't go down. Just barely, anyways. Well, I don't know. I got like fucking $2,000 between Lockheed, L3 Harris, Raytheon, and Northrop.
They're traditionally kind of slow mover value stocks, but if, like I said, once that $200 billion bill goes through Congress and they approve it, um, that's when you really want to get into
Sell
defense
those.
stocks.
Oh, get into them. Well, I mean,
So I don't think there's a timeline on that bill yet. So I don't know if you want to stay in it or get out or what, but that's what I would be looking at if I were you.
I ain't getting out right now. I'm waiting until fucking everything's even. Everybody's been kind of saying different. That's why I keep buying more of that shit.
No, the thesis is correct on a broad horizon, say like a 1 year period. The thesis is correct. They're going to have to replenish our stockpiles, right? But I'm looking at like a couple week window right now.
Right on.
Like the market's going to start rebounding. If we do end this war with Iran, the market's going to start rebounding in a substantial way, and I want to be positioned for that. And then
Well, yeah,
I'll
so
be
you'd want to buy it now, right? I mean, wouldn't you want to buy it when it's really fucking low? Like, I mean, all of these are the lowest I've seen them. Northrop Wraith.
Well, I mean, I bought $3,000 of Forex leverage SPY stocks, and they're up 8%. So I'd rather do that, you know.
Fuck, the office is calling. I'll be right back.
All right.